Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! Daddy, what's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla! Now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Because I am a navigator! gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangang gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of the MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on. BPI, the official bank partner of the MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partners in esports. Clear. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Nor. Sarap panalo with Nor. And our official suppliers. SIP. Alis uhaw, SIP na. Arctic Aircon. The difference in cooling. And Go Hotel. Tara na sa Go Hotels. Let's go explore more. Don't miss any action by following the official MPL Philippines pages and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Witness and experience a new era of MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs live at the Cuneta Astrodome. Go to the official MPLPH website to secure your seats. No ticket, no problem. You can still be part of the MPLPH playoffs hype. Experience the action live at the Superfan City Festival grounds and join the free watch party. Don't miss the fun, freebies, and the ultimate Superfan experience. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
nasa huling kabanata na rin tayo. Sa libro ng legasiya ng tao.
Sa TNC, ito ang panibagong apoy. Hindi pwede yung mindset ko na parang i-enjoyin ko lang. Kailangan maseryosohin ko pa para manalo talaga ako ng manalo.
Bawat talo, ginawa kong aral. Umabot kami sa lose streak point na almost 5 lose streak kami. Pero buti ngayon, nakabawi kami. Tapos yung panalo pa namin yun, yung nakapag-secure sa amin ng para sa playoff. Dito ko papatunayan na kaya namin mapagsabayan kahit mga rookie lang kami.
Sinisisi ko yung sarili ko talaga nun kung bakit kami natalo. Kaya gusto ko talaga patunayan no, doon ko ilalabas talaga yung laro ko, babawi ako. Kasi kapag sarili mo nun talaga, feeling mo sobrang hina mo, ganun, magdadoubt ka talaga sa sarili mo. Kaya mahalaga na may kasama ka na lagi mo cheer up sa'yo, na sasabihin na buo tiwala nila sa'yo.
Hindi lahat ng laban ay panalo. Pero bawat pagkatalo may aral.
Yung losses namin sa MC at last season, yun yung dahilan namin para magpursige ngayong season na makuha ulit yung Untitled Championship at makapasok sa M7.
Hindi lang ako naglalaro para manalo. Sa ngayon, yung goal ko, maging GOAT yung Onyx Philippines.
Hindi kami nandito para maging second base.
FLCN, amin yan.
Nung nakabalik ako, mas gustong gusto ko mag-champion. Ito na yung second chance ko. Para sa akin yun yung sukatan ng lahat ng pinaghirapan ko. Redemption yun. Para ipakita na kaya kong bumalik at manalo sa pinakamalaking stage. Kung may isang linya na ilalagay sa trophy, siguro yun yung hard work never betrays you.
Na-realize ko po na hindi na laro-laro lang yung ML after nung season 2 MPL kasi first time ko nakapaglaro sa mga stage sabay sobrang daming tao doon ko na-experience yung mga bagay na di ko naman na-experience like nagpapa-victory yung mga fans sa akin ganun.
The myth, the legend, the mad how easy.
Siguro yung sinakripisyo ko yung youth ko kasi simula bata pa lang ako nagsimula na ako mag-ML and
Yung ML hindi lang siya basta laro. Sobrang hirap niya physically and mentally. The GOAT of MLBB, parang ang bigat ng titulo. Pero bigay sa akin to ng tao. Ito ang hamon nila para sa akin. Napagtanto ko na rin na hindi ko na hinahabol yung laro. Ako na yung hinahabol nila.
The best in history.
Super fans, ito na ang simula ng tunay na bakbakan. Together with Hans and Almira, this is your very own Odin. Samahan niyo kami sa aksyon at maging saksi sa lakas ng Pinas!
Flying high on their Cinderella flight, the return of the Titans, Team Falcons!
at the Cuneta Astrodome, it is time to change the name of MPL Arena to Champions Arena, because it's either we're gonna be awarding a new champion or someone will continue their reign right here at Cuneta Astrodome. My name is Hans Galeria. Joined by me is, of course, Renmar Santa Cruz, and you are here at the English broadcast. Man, oh man! What a way to open this one.
The grandest stage of them all in the Philippines. The playoffs of MPLPH from the Infinix witnessed the new era opening that we had. It was a throwback. We even had a royal reunion with BYs back on stage here at the MPL Arena. And it was an awesome start. The matches haven't even started yet, but it was already legendary.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the fans are probably losing their voices and we haven't even started the games yet. But hey, it is time to level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries, because last month 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each.
And for this month, they even made the prizes higher. 50,000 diamonds. Download and sign up for Vibe now. If you want an epic tomorrow, then join Vibe by BPI.
And you know what? There's also another addition to that, because if you have more data, you also have more GG. You can experience the winning power of Smart's Only 5G and enjoy it with a Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL, victories you can count on.
That being said, I feel like I'm still trying to catch my breath because I had to go up here. But hey, with that in addition, I felt like I still cannot believe that we are quite elevated as to where we are right now. Like, when you look at the back, there's a lot of people. Like, it's actually insane. You can even see TLPH on the other side, bro.
Oh, TLPH is actually here. That's Mando.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, you can see we are right in front of, or right behind us is the crowd here, the Cuneta Astrodome, the largest MPL Philippines playoffs we've ever had. Capacity getting close to 2,000 already. Just the very first day, bro. It is a weekday. And there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, they probably had to leave whatever jobs they had. But hey, we also are being taken care of because the tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. They take care of us right over here, and we take care of all the possible action that is about to happen throughout the next 5 days. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, or if I haven't told you yet, I'm pretty excited for this one. Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
A lot of people are. I was hearing and feeling the vibe of the people, considering that this season, so many things has happened. From Rora ending the season with a 13-1 match win streak, only losing in week 1 against Falcons. From the Project Next entering mid-season, changing the entire game. Carl Tizzy getting 9 game MVPs. This season was historic.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, that is how Carl Tizzy can contest in being the best player here. But of course, in MPL regular season, we saw that it went on to the second to the last day, where it was Team Falcons making it and completing our playoffs format. The highest kills, Doming Kite, highest assist is the rookie Kaloy, and the highest KDA being Yue. You see 2 Auroras there and 1 rookie. That's quite unusual for the dynamic that we have here in the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, it was very unique. The season that we've had, of course, with Twisted Minds coming in and really shaking up the game. Aurora finally reaching the potential that a lot of people saw them having from when they first debuted as a team in season 14. But yes, this is the most competitive season we've ever had so far. The playoffs picture, the teams making it to the playoffs were completed by week 8, day number 2. But the final bracket wasn't completed until week 8, day number 3, down to the wire.
I mean, if we're looking at the standings, it gets as close as possible. You're looking at Smart Omega and AP Bren. Major love and appreciation to those 2 teams, but it went down to a single battle, to a single game that kind of depicted on whether or not Team Falcons is going to be advancing, and they did, together with TNC, Twisted Minds, and the other ones at top.
The stars aligned and Falcons still somehow made it to the playoffs, but now they have to go up against a team that a lot of people thought would be up there with Aurora, top 2 in the standings, until Onyx Philippines won against TNC Pro Team week 8, day number 3 to secure the seconds lead and advancement into the second round. The defending champions of the Philippines, the champions of MSC, will be fighting for tournament life in day number 1 of the playoffs.
And they had the chance to not let that happen during the regular season. So you're pretty sure that they're pretty pissed right now, considering with what happened 2 weeks ago. But you're looking at the brackets, it's Team Liquid Philippines going up against Team Falcons. I don't think we need to introduce that at this point, but hey, we're still gonna introduce it to you because it's a different chapter towards the story. Twisted Minds and TNC racking up match number 2, and Aurora, Onyx sitting comfortably. They don't need to feel pressure today, except for when there is one dominating match from these 4 teams right at the left.
Oh, for sure, Onyx is going to be looking closely at Team Liquid Philippines and Falcons. Because Onyx, they have a good record against Team Liquid Philippines this season. They have not lost a series against them. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, though, they were able to get one over Onyx. For Twisted and TNC, a lot of people have got to agree with the community. Aurora are sitting pretty and very comfortable. But they are going up against 2 of the most unpredictable, potentially biggest dark horses that we have. Besides Liquid, because they're a literal dark horse.
Yeah, I mean, for both Twisted Minds, you're right. I just realized that like 3-4 seconds later. My bad, dude. But hey, for Twisted Minds and TNC, you're absolutely right. Both of these teams having something to prove. For Twisted Minds, you want to be able to showcase that even though you're rookies, you're one of the young bloods in the league. You have what it takes to be able to make it deep into the postseason. But for TNC, they're looking for their very first postseason win in a lot of years. Yeah, because that's been a while. There was like Escalera in that Season 9 matchup.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. We were still neck deep in the triangle of power from Season 9 to 12.
I wasn't even here yet.
You weren't even here yet? I think you were still doing our caster auditions, our talent
I think I was still in the audition. So, yeah, it's been a while. There's a lot of things happening, but one thing's for sure, there's a lot of players chasing immortality. Obviously, the highlights are Carl TZ, Oheb, and JP having 5-time opportunities, but the others also looking for their glory to end the year.
Yeah, 4-time hopefuls to become MPL Philippines champions for Edward, Sanford, Sanji, and Few. 3-time hopefuls in Flap TZ and Benny Cutie, and a bunch of first-time hopefuls you could see there. Of course, we have the 2-time hopefuls as well, but a lot of people are looking at this playoffs. Yes, very competitive. It's crazy. Looking at the upper left, the 5-time hopefuls, there's a chance they might get eliminated today. A chance, but that's still really crazy.
I mean, at this point in time, you're gonna have to look at the 2-time hopefuls all the way to the 5-time hopefuls. There's at least 19 players. Yeah, I counted it while you were talking.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, at some point, you're gonna have to look at those because that is already experience for you. They know what it takes to be able to win. They have what it takes to have the knowledge and the wisdom to handle pressure situations. But for the first-time hopefuls, I'm talking about TNC Pro Team because they have all of their 6 players in that specific row. So I think this is gonna matter to them in a big or humongous effect on if they can be able to handle the pressure towards TNC, and especially for Chaknu, will the moniker of being the uncrowned king finally be gone towards him, because Kelra was the one who was catching that before 2 seasons ago, but it was gone now. Now it's the panel on Chaknu.
Oh my goodness. Looking at the first-time hopefuls, the fact that you mentioned Chaknu, it's crazy that Chaknu, Hall of Legends inductee already, MSC 2021 champion, is in that same category as the rookies who became MTL Philippines Season 5 champions just a few months ago. He's still within there. He's still chasing that MPL trophy.
I mean, it's crazy to think about that, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of teams that have already passed by, but here is a matchup that we wouldn't let pass. It's Team Liquid Philippines going up against Team Falcons. It's the final clash. We've said this time and time again. These 2 teams have clashed all their way back in where else country? I'm not pretty sure.
All over the world.
Yeah, they've been competing all over the world. But here, representing the Philippine soil, you're looking at the final clash, and both of them are out for blood.
Who's your daddy is one of the biggest questions for this one. Who's gonna win and advance? Team Liquid Philippines, they are on the path, potentially, of the golden road if they become champions in MPL Philippines Season 16. Standing in their way, their longtime rivals, the team that no one expected to make it into the playoffs, now here, first round, Team Falcons PH. To dub this as legendary is an understatement.
Oh, yeah.
It is mythical and immortal at this point.
Bro, this is weird because like you're looking at Ateneo versus La Salle at this point.
That's actually true.
I don't know if the foreign audience is quite familiar with that, but let's say it's like Duke versus North Carolina.
Yeah, I will say De La Salle, the better university.
Oh, okay.
Go Green Archers.
Yeah, you know what? Because I'm from La Salle too. Anyone from from Ateneo. Sorry, you're not part of the panel, so hopefully you can just state that in the comment section. But hey, that is how big of a rivalry this is for both of these teams, and the odds are stacked against the Falcons, and the question is if they can beat the odds, because before week 6 or right after, fresh cut.
Yeah, I will
and some fresh builds. Yeah, easy.
I'll help you complete what you wanted to say there.
Yeah,
they were
dude.
2-8 after week 6. But then, can they beat the odds? Because the main 5 of Falcons versus Team Liquid Philippines in the playoffs, 0-5. It has been a long time since this main 5 has defeated Team Liquid Philippines in a playoffs match.
It's like a kryptonite.
Kryptonite. And it's ironic because they're the ones wearing green. Their kryptonite are the blue stallions in Team Liquid, and Flap can flex and make faces all he wants. You even see if you look into there, it's like, oh, Flap, what you doing, bro?
you know that face has originated from when they didn't have a chance. They thought they didn't have a chance to make it to the playoffs, but they won against this team who also is looking to break a pattern, to break a stigma of their own, because for even-numbered seasons, they have not made it past the first round, but in odd-numbered seasons, they were champions. That's 11, 13, and 15.
Yeah. Season 10, second place, lost to Blacklist. Season 12, third place, lost to Blacklist. Season 14, first round exit, lost 3-2 to Aurora. The season after that, they became champions. Both of these teams, in the scenario that they find themselves in, are cursed as all hell. Which is why I have said multiple times, this series, the fact that we're getting it in the opening matchup of Season 16 playoffs, is both a blessing and a curse.
Because, like, you'd expect these two teams to make it to at least the postseason, but they're facing each other now. There were even the ones who faced off throughout the last slot of the playoffs so that Team Falcons can take it. And how poetic is it that the team that TLPH is going to be facing is a team that defeated them in the regular season when they were about to make it into the upper bracket. So now, you saw Carl Tizzi a while ago. He wasn't even looking at the camera. He was locked in.
Yeah, he's locked in. If you missed out the opening video that we showed up, the quote there, the game is no longer chasing me. Oh, the game, I am no longer chasing the game.
Yep.
Everyone else is chasing me.
And everybody else started screaming.
Everyone marked out for that quote from Carl Tizzi from the opening video. So now, we have to talk about the epic take, man.
Oh yeah, for
Are
sure.
TLPH and Falcons still Titans in this new era? Do you want to start it off?
I mean, I would, just by saying simply yes. Because, like, usually if you are no longer a Titan, you would struggle for a bit, which Team Falcons did.
Yeah.
But they showed the resilience. They showed what it takes to be able to take this all the way into the playoffs. And if they need to struggle to be able to get to where they want to be, which is the grand finals, then they could possibly do that. But it's unfortunate that it's going to happen in the first round against Team Liquid.
I'm just going to say, they are not the Titans that we knew them to be. If they were the Titans that they were, we'd be getting this match later into the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
Day 3, day 4, or day 5. Not on day number 1.
Not day number 1?
Not day number 1, but they are still definitely up there. Of course, we know Team Liquid Philippines fresh off of, no, not that fresh, it's been quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
Their MSC win in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Coming back here, Team Falcons just recovering and just barely making it into the playoffs. And as we see the screams and cheers of all of the super fans at Superfan City, from the Cavalry to the Green Falcons, it's heartbreaking to see that the festive mood will eventually, inevitably, turn sour because one of these teams will already be eliminated.
You know, for both of the fans or the community belonging to these two teams, they're gonna need all the support that they can get. Because at the end of the day, one is gonna be staying and one will go. And at some point, I'm quite interested on how this will affect the gameplay. Because I'm sure both of these teams are quite used to the pressure. They have honed themselves to be in a position to take control or to take some certain scenarios in their favor. But for Team Falcons, things aren't going so well for them. The momentum might have helped them to make them through. But on the other hand, you're also looking at Team Liquid Philippines. I feel like we need some help, Renmar. Because we've been talking for quite some time. And I think we gotta need some friends to be able to catch up to this.
Yeah, we need to request some backup, I guess. I think two very handsome dudes are gonna be joining us.
Two very handsome dudes.
There they are!
That is Naisu and Leo right there at the, I would say the VIP section. Howdy, my
Howdy,
boy.
guys. How's it up there, by the way? It's crazy down here.
It's pretty cold here. It's pretty cold here, man. I'm telling you right now, in case you have your electric fans, you better be ready for that. Because Naisu, Leo, I'm gonna go straight to the point because me and Renmar have been talking about it for quite some time. Do you guys think that TLPH and Team Falcons are still Titans in this new era? You can go either way.
I'll say this, man. I think once you're a Titan, you're always a Titan, you know? And I think Falcons proved that by getting to the playoffs.
Yeah. I was there at Ground Zero in the smack dab middle of ECA in Central Asia, where a group of small fans, very devoted fans, walked up to me and said, "Those are the Titans of MLBB," and that will never leave my memory. That is a core memory in my MLBB esports lifetime in my career. Still true today.
But can you guys say that the Titans that they are now aren't as grand or as massive as the Titans that they were back in their prime?
That's a pretty good question.
That's a great question, man. I think, I guess, yeah, a lot of people could say that. For me, myself, I'd say they faltered a little bit, but still, nonetheless, they're a Titan. You know, they might have, I guess if you were ranking them, they might have downgraded a little bit, but now I feel like this is their time to prove that point once again, that they're still strong as hell. I think that's the biggest thing.
Time is one hell of an opponent, and they've been fighting time this whole time. I think they are more Titans now than ever.
And you know what, guys? I'm sorry to say this, but you're also out of time. Thank you guys for being with us. Hope you enjoy the cast later. See you, boys.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. They feast out. They had to bounce.
Yeah, but they will be casting the matches later, of course.
Sure.
This is the panel.
Yep.
Then we'll have Naisu and Leo coming back to commentate on the games.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty badass, if I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is the right way to start. In the grandest of venues, because we have one of the biggest populations or audiences that will be watching the games together live here in MPL Philippines. I think for both Carl TZ and Flap TZ, they do not want to let their fans down.
Yeah, Carl, Flap, Few. When you talk about those three, those are one of the very few multi-time world champions that we have in our sport. Carl TZ, the GOAT. The undisputed face of MLBB. Few, who Carl TZ to this day still says is his personal GOAT. So it's the GOAT versus the GOAT's GOAT.
Oh,
what is this, some kind of GOAT farm?
That's why.
Is that what the MPL Philippines is now? We're just a bunch of GOATs?
We're just a bunch of GOATs. I mean, I can't blame us. Like, you know, I can call you the GOAT and nobody would complain about it.
Yeah.
Great.
You didn't see that coming, did you?
Yeah, I did not. I can say that Naisu is a GOAT and he can't do anything about it because he can't hear us.
Yeah, he's a shark,
right?
He can hear us. I call him the Great White.
The Great White. That's pretty good. I don't know. You should rate that in the comment section. Give it out of 10. How would you rate that show? Because like we take those personally.
I think a bunch of people just typed zeros on the chat right now, so I'm not gonna be offended by that. And you know, as we're getting closer to the game, of course, the team's just getting ready, setting up. We're going to be seeing the draft soon. We still have to talk about the keys to victory, which I'm pretty sure will be guided to us by Wolf. I got to ask you here, do you already have a prediction or a vibe to this? Okay, maybe not prediction, just your vibe. Just your vibe. Okay. Just a vibe check. You do this a lot, so what's the vibe check for Hans?
It's kind of, can I just say, disclaimer, I'm trying to like evade this question as much as possible, but I knew it's going to be coming sooner or later.
Okay, if you're not going to give me who you think is going to win, give me like at least a score. Do you think this all the way going to go to 5? Is it going to end sooner rather than a lot of people think?
You know, for the record, usually for a lot of the people who are part of production, they want the games to end as fast as possible so that everybody could go home. But in this playoffs, we kind of want it to be different because all of these matches are going to be absolute cinema. So I want to know more. I want to see more games. I want to see 3-2.
I want to see 5. I want to see 5. Yeah, actually, all of the predictions that I got to see online, bro, a lot of them just say 5 games for this. Right? And I cannot imagine, I can't even think about a world wherein this is going to go less than 5. This is the final clash. We are not going to see this matchup for a very long time. MPL Philippines Season 17, multiple months away. We got to get 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're looking at the M4 World Championship Core and the M5 World Championship Core. This is going to be a matchup that we are yet to see. But now, here's Wolf, together with the Howl.
side ng Falcons, it's also clear na yung Ogwen suppress pa rin ang kailangan i-deny ng Team Liquid Philippines. Nasasabi ko na ito na aking previous keys to victory, pero ngayon ulitin ko dahil kailangan pa ito kahit playoffs na kahit nagbago na yung battlefield natin. Ito pa rin yung nakikita kong strength ng side ng Falcons at kailangan din nila i-challenge yung gold lane non-marksman hero nitong si Super Marco, which I think is interesting kasi nag-bane na siya. Pero hindi pa natin nakikita yung full potential nung non-marksman gold laner mula dito kay Super Marco. So kailangan i-challenge yan sa side ng TLPH. Now for Falcons, very quickly, kailangan nilang i-deny yung first turtle via the draft to. Lakasan nila yung first turtle nila o kaya naman via rotation, kumbaga wag nilang hayaang makakuha ng first turtle sa side ng TLPH. And additionally, i-counterpick nila yung mga XP lane ni Sanford in relation to the first turtle. Ang pinakamalaking importance ng isang XP lane ay dun sa first turtle at laging tinitake advantage yan ng TLPH. Tingnan natin kung katagos ang Falcons sa factor na to at kakayanin ba nila yan ang kanilang keys to victory. And speaking of victory, pwede nating ma-experience a victory with the Infinix GT30 with GT Trigger and MLBB certified 120 FPS. Will enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. Yan po ang ating mga aabangan sa laban na to. At actually, sobrang excited na ako dahil ito na yung Act 3 or yung Part 3 ng rivalry ng TLPH and Falcons dito lang sa MPL PH Season 16. Magbabago ba ang mga playstyle? Makakita pa tayo ng maraming fighter gold lane. Alam po, hindi ba masyadong magandang tawagin na fighter gold lane lang yan. Pero alam naman natin na pwede nga naman gamitin yung mga fighters like Ruby, like the Esmeralda, like the Lunox, yung sumisikat ngayon na X-Borg. Hindi ko lang ma-imagine na gagamitin to ni Super Marco, pero tingnan natin kung yun na nga ba ang mangyayari. Magkakaroon ba tayo ng assassin versus assassin battle between Carl TZ and Kyle TZ? Yan ang exciting din naman talagang mapanood. Kaya wag na nating patagalin to. Panoorin natin ang pagpasok ng ating mga teams.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals, Joshua G, Chico, JJ, and Yaku Jeff. The playoffs has begun, and the cavalry marches towards the Golden Road. Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JB and Oheb, Team Liquid Philippines. The Titans have returned for their final clash against their rivals. Welcome to the playoffs, Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco, Team Falcons! Entering their arena, their coaches, Coach Arcee for Team Liquid Philippines and Coach Trevor for Team Falcons. The final chapter, the final clash, MPL Arena, I want to hear you scream!
Now that is a lot of screams that I heard here at the Cuneta Astrodome. And what better way to kick things off with a clash of titans? Team Liquid Philippines looking to make an achievement that has never been done before by any team in the MPL, in the entire world. It is the Golden Road.
But standing in their way, flying high still, but how high can their flight continue to go? They almost didn't make it here, but at the end of the interview, Carl TZ was asked by one Hans Galleria after defeating TNC AP Bren.
Oh yeah.
How ready are you for Team Falcons? Carl TZ said, we are ready. We know how to beat them. We will beat them.
And that is a statement from the GOAT, from the face in himself, and especially when you're looking at the team head-to-head. This one, Team Falcons got beat just because of of how well Team Liquid Philippines has been performing all throughout the regular season.
Yeah, so for Falcons and Team Liquid, when I was studying the drafts of these two, they are very similar, except for one key difference. The Team Liquid Philippines is a little bit more flexible for their last picks, blue side and red side as well. They play around the flexibility and the wider hero pool of Sanford and Sanji, while Falcons, they have a very set template of where they want to go. Ogwen and Super Marco's picks almost always goes blue 4-5 or red 4-5. But the difference is we are in the fighter gold lane era. CC has been rising. Wolf has mentioned other picks as well going into the gold lane from the fighter's perspective. That might change the game and might be one of the main weapons Falcons will hold on to.
A lot more of those are probably going to be talked about later in the draft, and at this point, there are some ideas that they can produce heading into this matchup. But I want to know some vibe checks here at the Smart 5 Pick Test.
Dad, dalawa tayo mic check, Dad.
Dalawa tayo? Yun, okay. Hello, check. Sa Falcons, good luck sa atin.
Shoutout sa Falcons, manalo ng malulupit. Shoutout sa inyo guys, palupitan na lang.
Ano rin masabi natin sa Falcons? Good luck sa laban natin. Dami na punta ng mga tao. Mag-ingat kayong lahat.
Huling pagtatapat na natin ngayong season to, palupitan na lang mga repa. May the best team win na lang, Dad. Galingan na lang natin. Guys, welcome nga pala sa playoffs guys. Enjoy kayo. Bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Di namin kayo bibigoyin. Mapapasigaw kayo dyan, mapapatalong kayo dyan sa upuan nyo kahit nasa pinakamataas kayo. O pre, laglagan to eh. Bangan nyo guys, huling pagkikita na ng mga Titans.
Pew and Ogwen combo. Let's go.
Hello.
Breakfast in bed, I'll get you interested. Two random things to say.
Uy, tama na. Parang di naman James Reid yan.
Wala pang hindi pa nag-i-start, dami na agad tao. Sheesh! Si The Goat, tahimik lang. Dikdi ka ng sige palagto. Baka di kayo na-inform.
Sa mga audience na pumunta ngayon guys, salamat sa pagsuporta. Bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban.
Og team, nagalingan namin para makapasok kami sa top 4.
So para sulit ang ticket nyo guys. Grabe, lakas naman yan.
Alis pa.
Sila, wag po.
Miracle do exist.
Eras of the league. Day 1 o 1 day lang. Pili lang tayo that day 1 or 1 day lang tayo dito.
Nice. Sino pong happy ending?
You know, Few, I have the same question as you. Who will have it as their first day in the playoffs, and who will have it as their only day in the playoffs? That's a lot of thinking to do, but one thing's for sure. For both of these teams, specifically from OHEB and from Few, they want to show the fans that they deserve to be in the spot that they are right now.
Yeah, for OHEB, he's gotta show up with more fighter gold lanes. I mean, he plays the Bane incredibly well, so that's something that Team Falcons have to look out for. They faced that exact same matchup. OHEB in the Bane, Super Marco the Granger, then they traded it out in their last series. But then Few, I think, definitely needs to step up for Falcons here. So Few actually has one of the highest assists in the league, 230 assists, 120 for 210 for Sanji, just to compare. However, Few also has the highest deaths amongst all mid laners with 95. The third lowest for mid laners is Sanji at 47, so there's a huge gap there. That's at least, what, 4 more deaths each game on average for Few? So he's really got to watch out for his positioning here. And Sanji and Few are going to be a big focus on the draft, because for them, Jusin and Farsa is the main trade. These two teams are always fighting for those two heroes.
Yup, especially with how aggressive Team Liquid Philippines has always been playing. Although we saw some sort of that kind of recipe from Team Falcons over the course of Week 7 and Week 8, where it was Kyle TZ constantly playing Lancelot, the highlight of the Eastern Shin, which, by the way, I believe is going to be heavily contested towards this map. And man, I'm telling you right now, this is just 2 seconds, and we are completely a second away from making this officially our first game of the playoffs. And, you know, if you were living under a rock, we've already made our annual map change, which is basically how the changes are going to be, but broken walls are going to be the choice here for our two teams. It gives them a little bit more avenue, but hey, look at this. Team Falcons has only played in this map once this season.
And if you have been living under a rock, please let us know if your home was affected by the Broken Walls map. As that house of yours, that rock might have been shattered by the Broken Walls map. So here we are, red side. We were talking about it earlier, man. The CC going into the gold lane. That has definitely changed things up. Up there with Bane Gold Lane, up there with Alice EXP Lane in terms of the trading of priorities with our drafts. So Liquid are looking at Roam, mid, and an EXP and or Gold Flex. But I think Liquid are looking at that CC pick more as a Super Marco pick than it actually is a Flap TZ pick. I like the respect shown by Liquid, and I like that Falcons. I have always said this, just never give the 1-1 to anyone you're going up against in MPL Philippines, especially since OHEB is perfect with that hero.
You know, gold laners in MPL Philippines are doing a pretty dang good job in making sure that that 1-1 is scaling perfectly, and it's quite unstoppable when that happens. And same could be said for that chip. We haven't seen a lot of chip all throughout the season, so at this point it's Team Liquid Philippines and Team Falcons just really taking matters into their own hands, and there is the Zushin, quite familiar for Sanji. I would say this could also go for Few, but they've denied that from Few. Instead, we're gonna give Caltizi a familiar hero with that Lancelot.
Alright, so this is very in line with the ordering of the draft, the priorities for these two teams. Liquid, we mentioned it earlier, the Juicin and the Farsa trade. They ban Farsa, get Juicin. Sanji got a savage with the Juicin earlier this season against AP Bren. 6-1 and 5 was his KDA. Now Kyle TZ steals away a Carl TZ favorite pick in the Lancelot. Yisun Shin is still open, but then now with Grok's presence, what is Liquid gonna do to make sure they back up Carl TZ in the jungle? They get JP Scouted Kacha earlier on. So now the priorities have changed. It's Sanford's and OHEB's pick that we're waiting for in the second phase for Team Liquid, while Falcons might lock in their mid laner here or already show one of their gold laners so they can start banning it out against OHEB.
Lots of bodies covering for Carl TZ in this Team Liquid Philippines strategy, but for the other side, that's Team Falcons looking for a hero, quite possibly for Few or maybe even for Super Marco, because we saw a lot of potential trades here in the banning stages. You still have two more options here for the bans if you're Team Falcons. And for that final pick, it's going to be the Kimmy, so they want to preserve that Super Marco pick, because just like what you said a while ago, they have a high tendency of picking a Super Marco hero in the 4-5 spot, and I think that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it looks like they really didn't, they really haven't changed their tendency there. So they instead pick up now the Kimmy at the center of the map. So that's one of the top 3 trades that you have. That's the triangle of power in the mid lane. Juicin, Kimmy, Farsa, and then that's going to be that. Now, the fact that you have the Kimmy means you need a little bit more range. So let's see if Super Marco ends up with a Granger in the 4th pick. You deny OHEB that. But then at the same time, they can float around the idea of them picking the Harith in red 4. So let's see if there's going to be a trade there. But if that happens, you also still have an Esmeralda open, actually, that Liquid could go for. An Esmeralda can still even go into the gold lane if Falcons decides to go Harith red 4. So this is one of the toughest parts about drafting right now, post-Project Next, the flexibility that fighter gold lanes bring you.
Look at Aurora scouting competition right away. They're not even going to see them in the upper bracket finals until the upper bracket finals. But hey, I think from what I picked up from you, the Esmeralda was there, quite removed immediately. Same goes for the Lapu Lapu. At this point, Team Liquid Philippines and Team Falcons are removing any sort of fighter opportunity. So there is a possible chance that we get to see something more, something even, you know, flexed, such as the fighters. I think for Eman back in BTR, we've seen an export, you know, gold laner from him. Even a Cho fighter is a possibility as well.
Yeah, and Cho gold lane is a high possibility now. So they ban out the Harith Team Falcons. They're setting themselves up for a Granger pick. But then the usual response to the Granger in the Irithel is still open. But I wouldn't like the damage profile that Liquid will end up with. If Super Marco and Falcon shows his pick at a red 4, Liquid can honestly just go Cho gold lane. They can go Ruby gold lane and they'll be okay. I'll lean a little bit more towards the Cho, however, considering that if they go with the Ruby, they might just be susceptible to a tectonic charge from a Grok. So Liquid take out a comfort pick from Flap TZ, from the Uranus. But this sets up for potentially just locking in a Phoveus right away.
Flap TZ has a tendency of being one annoying XP laner if you're going up against him. So for TLPH, they're trying to remove the Esmeralda and the Uranus just to be able to take control in the charge, which, by the way, was also a Lapu-Lapu that was removed from FLCN because this is also one of those heroes that he has utilized from time and time again, especially with their recent matches all over the regular season. So if you are FLCN, you're gonna have to pick your hero right away, and that is going to be the Alice.
Okay, so in terms of the damage profile of Team Liquid, it's actually not looking good for them. With the Alice already locked in, with the Harith gone, Liquid might have to settle for a Granger for Oheb. They can't go Fighter. If they go Ruby, Alice will be happy. Alice does not care about that matchup. If they go Cho, that might be the difference maker. If they go for the Fighter style Cho, maximizing cooldown reduction, the moment you see the Alice, kick her back even further, see if you can take her down before the other members of Falcons get to help FLCN out. But again, the problem is not enough damage unless Liquid show a different gold laner that can just burst and pop heads.
And so far, it's quite easy to get access to the backlines of TLPH just by having that Alice on their side. So for the Engage, this is going to be a problem, and there you go. They picked up the Ruby. They're taking the risk here. I'm talking about TLPH and the Yuzhong. We have not seen you in forever, my guy. Welcome back.
One of the picks that puts Sanford in the map globally.
If not the pick.
If not the pick alongside the Lapu-Lapu. He's either the Dragon or the legendary man from Mactan, Cebu.
Oh, yeah.
So, Marco, what are you going to end up with now at this point? Because, look, Liquid has gone full into the YSS.
Full Engage, dude.
Are they going to go double Fighter as well? And just put all the resources into the hands of Few and Lancelot?
That's a pretty tough question to ask in Team Falcons. They're trying to figure it out, but now they go with the Claude. It's a hero that has been used by Super Marco, but they're not gonna fight Team Liquid Philippines in their very own game that they want to play here. They want to try to scale a little bit further just so they can have enough damage to make this happen. But for Cuneta Astrodome and for people watching at home, this is the clash of the Titans, the final clash. Every game feels like their first game, because at this point, if you want to be able to make it into the top 4, you're going to be facing a familiar foe. And we're looking at the lineups right now. It's a mix of old and new strategies for both of these teams.
Whoever rotates faster is going to win this game. Ogwen needs to be locked in here alongside Few. Falcons, they cannot allow Team Liquid Philippines to build a very quick lead. That is a Yuzhong with a Petrify that could even mess up the entry of a Claude. As this game extends, Super Marco might be wondering, wait, I have damage, I have my items.
Right.
Liquid can just build up a bunch of blade armors, but Falcons, that Alice is gonna be their main centerpiece to ensure that the Claude, the Kimmy, and the Lancelot have the time and the space to deal damage. But they will get to that point only if Ogwen and Few get their rotations right alongside Kyle TZ. They have to win Turtle 1, they have to win Lord 1.
I mean, honestly, you're talking about Few right before the start of the matchup as they were being asked to step up quite, not even in a gradual manner. He has to step up big time, make sure that he evades a lot of deaths that would usually happen in like the minute 5 or minute 7 of the match. But for FLCN, he's been doing this with all of the other heroes such as the Esmeralda and the Uranus as well. If he wants to at least annoy the rest of the members of Team Liquid Philippines, then that should be the route for them here in game number 1. It's quite a packed audience that we have right here at Cuneta Astrodome, and everybody at a weekday, Renmar. At a weekday, we are stacked right over here. Lots of familiar faces that we saw before the start of this game, and at this point, I am with you, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait to get this show started.
It feels like mid-December 2023.
Oh, wow.
It reminds me so much of the Rizal Memorial Stadium.
Our voices ran out during that time.
Our voices ran out during that time.
There were tears dropping too.
Yeah, how people are seated right now, the arena we find ourselves in. I wonder if there's a bit of familiarity and a bit of a reminder for the members of Team Falcons, who at that time were the members of AP Bren when they became the first team ever to not only win in home soil, but the org to become the first ever 2-time world champions. But Team Liquid Cavalry is outnumbering the Green Falcons, and Liquid have, I gotta admit, man, a slightly scarier lineup. But my mind keeps going back to, can they actually have the answer for the Alice?
Yeah.
And I think one of the questions we have to ask is, what the hell are Sanford and OHEB going to build? Are they going to go for the hybrid? Are they going to go fighter tank? Are one of them going to build a little bit more physical penetration to actually give that Alice some hard time? Because you're going to have to make some dominance ISIS and see halberds in there.
I mean, for the side of Team Falcons, I think their main ace is obviously going to be Flaptizi with that extra sustain. The setup is going to be immaculate towards getting them to a possible comeback because they're going to have to wait for Super Marco. Let's be real about that. It's the timing that is quite an occurrence here for the side of Team Falcons. If they can at least provide a good situation for Super Marco to scale and get a lot of damage early on, or maybe even in the mid stages, then that could help them a ton in game number 1. But the challenge is for, Ogwen and Few, even the trio mid position for the side of Team Falcons to be able to at least get some smooth objectives heading into the map. Because if you're looking at Team Liquid Philippines, they kind of have everything figured out. They have a good amount of crowd control, even have a decent amount of damage, and at this point, all they need is perfect execution to be able to take this game 1.
Yeah, actually Team Liquid Philippines, with how you mentioned that, once we get into the team fight, their lineup might actually be the one easier to pull off, because one of your main damage carries in the Yi Sun Shin is happy just staying in the back, allowing the Sanford, Yuzong, and the OHEB Ruby to front for you, deal a lot of the initial damage, and then Carl T's is just going to come in to finish the job. Well, for Team Falcons Philippines, Super Marco's timing here needs to be really good, because as we mentioned earlier, with all of the crowd control that you pointed out that Team Liquid Philippines has, the fact again that there's a Petrify for the Yuzong, a second skill, a very quick one from the Ruby, might just mess up the entry of a Claude after a BMI. Even though he'll pop the Purify and have the CC immunity, it's still a tough task for Super Marco to be able to find the right time to actually enter with the Blazing Duet Ultimate.
And not to mention that there are also some early invasions toward that gold lane matchup. So both Super Marco and OHEB, who has been victim to a lot of those early invades in previous matches that we've had before, they need to take better care, better communication at this point. And for Team Falcons, I gotta say that, Kyle TZ has been pulling off some quite insane mechanics towards Carl TZ, but for the GOAT himself, I mean, he said it during the interview, right? He knows how to beat this team right over here. They have a lot of support for both of these teams, and it's just gonna be a matter of time to see this matchup and how it's gonna be going. So I think for all of the people, especially for Onyx Philippines, the matter at hand is how they would be able to initiate, but you're looking at the start, the beginning of a possible end for at least one of these two teams. The question is, who or which Titan will be able to get over the wall and make it to top 4, Renmar? What a moment that we are heading into.
Falcons, Liquid, the legend of Titans unfolding before us. Mythical and immortal at this point. The opening matchup of the Season 16 playoffs. It's them again. And also seeing the discussions online with how seems to be a curse for Carl TZ. And a lot of that curse seems to involve Few.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, but then Few's also looking at Carl. It's like, we haven't beat you guys in playoffs in a long while. In MPLPH, we may have won against you internationally, but not in home soil. So that big question is hanging above their heads.
You know, Renmar, I was at the front row, right? I was trying to talk to both Carl TZ and Few because they were sitting beside each other. So Few was giving high fives to the other people, and then as soon as he sat with Carl TZ, he was like, "Yo, Carl, you gotta give this to us, man. You have a lot of championships already." And then Carl was like, "I'm quite unlucky because this is an even-numbered season." He's talking about Season 16. And that's been the pattern for quite some time. We were looking at Season 10, 12, and 14. It has not went the way Team Liquid wanted it to because they were experiencing some first-round exits. But for Team Falcons, this is obviously a moment for them to build up on the momentum that they have manifested all towards Week 7 to Week 8.
Yeah. Thank you all for your patience. As you see, our marshals are working hard to ensure that it's an even playing field for our two teams. With this historic matchup as we're waiting for it to unfold, we're just making sure that everything is set up perfectly for them. Troubleshooting some things, but we appreciate you for sticking out with us. We are just as excited and hungry and salivating for this game number 1 to begin. We just want to make sure that everything is good for our players.
I mean, at this point, if you want to look at some of the players here, they are laser focused, locked in, also waiting for their moment to shine. And you can say the same thing for the rest of the fans that are here, who have been waiting outside, obviously looking for a chance to showcase their support for the rest of the teams that is here. It's a battle between green and blue. It has always been a clash of the Titans ever since Season 13, and now is the time to showcase what these Titans can do. Nice and Leo, you got this, guys.
For breaking this one down, it's a battle of the Titans ahead of us, guys. We're just minutes away, or maybe seconds away, to jump into the game here, but I do have to say this, man. It is electrifying here for day 1 of our playoffs. Leo, who knew that we'd get this matchup to kick it off for our playoffs?
You know who knew?
Who knew?
I knew.
Oh.
Come on, we're talking about the premier esports league in the country, if not the region. And you can see that the super fans came in droves, filling Cuneta Astrodome up to capacity on a weekday. It's a random Wednesday in the Philippines, man.
Hey, it's not a random Wednesday anymore. It's a Wednesday where the Titans are clashing.
It's day 1 of the playoffs.
It's day 1 of the playoffs. And, you know, while we wait to go ahead and jump into the game here, there's a couple things that we have to remember and just how crucial this one is. Again, we've got, by the end of today, 2 teams leaving the playoffs here. I mean, this is an electrifying thing because you have to remember, too, how big it was for the Falcons to even make the playoffs, man. I mean, for a lot of people, myself included, actually. I'm gonna throw myself in that basket. I didn't know if the Falcons would actually make it to the playoffs.
Hey, there was this young man who screamed, "The miracle of season 16."
Sounds familiar. I think I'm looking at him.
You are deep into his eyes. But yeah, no, again, that was the exclamation point to end the regular season. And I'll tell you now, I don't think 10 days was enough to buy us time to recover and to comprehend, to digest exactly what went down. So folks, we'd like to thank you, whether you're here with us in the Cuneta Astrodome in the middle of Pasay City, Philippines, or if you are with us online from all around the world. I'm talking to you, Wagner. I'm talking to you, Trex.
You're talking to everybody. Hey, we got a whole list of restreamers out there, and some of our bestest friends are currently restreaming out there.
Salamat malam to all y'all watching from Jakarta, Indonesia. That's right. I see you, Mirko.
Hey, now you guys see us. Welcome to the desk here. You're actually going to be seeing me, Naisu, and Leo to paint your guys' picture, I would say, for this one. Because right now, the panel, they've told us all the storyline leading into this, you know, and I think, again, both of our teams are getting things kind of smoothed out here. Again, we want to make sure that for as crucial of a match as this one is for the Titans here, we want to make sure they have the best playing field for the matchup ahead of them because, again, you got 5 games, man. 5 games, one of these teams, it's either going to be a massive, I would say, upset, or it's going to be where a lot of people were thinking was going to happen if TLPH takes it. But before that, before we jump into the game, guys, we are going to be taking a break so they settle everything out, so sit tight. We'll be back after this.
pumunta dito! GG, bro!
Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa, pampasarap, ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong pen. Focus. Ganito ba? Ay, naku. Bibi. Gatot Katya? Need help? Injection!
Ingat pala ako.
Ito na lang.
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the English desk. We are just moments away from jumping into Game 1 of our first best of 5 for the playoffs here. Once again, I'm Naisu. This is Leo. Earlier, you were joined by the panel from Hans and Renmar. And we can't wait to get this Clash of the Titans started, man.
I understand why we're taking all this while to prepare. Again, momentum is key. When you've played and competed with such a fated rival, a true equal, such as these Titans do, all around the world, you want to make sure that you get off on the right foot, and you can only do that once. Game 1.
Game 1, and you only have potentially 5 games, to make that happen, because I gotta say, man, you are facing elimination here in this one, and I think for a lot of people, if you guys missed it during the panel section, there was a lot of great information there. One of the great things that they talked about is both the teams, TLPH and Falcons, dude, they're against the odds. Like, for them individually, what we mean by that is Team Falcons, they're, 0-5 against TLPH in terms of playoff matches, and then for TLPH, they haven't, or they always got knocked out in play-ins. If I remember right, it was odd seasons. Wait, am I getting my math mixed up?
Even is bad for Liquid.
Even is bad, and we're in an even season right now, 16. That's not where you want to be, man.
And whether it comes down to science or faith, both teams have many reasons to look at this matchup and say, yo, we can't do it. But with the Cavalry and the Green Falcons behind them, respectively, if in case you guys did not know, they have come in droves. During the break, we witnessed a, how would you call it, chant battle?
It was a chant battle.
It was a chant battle, and I got the Goosies.
Who had the better chant? I'm going to have to say, I think for most people, if they've watched Team Liquid play, they're able to go ahead and say, like, man, this chant, I don't know if, I want to say that for a lot of the teams out there, I don't know if there's a better chant than let's go Liquid, let's go Liquid.
I'll give you Green Falcons, they got heart.
They got heart, okay. Well, this is what we were talking about too, over on the panel earlier. 3rd seed versus 6th seed MPL Philippines history. Let's take a look at this. There's a whole lot of information here. 2 out of the 7 times, 29% win rate, that the 6th seed won versus the 3rd seed in MPL Philippine playoffs. That was season 9, the play-ins, where Omega swept Echo.
So 3 out of 10 times. Just doing the math, upping the fraction so people understand more.
Yep.
In season 14, it happened as well. Blacklist beat Omega, who was currently then 3rd seed. This was season 14. No 6th seed team has ever won the MPLPH championship, but they have come close. In season 9, when RSGPH won,
that's true,
Omega took them to the limit, and Omega started that playoffs in 6th seed.
So if you look at stats like this, what do you think? Because we've been talking about how this season is like, I think collectively people would say the most competitive season.
Yep.
I would say that there is a potential that Falcons does what Omega did in season 9.
Yeah, because no 3rd seed team has ever won the MPLPH championship, and that's where Liquid is. So you count up all of the factors, and then you also consider Falcons, then known as AP Bren, this same squad. They're known to break curses. They don't like them bad juju. They don't care. You know how no team has ever won a world championship in home soil?
Or twice.
Or twice?
Yeah.
Falcons looked at that and said, yeah, we don't care.
Hold my protein shake. Basically, if we saw all the flexing that was done by Flap earlier on. Also, by the way, just so you guys, if you missed it during the draft while we wait to jump into the game, we are going to go into Broken Walls for our game 1 here.
Yep.
You can see how this has panned out in season 16. We've had 13 games. There was an average game time of 16 and a half. Average kills 22. There's a 1.34 kills per minute here, but also the draft. If you look at a lot of the heroes that have popped up here, I would say the only one that we're really seeing is the Juice and the Kimmy. Those are both in the game, but that's it for the first draft that we're going into game 1.
Everyone else has either been banned. Yishin Shin is in this one too.
Oh, that's right.
Was picked by Team Liquid on the 2-3 swing on blue. Something to note, it's become a how do I say, vernacular, universally. Started, I think, in MPL Indonesia, wherein Broken Walls is considered the neutral map.
It's the neutral one?
It's the map that least affects drafting and maybe to some level gameplay, because really what it does is it allows for certain movements or rotations to happen easier and to make that lore dance a little simpler, because you can also attack it from the back. So that explains why these numbers, they seem relatively mundane. I'm talking about game time, like 16 and a half minutes, like, come on, like, that's pretty normal, right? Average kills, talking about PH, 22, split it between 12 for the winner, 10 for the, you know what I mean? Like, it's very neutral.
I would say, though, like, Broken Walls, in that sense, it's like, I've yet to get that bucket list hero yet, and that's the Johnson, man. I'm really hoping that at some point, I don't know if that'll happen in the playoffs. I just think it's, maybe it's too risky.
It is too risky.
It's way too risky, but
because when you get a Johnson, you want something else to go with it that clearly calls for the Johnson.
An Odette. What else?
Bane, oh my God.
Oh my goodness, imagine Bane riding on the Johnson.
Because, folks, something that's happening with the Bane now is this was made popular by SRG OG's Innocent.
Yep.
He spoke very publicly about, oh yeah, I've been practicing to make that flicker deadly catch a thing. And we've seen many a gold laner here in the Philippines try that. Imagine that, but without the flicker and just a straight up hop out of a moving car.
It just works for him. But I think too, the most time that we've seen that, and maybe Bane is still going to be one of those, because he kind of like towards the end of the regular season, he kind of like fell off a little bit. Like he was still picked up, but and banned. But I think even maybe now, the 10 days of the time that we've had here, teams have actually figured out a way to deal with the Bane. He's still super strong. I'm not sure if he's going to go through changes, but also he's popped up more, maybe on the Expanding Rivers map, I think, just because he's able to rotate so quickly.
Allows for a double laning for such an immobile hero.
Yeah, Marco, do it. I think he was one of the first ones to go ahead and showcase that in the regular season.
Him or Kelra.
Him or Kelra. That's just one of the heroes, though, that I feel like is going to be a topic of discussion as we get through the playoffs here. And even so, I think when we got towards the regular season, man, the jungle itself had changed a little bit. Now, in terms of these two teams, TLPH, Carl TZ still mostly picking the heroes he's known for. If he gets his hands on the Lancelot, he'll pick it. The YSS was picked up here in this match. But Fredrin, you know, both these jungles can play the utility if they want to. And I think that's one of the big factors here as we get through the series is what is that jungle going to look like? And where's that pressure point for either of these teams going to be?
Yeah, I think Renmar spelled it out best. He came to a conclusion this morning as we rolled up into the Coneta Astro room. He said, yo, y'all notice Carl DZ and Kyle DZ are the only two junglers in MPL Philippines, maybe more specifically in the playoffs, that have the same exact hero pool. So what Kyle does, Carl can as well, which again makes that blue 2-3 Yisun Shin a huge question mark for me because, sure, Kyle DZ has a 62% win rate.
Yeah.
But you've seen what Kyle can do with a Yisun Shin, especially in the later half of the playoffs where they made that Hail Mary play.
Yep.
The run for playoffs, run for sixth. Why would they go to Lancelot for the red 1-2 when we know, you know what I mean? Like that's something that's been bothering me ever since the draft has elapsed.
And that's why, you know, we can't wait to see it in game, in action, but that's definitely one thing that I'll say is, I don't know if it's a TZ thing, man. I don't know, like, because, you know, like Kyle TZ, when he was introduced into the league, it was clear, like, yeah, he had his, you know, Carl TZ was, let's be honest, he's a big inspiration for a lot of junglers out there. But, you know, there was a thing where it's like, a lot of people would say, they would look at these new junglers come in when they had their debut seasons into the professional scene, and they'd be like, how do they fare up against the best junglers in the league? And Carl TZ is that jungler, and I feel like, you know, even down to the hero pool, down to the rotations, down to just about almost a lot of the stats here for both of them, it almost looks very similar between the two, and that's why I think, you know, then you have to start to look at the team as a whole, right? Like where does, you know, Sanford, for example, fit versus Flap TZ? And even then we saw a little bit of different iterations from Falcons from the regular season where they switched up the XP lane.
Yep, there were some bouts in their run, I'd say a good quarter, wherein it was Ferds playing.
Yep.
But again, towards their hopes to make it into the playoffs, they locked in on Flap and said, you know what, Charles David, we were sorry it took us a while, but here we are. Ferds, you take the bench, support us from afar, let the two-time world champion take care of business.
Two-time.
Now that you mention it, Kyle and Carl, that's a whole nother discussion. The XP lane, though, between Sanford and Flap TZ, if you would create a Venn diagram between the two, I'd say there would be more voids in that one because going into game one, folks, in case you didn't know, the Yu Zhong has reared its, I don't say ugly head, but
his beautiful dragon head.
He's here, and he is a scary early game hero.
Yeah.
I'm worried for Falcons. I'm scared for Falcons. They drafted a Claude, Red 5. They drafted a Claude,
and he's running he's got the Petrify.
He's got the Petrify.
Sanford's got the Petrify.
That's already one way to pop that Purify.
It's weird because there was a time when it really felt like Yu Zhong fell off. Like he disappeared, man. He like black dragon formed out of the game.
Skedaddled.
And then now he's back, you know, and I think that's something that a lot of people have been wanting to see because he's popped up here and there, even in the other regions. But we'll have to see it play out when we get there. We do have an interview, though. We're going to be throwing it over to our host, Almira, for an interview here.
Yes, welcome back! Hello!
Hello,
Hi,
Amira.
Mark. Welcome to FPL Philippines.
Thank you for having me, MPL. Thank you.
So, how do you feel? Like, kamusta ba ang experience mo dito sa FPL Arena?
Ayun, I'm excited to watch the first game. It's my first time in experiencing like a tournament this huge. So yun, I'm glad that MPL invited me. Very thank you, Bench.
All right, so you'll be performing later, right?
Yes, yes.
So can you tell us more about the song, the story behind it?
Okay, so I'm performing my debut single later called Shake That Thing, out tomorrow, October 23. It's about having fun. It's about having fun. Shake that thing.
Shake that thing.
Yeah.
I love that
Shake
title.
that thing. Yeah.
So can you tell us more about the story behind it?
It's just about having fun, and you want to dance. If you want to dance, you just shake that thing. Yeah.
Can you like give us a little sample? A little? It's for later.
I can give a little like shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing.
Pasok na pasok sa Gen Z. So can you tell us? Could you invite your fans to?
Yeah. You can follow me on everywhere: TikTok, Instagram, BARQBOY, Bark Boy. There, everywhere, Bark Boy.
Bark Boy. So once again, thank you so much, Bark. And let's give him a big round of applause. Back to you guys, casters.
Thank you, Almira. Thank you, Bark. I'm ready to shake that thing, bro.
Shake that thing, baby, shake, dude. I can't wait for that single to come out again. It comes out tomorrow, and we get a
sneak peek.
We get a sneak peek live.
Yeah, I can't miss that. I don't know when it's gonna be, but
no way I'm gonna miss that. Better not come during. No, it's part of the show. So
it's part of the show. So wait, are we gonna? Will the audience get to see it then too?
I'm gonna unplug. I'm gonna unplug and just listen in. I'm gonna take a seat up front.
Hey, I hope we get a chance to go ahead and tune into that. But again, shout out to Bark. Great to have him here.
Boy.
Yeah, at Bark Boy. Check him out on his socials, even for our international audience out there. If you guys want to go ahead and check that out and shake your thing.
That's OPM, Original Pinoy Music.
Original Pinoy Music, OPM. Man, what? That's what it stands for.
Yep.
I've always wondered.
TIL, OPM.
Today I learned, but yeah, to catch everybody up, I think I'm trying to peek over there. At this point, I'm trying to look over there, man. I think they're still getting things situated. It looks like, we're getting closer there. But I gotta say, what a crowd. They won.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, did you expect this?
I did. I told you, man. I know that the Cavaliers and the Green Falcons are devoted fans.
Yeah.
Possibly, because I'll tell you, they're international fans, man.
That's true.
Liquid is possibly one of the oldest esports franchises and organizations in the history of the game, right?
Yep.
Or of the world. And then you're looking at Falcons, dude. They are a global brand.
They are. So they're both. I mean, technically, yeah, that adds to the whole Titan aspect.
Yeah.
Like,
even before, you know what I mean? Like when, dude, that moment in Kazakhstan when someone walked up to me and say, "Hey, there's the Titans of MLBB." I'm like, I don't know what you're saying, but
was that a whoa moment? Like being in was it Kazakhstan?
It was, yeah. I can't tell you how magical it was until it was over. Like, I look back at it now with fondness.
Yeah.
These two teams were there and they were playing, and it was, again, a 10, 15-second moment where someone walked up to me and said, "Hey, they're the Titans of MLBB," and I'm like, yeah, they were. And it only dawned on me how important that moment was.
Yeah.
When I got home, and years back, right here, right now.
I'd love to. Hey, I know we didn't get to have a community poll here today, but I'd love to actually know what the community thought. Like, if you guys are out there in the chat too, like, the question put out to them,
yes or no,
would they still consider Falcons Titans? That was the question. That was the epic take.
Is it just Falcons or both of them?
Both, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let's say both. Are they still both TLPH and Team Falcons? Are they both considered Titans still in this new era?
For those of y'all who say no, I want to hear why. Because just because Falcons struggled in the regular season doesn't mean, I don't know. I want you to explain to me. Quantify and qualify why you think they're not anymore. Because look back at the history of the league. They've always been the gateway to these big international events. who ends up in the best of 7 in the lower bracket?
Team Falcons.
Exactly. Up until now, we can't say they didn't do it until they get eliminated today, or until they get eliminated the next day. You know what I mean? Like they can always find a way to get there.
And that's what I'm saying. I would have never guessed that. You know, if we rolled it back like 10 weeks, well, yeah, about 10 weeks at the beginning of the season, if we rewound. I didn't think that day 1, match 1 for the playoffs would be this, like the Titan matchup.
Yeah, people would have counted Falcons out and said, yeah, it's Omega or AP Bren, whatever.
Dude, I think a lot of people were already counting them out, like week 5, week 6. People didn't, like, I was constantly asked about Falcons.
I have a confession to make.
Yes, you did.
A part of me accepted that. I made peace with that.
I think like
I was ready to console Mimi at home saying, baby, they'll get him next time.
Is she a fan? She a Falcon?
She is. This is her team.
Who's your team? I mean, I've been very vocal about who my team was.
Is.
I say was because they were members of my former all-time favorite, Raiders, RSG. Now they're a part of Aurora. You know? So, how about you, man? Do you throw it out there like who you have a favorite?
That is like asking a father who their favorite child is. You just don't.
You just don't?
Because that's how I look at all these teams, man.
They're all your kids.
I've had a personal relationship with almost all of them.
Yep.
Scratch that, all of them.
Yeah.
And I hold all of them dear to my heart. And I base my predictions and how I speak of them on their performance in the season. So just because I predicted a team to lose doesn't mean I don't look at them with the same kind of love as I did when they were champions.
Gotcha. So it's a per season thing.
It's a per season thing. It's a performance thing.
You know?
It's a per perform. It's a meritocracy up in this.
It's a what?
A meritocracy.
A meritocracy. There's a word I've never heard, man.
Yep. You are evaluated and judged based on your performance and your achievements.
Okay, I'm half American and I've never heard that word.
I am 0% American. People are shocked when I speak full Tagalog. You say, "Oh, Leo's a Filipino."
Wow, you're a Filipino?
Wow.
Hey, they're just as surprised as I am when I do that. What's this, by the way? Happy birthday!
Birthday.
Is that him there? Is he there? Hey, happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday. Despite your friends making fun of you, putting your face on a poster that looks like you passed.
Yeah, man. The crowd is they're ready. I wonder if they all got to enjoy the Superfan City out there too.
Have you seen the Superfan City?
I have, man. And
Superfan City.
I said it wrong. I'm supposed to say it like that. Superfan City.
Yeah, you are.
It's like Satai, but Satay.
Yeah, that's where these people came from.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff for you guys to go ahead and do in the Superfan
Freebies
City.
everywhere.
Freebies, games to play. I mean,
go look for where you can get Kaio XMOBB trading cards.
Oh no.
Yes, sir.
Wait, are they actually for sale during They are?
They are.
Okay.
Go look for where you can buy the Kaio XMOBB trading cards. You can grab a pack for about 59 pesos. That's just north of $1.
North of $1.
For 5 cards each pack, you could crack the ultra rares.
I'll have you guys know, by the way, that those are brand new cards. Some of the designs are amazing,
It's a hot drop first. You can get them first here in Southeast Asia.
And then bring them home. Like, you know, I'll tell you what, there's one card that, maybe 2. There's 2 cards that I desperately want. I haven't opened my packs yet. I'm going to wait a little bit, you know, but I'm definitely after number 1, the Bedeck, which you got. You got.
You're going to trade for that?
I might have to go to the trading route for you, man. And number 2, number 1 for me. The Alice, man.
You want that Alice?
I want that Alice.
If I crack that Alice,
then you have 2 cards
then
that I
we're
want.
going to have a conversation. That's going to be a long negotiation, Joseph. All right.
Okay, hey. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to be jumping right into the game. I know it took a little bit. Thanks for being patient. The players are ready. And hopefully we have a smooth route from here. Once again, it's a best of 5 between the Titans, Team Liquid Philippines, and Team Falcons in this best of 5 elimination match, first day of playoffs. Let's take a look at the emblems here.
So far, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm looking at that Alice. It's on full tank mode.
Yep.
And then you're looking at Sanford. You see him rock that Rupture. So he really wants to dig into that early game advantage that Yuzhong has. This is a debut pick, by the way. I can't believe it's been a while. It's taken this long. Sanford is the Yuzhong, if of not just MLBB, not MPL, of all MLBB.
I was going to say he is him at this point. I mean, for a lot of people, if it was your first time watching, Sanford play the Yuzhong just a couple of years ago, was it? He had an amazing performance on it, and it's one of those heroes that did take some time off in our current meta, but it's still as deadly. I think some people, even in their own games, forgot, man, just how much Yuzhong can hurt with the Shaw Essence and everything else. Oh, mid lane.
Few gets launched up, jumps on his own volition, dropping a bit of damage. I don't think that's a fight they want to take.
Okay, so they do get a battle spell out. Sanji had to burn the flicker, so that can still be a bit of a win there. A minor one. Sanford also used that Petrify earlier on, while Flap had to burn his flicker. So
we missed that little tango.
Yeah, we missed it, but this is one of those things that we kind of expect with these kind of lineups, man. Especially for Team Falcons, they're gonna have to build up. Like, this is gonna have to cook a little bit. Turtle's already started up.
Aggressive start for Liquid. Black Dragon form thrown out, plus the Mountain Shocker. Falcons ain't gonna have nothing on that one. Turtle over to the Cavalry.
Timing in favor of Team Liquid Philippines there. Fast start on the Turtle. They knew that these level 4s for Team Falcons are crucial for them. I mean, you're talking about the Kimmy, the Grok. Those are crucial ultimates that are needed. There's an Unbreakable, but it is on Ogwin, so he's going to be fine for that. Ooh. But, Team Falcons now, I'd say they're in a position to go ahead and fight. If they want to choose a fight, they can take it on any of these lanes.
Uh-oh. Kyle DZ finds Daddy JP, puts him to a third of his health. The patriarch of Liquid is fine. Down bottom, Flap TZ dueling against Sanford, gets the advantage. If Sanford on the Yuzhong is an early game threat, I think Flap TZ with the rework on Alice is just as bad. She's basically a sexier Uranus.
Hey, she could cosplay at that point. Actually, I think I'd rather see the cosplay.
Oh! Throw to Ruin plus attack charge! That's 2 kills, almost taking it mid! JP survives via the Revitalize. You were saying?
I was saying, hey, what I was saying earlier is that as a level 4 is available, they'll pick a lane and they'll go for it. And that's what the tech charge was, man. Forget what I was saying about Alice cosplay, but hey, I'll tell you what, that's a move they can do time and time again in the mid lane.
You know what? It's the first time I've ever seen a Throne of Ruin charge that way.
Yeah.
Like you do it from afar and then you throw out that gleam, shadow in, and then you pop them.
This is something
you can't do that with Uranus.
You can't. He's a lot more like, here I am. There's not much of a...
He announces himself.
There's not much of a surprise factor when it's Uranus, at least with Alice. But that's why the Alice has worked so well. Think about it. When she was available, was it week 6? She wasn't picked up too much, maybe 1 or 2 times.
Yep.
And then as the season went on and we got closer towards the end of the regular season, she was up in almost every game or ban.
I think this is the kind of Alice teams we're seeing in the scrims.
Yeah.
So now we've unlocked it. Now we know what it's like. Turtle spawns in the upper quarter. Not as early a start for Liquid. I think they're heeding what Falcons can throw at him.
Yeah, they're going to wait for Sanford to make his way up. He does have that Dragon Form and the Petrify.
Uh-oh.
Mount Shocker is going to be used, but they want a full fight for this.
And Ogwin does come in once more with a tech charge. Easy with a secure and a big knock-up. Ogwin falls. Kyle as well. Liquid clap back. They want to take down Few. He flickers out, but falls just as quickly. 3 for none plus the Turtle. They want Flap. They don't gonna get him. In comes Sanji. The chef do be cooking, and it's spicy, baby. They do find Marco. Sanji's shaking that thing.
Shaking that thing. What a play for TLPH. I mean, it looks so good, Leo, for Team Falcons on the setup with a tech charge and everything else, but then TLPH was like, nah, we'll take the Turtle and all the kills and we'll shake that thing in the middle of it.
Falcons wasn't ready. Folks, a quick look back at exactly what we mean by he is him. Sanford is currently #1 ranked all time as the Yuzhong. 31 games under his belt. This being that.
Yeah.
Oh no, they catch Flap!
Oh, it works so good, Leo. The lanterns from this Jushin for Sanji into everything that TLPH has, whether it's Oheb on the Ruby. Oh, here's a jump.
JP synced up with Oheb. Marco with a point blank BMI. What was he thinking?
He's not thinking about all the crowd control that's being thrown at him, man. I mean, it's tough to escape that. You actually mentioned this with a Claude earlier on when we were waiting to jump in the game. It's like, it's a Claude. You have what? A BMI plus the Purify. That's about all you have.
He had only one of those things.
He only had one of those at that moment. But even then, if he had both, the problem is TLPH has so much crowd control, so much CC that they can actually deal with anyone from Team Falcons.
Literally, they all have CC.
They all do.
So check how Marco is going to make the most of that. They're down 4K. Liquid can literally just, press down on that wound.
Oh man, this makes me almost worried that if Team Falcons forces a team fight into this third turtle, that the same thing might just happen here because they're losing that economy now. So TLPH will start up this turtle. They have complete control. They're going to go for Ogwin. He's got to defensively tech charge out. Few though, is he going to do anything?
They spot him, and they compromise and take him down as well. Flap Easy going into the back, throwing a ruin, no one home. Ogwin shambles, cracked in half. Marco with the defensive BMI. Flap Easy falls, he's going to have to BMI on out of there just as quickly. The duet ain't going to hit no one, while Falcons are reeling, and they want to take down Kyle.
Oh, can they actually chase him down? He has the stacks here, but I think he's able to get away. Again, he is this Lancelot, but still, man, it's like TLPH can choose whatever they want and go for a team fight, even if it's extended. Because you look at this, where's that brunt of damage from Team Falcons going to come from? It's not enough yet. It's not online yet. Super Marco isn't there. He's still a ton of gold away from being online.
And Joseph, it's a very specific kind of damage.
Yes.
It is DOT, DPS at best. So they need Liquid to sit there, stand there and say, we won't fight back as much. But they won't have it. They are literally blitzkrieging. It's a Liquid stampede right now.
It is. You know what the problem is even if you want to wait, if you're Team Falcons, Team Liquid's not letting that happen. They have so many options. Even if it's just JP jumping in your back line to force a response, it's so difficult for Team Falcons to post up and be like, all right, let's play the defensive game here. Because now, I mean, talking about 8-11 into this game, they're down almost 8,000 gold. You know, in this situation with this kind of lineup, you don't really have much of a choice but just to kind of watch and hold on. Like, you've got to buckle up and hope that you even get to a late game.
Fortunately, Falcons does have decent wave clear. Looking at how Ogwin can actually put up a wall, delay waves, use that as a specific tool. Few with that good range.
Tech charge?
Oh, they're fighting big! Tech charge with the wall coming in, but they just get squished right there on that wall that Ogwin dropped. Flap is gonna take it as well. 3-0. Liquid are almost 10K up. Joseph, this is painful to watch.
You see what I'm saying? If you decide to fight in your Team Falcons, TLPH will take it. Look at the burst damage they did to Ogwin, who's supposed to be the tanky guy.
Speaking to all the fight fans out there, this is literally a fighter who is down on the 6 to 12 position, punching up. You just don't.
You just can't.
You protect yourself.
You've got to gloves up. What is that? Was that what they're saying? Gloves up.
Put your gloves up.
Put your gloves up, man.
Cover up.
But Paquito's not in the game, so who's going to do that?
I was just about to get there. Ogwin can put up walls, control waves. Few can just pew away. Find a way to get Marco that farm he's looking for. Double lane while he can. Again, Liquid is going to freeze now. Look how they're barely touching these waves. They're waiting for this Lord timer. They want to time it exactly on the spawn. They want this Lord to come at 10:15, not 45.
Yep, there it is. So right there, Oheb will go ahead and finish that off. And mind you, they already got one of the Holy Shields down too. I'm not sure if they actually got mid. Yeah, no, mid's still fine. They got the tier 2 there and top, but they got that Holy Shield down on the bottom side. So Team Falcons, you're looking at this. You're facing a 13-1 deficit, 10,000 gold. You know, where is this? Where is that hope? You mentioned earlier that they could clear some of these waves out, but this is one of those things, man, again, where TLPH might just force this one in and punch it in for game 1.
You know what? It's a stroke of mad and evil genius. Liquid may or may not have on purpose not pushed the tier 2s to further delay Falcons' wave clear and resources. Because look, if the waves were coming in to actual inhibitors, it would be easier to get resources, right?
Yeah, they'd
but
be able
if
to
you
farm.
have tier 2s, it gets much harder. There goes the pulse. And there goes the tech charge. Oh, they're trying, but no, Flappy's not tough enough. He gets squashed that fast.
Again, they went for the initiation. Ogwin burning the flicker, tech charge, and to get nothing. Unfortunately, it's Flap that went down. Now sitting at 0-5 on this Alice. Not the game that Flap was looking for. Or Team Falcons. They might be facing a very difficult base to defend here. as they push in TLPH with a massive lead, and everything else, they're gonna go!
They cracked the base down bottom, they cracked Marco, folded him in half, and there's just 3 defenders left. I don't think this is possible. I think Falcons might have to just recover from the back as the base is up next. Lord still standing. Team Liquid Philippines stampede through Game 1.
Game 1, reminding everybody what a Liquid Stampede is here for TLPH. So dominant already to start off the series, showcasing that, yeah, they at least are here to still be claimed as Titans, to still push forward and break the curses that they've had for the even number of seasons here. But Team Falcons, man, I don't know what happened there. Very rough game. Maybe, you know, they had the game plan to get to Game 1, and you know, it took us a little bit to get there, and then it kind of fizzled out.
It was actually pretty tame up until Liquid said it's go time.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to look back at what time that exactly was. 4 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yep.
They were aware. They knew that they were on a clock, and they followed that to a T.
It's unfortunate just that we couldn't see Team Falcons lineup actually come to fruition. Like there was a couple tech charges, man, but that was about it. You know, you get a tech charge in, but then you are actually just dying after that.
One amazing sequence.
One.
That's it.
And that's the troublesome part. If you have this kind of lineup, especially with a Claude in the gold lane, you have to be able to build up. You have to get to that point where you have your power spike on the Claude. But I gotta say, even that OHEB Ruby, man, it paid dividends from start to finish for TLPH's game plan here.
That's something I love about this metagame. OHEB on that Ruby was the stopper.
Yeah.
It was able to provide on so many different fronts what Falcons needed to be able to actually get their lineup going. He had CC, he had decent damage, he had great sustain, and his ult was off of a cooldown so quickly that Falcons never got away with anything.
Yeah, it was so good. Again, MVP performance for OHEB. We're gonna have to go and have this broken down by our panel. Let's them take it away.
For starters, you can usually talk about a statement win, but in this game number 1, Team Liquid showed Team Falcons what a statement win looks like. They were being backed into a corner so hard that Team Falcons found it hard to even make their way back towards a potential comeback.
I will introduce a terminology more commonly linked with another esports title of the shooter variety and adapted for FLBB. What Team Liquid Philippines ran here is a traditional GOATS lineup, except there's at least just one more extra bit of damage. Everything the Team Liquid Philippines built was for the Yisun Shin. The Claude last pick that we mentioned did struggle because of all of the crowd control that Liquid has. After the initial pickoff that Falcons were able to get onto Sanji, the center of the map, Turtle 2 just became a massive nightmare for them because the moment they initiated, Liquid threw everything out. The unbreakable taunt of the Gatot Kacha, the Petrify Furious Dive combination of the Yuzhong, the Don't Run Wolf King into the I'm Offended of OHEB's Ruby. That Falcons, even though if you look at their lineup cover Liquid, you have what looks like a very solid bridge to the mid to the late game. You have the Alice and the Kimmy potentially to bridge on over for the Claude. But when you face a lineup that gets a massive win at Turtle 2 and they just completely take over your jungle after that, there's no coming back, bro.
We were talking about the Infinix keys to victory from a while ago, and Wolf highly emphasized on the Turtle not being taken by Team Liquid Philippines if Team Falcons would want to win. Unfortunately for them, it didn't go that way because of the early pressure that was done by the Cavalry from minute 1 up until the end of game number 1. We saw a lot more of those potential counterattacks that would have been done by Team Falcons, whereas they were able to take down a single player, thus having that 1 kill towards their team. But Team Liquid Philippines, they no longer waited for Super Marco to even scale up. Just like what you were saying a while ago, it reached the point where Super Marco's BMI wasn't even enough to evade so much of the crowd controls coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. And I highly also have to say that, sure, Calteezy was staying alive for the majority of the matchup, but he couldn't eat. He wasn't allowed to get a lot more of those objectives. And if you're staying alive, but you're barely breathing, you can't really do a lot of things that you were supposed to do.
Yeah, undeniable. When you look at the Falcons lineup, okay, it looks like there's a bridge, but then it's also farm dependent. Alice, farm dependent, and lane matchup win dependent. Calteezy, farm dependent. Super Marco, farm dependent. Even the Kimmy, farm dependent. And when that gets shut down, the farm and the flow for Falcons, again, way too difficult to come back. We mentioned Blade Armor. There's one on the Yuzong, one on the Gatotkacha, and then we mentioned Sea Halberds and Denials of the region. You had one placed on the Ruby after a Brute Force breastplate build, after the War Axe from OHEB. So everything that we pointed out, from the item conditions to the conditions of how they are going to execute, Team Liquid got to take that. Falcons did not. So let's look again at the sequence. Starting with the laning phase, it seems like this Yuzong is now the response to the Alice EXP lane.
Right.
Because FlapTZ couldn't get a comfortable laning experience until Ogwen actually helped him clear his lane.
It matters so big.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, you know, level 1s to level 3s, because that is where FlapTZ could either make or break the potential lineup here. But going back to what you said, I think that Yuzong was like the icing on the cake here for the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, just because of the fact that there was enough damage, enough initiation, and that's what TLPH wanted to go for.
Yeah, the fact that Sanford went for the fighter emblem set and then he built up Rupture as his first talent, it's massive. And you felt it immediately at Turtle 2. And again, the key condition earlier, as Wolf laid down the Infinix keys to victory via the Howl that you mentioned as well, deny the first turtle. Falcons didn't even contest, but they made the right call after that. They found the gank into the mid lane. They brought Sanji down a little bit, but then the Yuzong is the one that was left unchecked in that Turtle 2 fight. The BPI rich guy, it's not OHEB, he's the rich guy, it's Calteezy. GPM 900 for the season, Shin. This was a GOAT's Protect the GOAT lineup that Team Liquid built, and they played it perfectly.
You know, the interview is starting to make a lot of sense now, Renmar. There's a guy named Hans Galerio who was back then on the stage.
Yeah.
Calteezy just basically told him that we know how to beat Team Falcons, but I didn't expect with a week of preparation for them to be this dominant. To think that they were able to put up a solid, an understatement of a win, a victory here in game number 1. I just wonder what's going on in the minds of Team Falcons, because they were being backed into a corner even during the draft. Because when we were looking at the potential, you know, last pick coming in from Super Marco, we were thinking that he could possibly match the playstyle of OHEB by joining in a fighter gold lane, but that didn't really happen. Instead, they picked up a Claude, which, you know, we were like, wait a minute, that's kind of sus.
Yeah, that was honestly the biggest head scratcher for me. I don't know if that was a player call of like, yo, Super Marco, get something that you're comfortable with in lane. We've mentioned this a lot throughout Season 16, that teams need to find a balance of getting a pick that should be good in lane for the laning experience, vis-a-vis how look it goods for the big picture. They needed more range. They didn't need a marksman that is gonna dive into all of the crowd control dished out by Team Liquid Philippines. The Claude is a head scratcher. The Granger wasn't banned out. You can make an argument that what if Super Marco didn't want to play the Granger up against potentially the Ruby. And even so, the Granger, with having one dash and a bunch of mini dashes through the use of his ultimate, might be not comfortable going up against the Yuzong and looking out for the Yuzong in the team fighting. I think they still should have gone for range. They should have gone for the Granger. Super Marco bit the bullet even more because he went for a dive heavy marksman.
I mean, if you are Super Marco, you're gonna have to at least engage. You were forced to engage in like the first 5 minutes, and that is not the best case scenario. Here's one for you.
casters. At syempre, marami tayong matututunan ngayon dito sa ating bagong segment, The More You Know. At nakita natin din sa ating first game na yung funnel strategy na gustong gawin ng side of Team Liquid Philippines ay napakaganda naman ng kanilang execution. Siguro ito na yung pwede nating ilista sa mga top games na pwede nating aralin at sabihin, ito ang meta ngayon, ito ang funnel strategy. And again, I want to use this term funnel strategy sparingly kasi parang hindi naman talaga yun yung way lang para dito. But this is a Yi Sun-shin na carry strategy wherein meron tayong dalawang fighters doon sa side ng TLPH to make it so na yung jungler, yung fina-funnel ay makikita nating magiging effective. In fact, na nakita natin sa game na to na meron 900 GPM si Carl TZ mainly because sa kanya napunta yung mga proper resources. Pero hindi ganun kadali. You still have to win your mid lane matchup. And usually, ang isang Grok na may kasamang Kimi ay mananalo laban sa isang Jushade. Ginalingan talaga ng side ng TLPH kaya naman nanalo pa rin sila dun sa mid lane prio. Eventually, nakita natin yung Yuzhong na naging effective para sa TLPH. Important hero mula sa side ng TLPH dahil hindi natin siya nakita nung Season 16. Pero yung efficiency ngayon ng TLPH ay lalong umangat. Makikita natin dun sa heroes nila na walang wins, kakaunti lamang kumpara sa mga other na teams out there na madaming mga tinatry na heroes pero natatalo din talaga. Ang pinagusto kong tignan nyo dito na statline natin bukod dun sa 8 wins nila sa Yi Sun-shin at 7 wins sa Granger, yung 1 win nila sa napakadaming heroes. Kayo na bahalang bilangin kung ilan yan. Madami silang mga one-off heroes na merong 1 win agad. Ibig sabihin, napapaganan talaga nila. And interestingly, hindi pa sila nananalo sa Claude until this series na kinontra nga nila sa side ng Falcons. And when it comes to hero pool efficiency, 80.4%, 37 out of 46 heroes used by TLPH ay nanalo ng at least na 1 game. Kung ikukumpara natin yan sa hero pool efficiency naman ng side ng Falcons, mababa din talaga. 67%. Although 67% is technically a pretty high percentage kung application sa ibang games. Pero sa mga series katulad nito, wherein importante ang bawat game at pwede kang malaglag, hindi magandang odds ang 67% when you're trying to utilize new heroes. In fact, itong side ng Falcons, meron lang silang kakaunting mga heroes with 1 win and a lot of heroes without wins at all. Siguro dahil na rin yan sa naging regular season record ng side ng Team Falcons. Pero kailangan nating tandaan ang TLPH when it comes to their pocket strategies, maaasahan nga talaga. Napakaganda ng kanilang performance at may expect natin na kapag meron silang gustong itry na gawin na gamitin ng mga heroes, napapagana talaga nila. Kaya naman talagang masarap ang pagkakapanalo dito ng side ng TLPH. Sa sarap panalo with Nor, masarap din ang magkaroon ng bagong kaalaman. Again, the more you know. Maraming salamat syempre sa pakikinig at meron pa tayong maraming mga laban sa ngayon. For now, bakit hindi natin ito ibalik sa ating mga panel?
Thanks again, Wolf. Again, that is the more you know.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Super Marco, it was a Super Marco Nor!
Did not see that coming, man. I did not expect that to come out of you.
It's quite unfortunate.
All right, I give you. You got me that. I got you earlier during the pre-show segment, so now you're gonna get me now. All right. To sum up very quickly, what Wolf?
The second time.
You were what?
I felt like I was born the second time.
You felt like you were born the second time?
A second enlightenment, just because I got you.
Bro, you need more sources of happiness. If that's what's gonna make you happy, all right. By the way, we have the Element Awards coming up. It is back, and the question is, who will rise to become Legends of MPL Philippines Season 16? The awarding is gonna happen on October 24th. That's just day 3 of the playoffs?
Yeah, that is day 3.
All right, I think we gotta sum up real quick what Wolf was mentioning.
Correct.
So the main point was to show off the hero efficiency between Falcons and Liquid, and that Liquid, because they actually have a big hero pool and they have more wins, it just shows that they are definitely more efficient with all of the strategies that they want to dish out. As per told, as we saw with the Yuzhong coming out of nowhere with Oheb, Ruby, Gold Lane, Fighter Lane, that, well, it worked out. So now Falcons needs to show that they can match that efficiency. But of course, history in MPL Philippines Season 16, it's not really for them.
Yeah, I mean, history-wise, it isn't the case. But you can be part of history and still secure your playoffs ticket Now, as you head to the TLPH website and join us at the Cuneta Astrodome for the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. Building up on what you said as well, we're talking about an efficient lineup from Team Liquid Philippines because they were basing it a lot on wins, even though they have a very wide hero pool. For Team Falcons, there were times that they were trying to experiment, not even experiment, or at least just try something new, because obviously it's the MPL Philippines and you don't want to just be stagnant with your offense or what you want to do. But for them, it hasn't really worked out, just like what you said. So at this point in time, if they would want to get a victory, they have to reinvent themselves. They have to evolve in a sense that it would be a desirable victory for this team. Because again, we've seen a lot of 0-1s based on the Morinor coming in from a Wolf. But for Team Liquid Philippines, there were times that they had a lot of victories with some standard picks that they have had all throughout the season. So it's only going to be a matter of time as to how Coach Trevor is going to be catching up to this, because they only have like, what, 2 more chances to be able to do that. Meanwhile, for Coach RC, you have at least 3 more. You have much more room for mistakes, less the pressure given that you got game number 1.
Yeah, Falcons needs to recalibrate, and they really need to accept that they can no longer just play so much for Super Marco. I know that majority of their season was built on the fact that Marco is happy, Falcons is happy. Yay, we made it to the playoffs, but now you're in the playoffs. How do you evolve? How have you changed in the past week and a half? Liquid has already shown that they're willing to bring Yuzong back into the EXP lane as an answer to the Alice. They're willing to put Oheb, the Filipino sniper, into the Filipino Red Riding Hood, getting the Ruby in his hands, and to re-strategize and say, let's protect the GOAT instead. Let's play for the Yisanshin instead. But not to say that they're reducing firepower, man. They have a lot of firepower coming out of that Yuzong. We know it's one of the strongest level 3 power spikes in the game, especially paired up with the Petrify.
And you're looking at a Metapro spotlight. One asked, what is your top strength as a jungler, and what part of your game do you want to further improve? Cartesi says that he wants to improve his game IQ, shot calling, wide hero pool, and aggressiveness. Oh, that's his strength. Room for improvement? He wants to learn to play Fanny. Come on, man. That's quite offensive to people who don't know how to learn Fanny. Just like me. Anyway, for Cartesi's dream meta, he wants to have fast money glitch, infinite money glitch in terms of the jungle position, fast cooldown with a lot of skill. You can understand that because that's English, but
yeah, we don't need to translate that.
Yeah, this situation, he's stronger than
Checklist. Oh, wait, okay, so I remember when they did this. So he smiled for Kyrie.
Yeah, he smiled for Kyrie.
Big smiles for King Kong.
Which means he's stronger than King Kong.
Sutsujin.
Yeah, he's very happy.
Demon Kite.
Very happy.
But a straight face for TNZ. I wonder, is it because, is that him respecting TNZ's Fanny from what we saw in MSC?
Yeah, I think so. With what happened from before, I think that's the reason why he wanted to learn Fanny as well. Because he was probably inspired with how TNZ has played all throughout MSC 2025. And it's nice to see, you know, the GOAT giving respect to someone that not a lot of people would know, except for when they are watching the international games. So this is really going to be a matter of time for him to get accustomed to the Fanny, and for the guys on your screen, Team Falcons, to be accustomed to what Team Liquid has been doing to them. Going back on what Renmar was saying a while ago, they should not be working on Super Marco's happiness, but for the happiness of the entirety of the Team Falcons, because that is how they're going to be winning. They tried to go for lane winning matchups initially. It did not work so well for them with the broken walls. And now with the next map that we will be having here in game number 2, which is none other than the broken walls again. We're not really changing anything. So the question is, will we see a change of lineup from Team Falcons, and what kind of adjustment they're going to be doing? Are they going to be putting Super Marco in a 4-5 situation again? Because they seem to be back to a corner when that usually happens.
Yeah, so now with Falcons on the blue side, they take out the Juicin, Kalea, Phovius. Are they going to rush the Arlot here if it's going to be open for them?
Oh, right.
Yeah, with the CC Farsa gone. Or are they going to try to deny the GOAT's lineup that Team Liquid Philippines built and then pick up the YSS instead? So I think that's one of the things they're thinking of. Are they going to steal away the Arlot from Sanford and then make sure that it ends up in the hands of for Flapteezy? Or are they going to pick up the Yisanshin so that Kyle Teezy gets his signature hero of the season, the pick that has saved them multiple times this season, and is one of the reasons why they made it to the playoffs?
This is going to be tough, but at least for Team Falcons, they can pace their way towards getting this first pick. They have a lot of different options here, but you have an idea in mind.
1-1's also open, so what trade are you gonna go for?
Oh, wow.
They're gonna give OHEB the 1-1 if ever they're gonna lock it in. But it's not. Fast blitz for Team Liquid Philippines. They have a very clear idea. But instead of the YSS, it's Lancelot, and now OHEB can go back to playing into the marksman. You're not necessarily required to play fighters here, but you actually still could if there's gonna be one open for you.
This is the lineup that has worked for Carl TC and Team Liquid Philippines. Get heroes that are, very knowledgeable and familiar with the early game meta that we have so far. Getting those turtles are absolutely crucial. It depends. Now that the Arlot is actually there for Team Falcons, it gives Team Liquid Philippines an idea for Sanford's hero on whether or not how flexible it's going to be.
And they can't go 1-1, but they're willing to play 1-1 into the Fred Kimmy. I mean, they're willing to play Fred Kimmy into the 1-1. If ever Liquid do actually want to go for it.
This is pretty unusual,
Yeah.
The 1-1 not picked in the first or in the second for both teams.
Yeah, they want... Okay, we do know that Kimmy is one of those lane bullies at the center of the map. Like, the first trade in the middle minion wave usually goes in favor of the Kimmy because you're just going to be fronting non-stop. So now Liquid pick up the Alice for Sanford. Potentially, who knows? Maybe someone in the scrims cooked up an Alice gold lane huge throwback.
At this point, I'm not even going to be surprised.
Yeah, back in Season 7 when OHEB made his debut, that was one of his signature picks. So let's see if they're going to go back to that. Now with Gatot Kaja at the center of the map, Alice EXP, the mid laner pool is wide. I think if you want to counter lineups that want to play fast and bully the center of the map, there is a realm of possibility of Sanji picking up a Selena later on at the 4, or maybe even a Lo Yi if they're willing to play that far back and stretch, even though Lo Yi really just hasn't been good this season as an option.
This goes back as well. Now I'm pertaining to the bans as well. The suppression has been cancelled out by Team Liquid Philippines. So if we're talking about some setups here for Team Falcons, they've already neutralized the situation except for the Kacha, which is still a possibility given that the Lancelot is there, but the threat of having both the Alice and the Gatot Kacha would make it a little bit difficult for the Kacha to at least pull off a Divine Judgment skill towards any of the members of the cavalry just because of a single dash that he has. So maybe some other options, a little mobile agility here for the rest of the members of Team Falcons would definitely help. But in order for them to be able to do that, they want to take out a hero that slows them inevitably whenever the RWM is used, which is this Eve.
All right, so that would have given a lot of struggle for the Fredrin and the Kimmy. Even though the Arlot has that access, it's not like you can final slash and then bring Eve closer to you. She's just gonna stand there. She won't be able to press her squares, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, but then with the options that we laid out for Sanji, that could still be very okay to play into. They already have the Arlot and the Fred together. I'm wondering if Ogwin is willing to play something that's a little bit more annoying. Oh, that's why Liquid banned out the Hilda. Okay.
You're talking about annoying, huh?
So I was actually thinking of the Hilda, and a part of me was thinking maybe Liquid wouldn't care about it, but they were like, you know what, let's just make sure that the Hilda doesn't end up with them. They can't even go for the big pickoff because if they go for the Kaja, you won't really have the exact burst damage that you want to play. We mentioned the Lo Yi is an option earlier that gets banned out by Falcons.
Yeah.
I think Sanji can still definitely go either the Selena that we mentioned to help stop the rotations, find those members of Falcons with the traps, or if he's feeling pretty ballsy and you want more damage, just go pump out magic damage with the Lunox in mid.
They're trying to at least suppress Team Liquid Philippines towards their picks here in the mid lane position, because usually we see Lu Yi and the Eve getting picked up by Sanji to make out of this world plays or maybe out of the box plays, but that's not gonna happen so far.
I wonder if he's willing to play into the Kagura. I think the record for the Kagura not that stellar for Sanji, no wins on it.
Right.
So they save their mid lane pick for later. They pick up the Harith. I wonder if they're gonna go mega greedy sustain and then surprise Angela again at the end of the draft. Because they don't need to get burst anymore. They have the Harith. They're fine with that.
Right.
So
I think for Team Falcons, they tried to do that greedy lineup from game number 1 where it's heavily, lenient towards it. But I get the point. I see the vision here coming in from Team Falcons. If they want to pick off a greedy lineup, they can do that just because of the Alice and the Harith still needing some scaling. Yeah, I felt like that. I think that's the only way for them to be able to stop this.
So we're going to pick up. You can't go Kaja. Are you forced to play Boxer Roam? Did you have a little bit of stop?
Matilda.
Okay, Matilda with the Fred with the Granger. Okay.
Yeah.
I call this old school, a little bit more old school, the sustain.
Yeah.
There needs to be a source of healing and shielding. Oh, it might actually be Angelo for Sanji. If it's not going to be anything offensive like the Selena or the Kagura, you go for defensive and utility. You pick up the Jella. You don't have to worry about an Esmeralda on the side of Falcons. You already see their lineup. An extra Angela means that you get a little bit more sustainability to match the shields that will inevitably be really good for Falcons and terrible for Liquid to go up against if they can't match the sustain. So, they go for damage. They still go for the Lunox that we mentioned earlier. They don't want to match the sustain. They want damage.
A lot of people were pretty much bashing the people who use Angela in the MPL because you give very skilled players a hero that only has a few buttons to press. But with the Lunox, they're gonna go damage. They're gonna try to break through the wall of Kyle TZ and Flap TZ. And together with Ogwen, the Lunox doesn't really care about the shields that will be committed here by the rest of the members of Team Falcons. But for Super Marco, the range finally comes in. He no longer needs to go all out and further engage with the idea of fighting from the distance. And I think based on the Alice and the Gatot Kacha of Team Liquid Philippines, he's gonna have to be really careful about this approach.
Yeah, a lot of crowd control still on the side of Liquid, so it's up to Falcons to not mess this up.
Idea is for Team Falcons to equalize, but TLPH wants to take it. Here are the casters for y'all.
Thank you for the breakdown, Hans and Redmar. Once again, we're about to jump into Game 2 here in this best of 5 between the Clash of the Titans, TLPH, and Team Falcons. It's me, Nyasu, and Leo to bring you the action. And man, I'll tell you what, Game 1 was devastating.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
But legend has it that when Titans collide, you can't help but get a long series. So Game 1,
that's true.
That was just a taste. I'm here for the whole course.
Okay. All right. I want to believe it too, man. We're sitting at the table for this one. I will say this, though. Looking at the emblem breakdown, looking at the lineup that Team Falcons brought to Game 2, I share the same sentiments with what our panelists said here. One of the great things is the utility they have. They have Matilda locked in. This is much better for Super Marco. He's now got the Granger, so he's got some range to work with.
And the telltale sign that you respect what your opponents brought in Game 1, look at the absurd amount of purifiers.
I was going to say.
I'm pretty sure if Flap TZ wasn't on an Arlet, he might have also rocked like a Purify if he was like a CC or something.
It is a 4-man Purify,
Right? Yeah, because again, you can't put a Purify in your jungler. But that just shows you how important crowd control is to Team Liquid Philippines' MO is. When they go into a match, they want to make sure that they don't just have damage. They have ways to dish out that damage efficiently. So you want crowd control, which they still have now in spades.
And that's why I think, the Team Falcons took what happened to them in Game 1, and they're like, we're going to go in better prepared for it. So what better way to do that than have a Matilda with you in the hands of Ogun, which can help you be a little more versatile and mobile.
Which I think is an answer to Liquid's, I guess, less crowd control-centric lineup. Upon further evaluation, it's more damage now.
Magic damage.
Even Renmar, I saw drool a little bit, was like, ooh, still the Lunox? Really? Because that is such a specific choice to make. That's a decision that they made in tandem with their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Tic Tac. Sanford here going to the back line, throws out that shadow. Ruin, no one home, few less than half health as Carl just wails away at the turtle, securing it. JP still alive. Revitalize AOG on out. The brilliance in final slash by the Filipino cannon. Sanji falls. So does JP. Falcons clap back.
Oh, they clap back. They do give up that turtle, one in the hands of Carl TZ, but good pickups here. Grabbing a couple of kills to put him on the board for Team Falcons. A much better start. And I got to say, a much better start just for Flap alone, man. Remember, he struggled on the Alice in Game 1. Well, now he's got a double early kill on this Arlot, who's going to be very important for them as they get through this game.
Already you can see how different Liquid's play is when they have less crowd control. They were playing on a clock there. They were counting the moments when they could get away with a turtle take, but Flap wasn't having any of it. They punished them hard for overstaying, because what are you going to do with an angry Arlot on you, man? Like, he is going to just sustain through the damage you were dishing out, especially in the early game.
Yeah, now he's got the Fury Hammer off of that, so a little bit of extra damage and that penetration to go in and help him. So now, if they wait even for the next objective or they try to set something up in one of these lanes, Flap alone is going to be somewhat of a threat. Again, that fight was started off from Sanford deciding to go in on the Alice, popping that Throne of Ruin, and not be able to really catch anything. It was a delayed kind of counter punch, really, from Team Falcons to make it work there. So a great setup. It gives them a very minor lead to go ahead and work with. And mind you, they didn't even really have to use much of their utility. You know, they didn't have to pop all their Purifies or anything like that. It's like they backed away from the game plan of TLPH.
Nope.
And they responded accordingly.
Yep, they were very much aware of the turn. They planned for that. And that puts them up 1,000 gold. Liquid now trying to push him back out of their side of the jungle. Kyle TZ bullying his way towards a small camp steal.
Yep.
Kyle TZ asserting himself. Traction pulse thrown out by Few. There's a taunt by Kyle TZ. JP accepts a good chunk of damage from Few with half health.
Okay, again, though, a lot. I mean, if that Traction Pulse was used, it's more like if we could get something, great. If not, that's fine. Flask of the Oasis now picked up here, too, for Ogwin. And the second fight for this turtle, the second turtle of the game is going to be fought for. They're going to go and set things up. Sanford trying to be up that front again. He pops the Throne of Ruin, goes in. Oh.
Dashes on through, but answered by another final slash. Kyle TZ secures a turtle. They're fighting back. Kyle TZ goes down. There's a Zaman Force. Oheb pushing them back. Now goes Flap. And just like that, Liquid are in the driver's seat. 2 free kills plus a major objective.
They just dissipated that little minor lead, about 1K that Team Falcons had. They got themselves the second turtle. So TLPH will find an answer, and they're going to be looking to take a little bit more if they can here. So Carl TZ won't be able to grab that buff, but that was a big swing in favor of TLPH from letting things back into the balance, you know, from letting it not slip out for Team Falcons.
And what's dangerous, Joseph, is the fact that they changed nothing about their approach.
It was the same.
Literally the same thing. Oh, we're gonna blitz down the turtle and then clap back when we can. Yeah. I think they were just checking ranging in the first engagement. And now they know better what Falcons is capable of. They know what Flap TZ is willing to do and are able to sidestep. Exactly, that's it. A missed final slash.
Missed final slash. And you know how many times that TLPH, they're always like that, man. They might, you know, kind of get caught in the early game, but when something like that happens, like a big team fight like that happens, they're able to go ahead and adjust very quickly.
Uh-oh, they catch Sanji. Kenny Brilliance out just in the nick of time, gets it, doesn't spend the flicker. Close call for the chef.
Great for him to keep on to the flicker, too. I was almost half expecting him to use it, but knowing the limitations here, once again, TLPH will go ahead and just set things up 30 seconds away from this turtle. You can already see, too, once the items were coming into place, they've already got those first items being locked in. Oheb, too, could be a problem here if they just let him have his day here.
All right, by dropping the Zaman Force, he does chunk that turret down to half health. TLPH, amazing map control with the small window of opportunity they got to snap themselves into 1,000 gold lead approaching.
Yep.
This is a good look for them going into Turtle 3.
It's funny, man. It's literally what we saw for after Turtle 1 for Team Falcons. Now it's the case for TLPH. So we'll see if Team Falcons has an adjustment themselves. Again, they've got so many kind of ways to cover down with the crowd control, the Purifies here. But we'll see if they can actually take the last turtle of the game for them. Flap's going to be able to jump in, but it's Sanford leading that charge again. What can they do here? Traction Pulse thrown out too. There we go.
AOG coming in. Daddy JP, all eyes on him. Zaman Force thrown out as well. 3 go just as quickly. Few is up next. Didn't even get the Purifiers. Marco falls. Baby Cakes doing work. Ooh la la.
And that was a stampede if I've ever seen one. TLPH just completely wrecked Team Falcons in that last turtle fight. It looked like nothing was going well for them, even though they burned the Purifies and everything else. Few didn't get the time to do it, but man, it just seemed like they didn't stand a chance in that team fight.
It's a swing and a miss. You mid-block a low sweep by purifying into a lineup that has so much damage and just the right amount of CC to get it in. One more look at it, and
look at this.
I think Liquid just moved too fast that Falcons wasn't sure if should we go for the turn or the steal. turn of the steel and it was too late.
It was a complete, that is a stampede, man. So I'm saying, it looked like Team Falcons wasn't sure what they wanted to do in that team fight. And TLPH was like, we don't want to give them that opportunity to even think about it. We're just going to go.
It's an identity crisis on the first date. Like, who am I?
Who are you? You know, and by the time you don't even realize it, the date's done.
What do you want for dessert? Who am I?
I'm back at home, man, you know? I'll tell you what, though, TLPH, it took them a little bit longer to get to this point, but it's more or less the same of what happened in Game 1. They've now got themselves a good, comfortable lead. They've got a couple items, each member here. And you almost, I think this is going to be a Holy Crystal for Oheb. Oheb has been nearly untouched. I mean, he's 3-0-2. I don't know if he's even used the Purify much.
And that is a missed opportunity. Oh no, Liquid! Bear down on the few once more, force him back. Kyle Teasy just acting as the shield for Falcons as another throw of Rowan puts him down to half health. He's backing up. Down goes Flap. Flap sacrificed himself so the rest of Falcons can back off.
Again, how many times can you do this? How many times can you take the punishment if you're Flap Teasy here? He had such a good start in this game too. The double kill off in the early game, but now he's, and you can't blame him. That's kind of his job. He's got to force himself into these situations where he's trying to get a final slash off to give them an advantage.
You know what the hard truth is? Even if this went extremely well for Flap, he's not the one Falcons want to succeed. They want to put money on View. They want to put money on Marco. And that's not even happening.
It's crazy how different even this Alice is working for TLPH in the previous game, man. And Sanford's not doing anything fancy. He's just pretty much like he hasn't died, that's one thing, but he's utilizing that Flicker and that Throne of Ruin combo really, really well. That's zoning out Team Falcons. And, trying to put the money on the right heroes here, on the right members, is that much more difficult when you got Sanford up in the front of it all.
But looking at how Falcons is reacting to it, they have 3 Purifies.
Yeah.
So what 40 is doing is essentially canceling and negating these Purifies. Which
like giving a Purify.
Yeah, like baiting a Purify, exactly.
Yeah.
So, again, he just becomes a sexier Uranus. He's just literally standing around them, waltzing around, forcing a response so the rest of Liquid can dish out the damage.
Yeah, I definitely choose Alice any day over the Uranus, That's going to be the case for, I think, a lot of the teams here throughout the playoffs. It was already the case for the end of the regular season, and now we're seeing in the hands of TLPH. Oh, they're just limit testing here for Carl TZ. Again, wanting to get these shields, the Lord is going to go ahead and walk up on the top side. We'll get this Holy Shield down up top. TLPH finding themselves again with a massive lead now at this point, almost 10,000, nearing that 9,000 mark. Tier 2 turrets will fall, and these shields being held onto for Team Falcons. So they're going to have to figure something out quick here, Leo.
They held on to that mid lane inhibitor. The shield there is going to stand for 1 more minute. That's wise for Falcons. I think they did the right thing. Because imagine if you even lost that resource. Imagine just by not touching that siege minion, you would have flubbed and got a free wave clear. Falcons are still in this. I think Falcons are still locked in. I'm thinking of ways that they could clap back. At least number 1, Marco isn't exactly starving. There is some resources coming into this Granger. Flap Easy, we talked about this so many times. You can miss 99% of your final slashes, but if inside your base you can wipe them out with that last one.
It's that one.
It's that one.
Yeah, that one can change the course of the game.
So Cope is alive.
The Cope is alive, but I think in order for it to actually become a threat, they're going to have to get that, the gold and the items over here on Super Marco especially, because crowd control-wise, you got that covered for Team Falcons. You got a lot of utility. You got to be able to go ahead and capitalize on that. And who is going to be doing that? Super Marco. And he's just not there yet. He was about 2,000 gold behind Oheb. So I think if you're looking at Team Falcons on how they can go ahead and maintain themselves into this game, it's really buying enough time to get Super Marco to the point where he needs to be. We've seen him do it before, man.
Yep.
So you can't count them out completely, even though this is a massive lead right now for TLPH, and they're taking just about everything they want.
It's not impossible. Team Falcons and Team Liquid PH right now, because of this 10,000, 11,000 gold lead, are playing their own little sadistic version of Pac-Man. One of them is dodging, while the other is just moving around, trying to get resources and score up and close that gap. Liquid are doing this very, very disgustingly. Despite the Matilda on the other side, Liquid are so mobile. Again, you have that Gleam, you have a Lancelot that can dash on through. You have an AOG, you have a Gatot Kacha that can go, from point to point, little corners of the map.
Yeah, and he's like, look at him. JP will just post up, and he can get out that way too. So Lord's already secured. They might force a fight.
Throne of Ruin, 540, and they're engaging. They do get that engagement underneath that orange. Zaman Force, not a good look for Liquid to overextend. Falcons back off.
They do. They're going to go ahead and disengage from that, but that was all to get this Lord. Good thing, I will say this, Team Falcons held on to the Purifies. Yeah, a Flicker was burned in that exchange. Flaps doesn't have that, but they've got the Purifies ready. They have a little bit of time to go ahead and prep up for this Lord push up top. And Team Falcons, if you really look at this lineup, oh no, are they going to try to make a play? Okay, they did. Ogun did punch forward with that Circling Eagle, but they've got enough time to reset here and get ready for this base defense.
Interesting pivot.
Yeah.
Suddenly turning over to Sanji when he was expecting to turn on Carl TZ.
Yeah.
But I guess they were just buying time, because look, Falcons are forced to Ube to even respond to anything Liquid is throwing their way. They do eventually get to this Lord. JP with the AOG, fighting underneath this tier 3, not a good look. JP falls.
Oh, they're going to be able to go. Now Sanji in trouble, takes a shot himself, but Carl, they just want that turret. That's all they're going to be able to get.
2 for 1. Inhibitor falls in mid. Now Kyle, underneath Carl's blade, gets taken down to about half health as they dodge out through the taunt, catches Carl! The Phantom Execution out!
Oh, and that gave him enough space. Oheb was there to back him up with the Zaman Force, but it looks like that's all they'll get. That's what I'm saying, Team Falcons, man, imagine, they're down 11,000 gold, but they actually were able to go ahead and defend into that. That base turret up top didn't go down.
It was a 6v5, Joseph.
Yeah.
Lord fell even before Liquid knew that this was a real fight, and it was a matter of, let's just get that mid lane inhibitor. Since Falcon is forced to play together, they can't clear that wave. Liquid just decided we are collateral damage.
Yep.
JP falling, who else died? Sanji falling.
Yeah.
Like, that was the necessary trade for that mid lane inhibitor to fall.
And that's, I think, is that just going to be one of the cases because of the lineup that they have where it's like, they have to throw some bodies at this lineup that Team Falcon has just to get some of these inhibitor turrets down.
I'm guessing it is a one-time sacrifice, a one-time payment. It's not a subscription, Joseph.
Just one time.
Yep, you literally, you do that, it's lifetime. Yeah, you have access to it all the time because they have access to that mid lane all the time.
Mid lane now. Oh, Sanford does jump in with a gleam, but again, you got to start respecting what this lineup from Team Falcons can do. I think even in a sense, you already saw the preview of damage that they're able to pump out if TLPH somehow overextends. Looking at the items though too, Super Marco, he's still, 1,000 plus gold behind Oheb, but you look at the items he's got, he's in a fighting position now on the Granger.
He is, but it's not optimal. He has what, 2 stacks on that Sky Piercer?
Yeah, not much.
All the while Oheb is up, yes, 1,000 and change, but he hasn't even built his full arsenal yet. So that means he's going for the most expensive version of a gold lane mage.
Yeah, he might as well.
He's got a power spike incoming still.
He's still got it. No.
Oh, they dropped the Zaman Force underneath Kyle TZ. Traction Pulse thrown out. AOG from Daddy JP. And an Appraiser's Wrath. Not enough to keep Kyle alive. Look at the back line. Sanji finds View. And that'll be 2 for free. Liquid chasing down Daddy Ogwin. Who's your daddy? So far, JP is lording over all of Falcons as Sanji bites it. 2 for 1, the trade.
That was an interesting trade, too. I know Sanji went down. He was there to zone out Super Marco into the base. This might give an angle for TLPH to get another turret. I'm not sure if they can end it, though. They might push for it.
Uh-oh. Carl TZ underneath. Flap TZ doing his darndest to clear the wave. Divert attention away from TLPH. Ending the game. Oheb finds Super Marco. Zaman Force underneath the base. Flap TZ up next. And there's just the base left. Waves are crashing in as Liquid smell match point just mere inches away. The base gets cracked. The Cavalry march forth 2-0.
Another strong game for TLPH. Can't wait to hear what the panel has to say about this one. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to break down game number 2.
All you gotta know, boys, is that the Cavalry means business. And when I say business, it's tough, serious business. They're richer than me when I was in college. That's how big of a lead they've had in gold, and that is Team Liquid Philippines at match point.
I don't get why Team Falcons seem to be hell-bent and wanting to play lineups that want longer team fights. They're allowing Team Liquid Philippines to play fast, to play high damage, to play quick. It seems like Falcons are looking at this with a more defensive mindset. Where's the killer instinct in the Falcons that want to take control, that eventually made the climb into the playoffs after suffering for majority of the season? While Liquid are just re-injecting into their veins what being part of Team Liquid actually means. Playing fast, playing decisive, playing with hella damage, and just showing off your mechanical prowess. Yes, you can see from the first turtle fight that Falcons, the vision of them wanting to play for a counter is executable. But then once you get into Turtle 2, Turtle 3, if you cannot get a big win before that main sequence, and then Team Liquid Philippines continues to find even more, and the Harith is left unchecked, you're not gonna beat the damage that Liquid are gonna dish out. Falcons, they picked the Super Marco Granger into the last. That's another MVP performance for OHEM, and easily. Because he was aggressive at the right time. He went forward and went aggro at the right time, catching Team Falcons off guard. I don't know what they're doing trying to play for longer team fights, man. That's not how you play against Liquid.
I mean, we saw some glimpses of greatness coming in from Team Falcons right from the start of that first turtle take, because they were able to at least get some explosive plays to happen courtesy of FlapTZ, and I thought things were going well for them back then. But they went back to the reactive kinds of Team Falcons that continued to put them at a bottomless pit where they cannot find a way to be able to execute. And that is the idea that they want to do here in game number 2. But Team Liquid, knowing the idea, the lineup that they had in mind, they had the Lunox, sure. They even had the Harith, who you would expect to be able to at least scale during the middle to the later portions of our game. But that didn't matter anymore because Carl TZ was so fed pretty quickly. And you saw them right there. If you're Filipino, you basically understand. Or if you have a Filipino friend, you probably understand that too. But it's just the mentality of, Team Liquid Philippines. They know that they are capable of finishing them off in one major clash that could depict the rest of the game here in game number 2.
Yeah, you can see here in every team fight, look, Sanji left unchecked. He's just gonna go around the back. Yeah, they can sustain, they can hold, but then once that Lunox shows up, what are you gonna do? Just darkness in, chaos assault, not much. So one of the suggested picks that we thought that Liquid might want to lead to is to match sustain for sustain. Go for the Angela in the mid. In the first objective team fight, I was saying behind the scenes that, maybe the Angela could have done better there and they could have countered the engage that Falcons brought out. But then Turtle 2 onwards is when we started saying, so when Falcons wants to try and pick Sanji off, but then they don't get Sanji and he just gets the Brilliance out, in comes OHEM, in comes the Lancelot. And so now the resources that you wasted trying to take down that Lunox was already spent. Right. You have no resources anymore to take down the Harith. Liquid, they are doubling down on their key idea heading to this playoff, going up against Falcons. They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive, while Falcons, they're too defensive-minded at this point.
They understand the concept of a front-to-back composition. I have to say that OHEM sure is the MVP of the game just because he dealt so much damage, but you also have to give props to Sanford and to JP, man. They were at the right place at the right time, doing their jobs in a spectacular manner. Gatot Kacha and the Alice were key problems for even FlapTZ in trying to set up, because I think during the first 2 minutes or first 3 minutes, it was a battle of setups between the EXP laners and the roamers. And for Oakwen, he was trying to speed up the tempo of this game, sure, with the Matilda and the guiding wind, but unfortunately for them, the major crowd control skills and the major playmakers weren't on their side. It was on the side of Team Liquid Philippines because Sanford has more area to cover. JP has also more area to cover, and that enabled OHEM to scale. Carl TZ to even scale as well. I was asking you a while ago on whether or not, because usually you would see Alice and even, a Harith scale up later in the later portions of the game, and you won't see them provide enough impact in the first early minutes. But that changed because of how well Team Liquid Philippines has scaled all over this game.
Yeah, well, the undeniable truth of this current metagame is just more damage wins. For majority of the history of global MLBB, it was the longer, better, cleaner team fight wins. Now it's just, bro, you can afford to build up a lineup that just dives in front of all of your opponents, bombards them with damage, and then you're just gonna win. With Falcons, there was something that I mentioned in the draft. It was an old school approach. To double down a little bit more, it just felt dated. Seeing the Mathilda, the Fredrin, the Kimmy, Arlott, and the Granger. The Granger was picked last alongside the Mathilda on the blue side. Well, then Falcons, they could have gone for a more old school approach, but then they brought out the Lunox instead for the raw damage to pair it up with the Lancelot. And yes, you can say that the Gacha, you think of him as a hard tank. You think of him as a stain, a tank that picks up the Revitalize to not only drag out the fight even longer for his team, but then also heal his teammates. But we know that Gacha is one of those heroes that the longer a team fight goes, the more damage he can dish out, actually with enhanced basic attacks coming out of him. And they decided to double down on more damage for Gatot, for the mid laner, for the gold laner. They had an overload of magic, but it was okay because the Granger took too much time.
And he also
I don't know why I came out like that.
Was time.
Yeah, I don't know why I came out like that.
I think Enigma was pretty proud on.
I think I was a little bit too passionate over that.
You know, and then in addition to what you said, I felt like there was slight of a problem with the Kimmy pick for me personally, because JB was just standing on business on wherever the bullets are going to be appearing towards the Kimmy, and he was defending, scaling on it so well that there wasn't enough damage coming in from the side of Team Falcons, where initially there was supposed to be enough damage, and that created a lot of problems for Team Falcons because they weren't enough to at least burst one hero down. Just in case they were able to at least burn down the Alice, who continues to escape, because Sanford, as sly as he is, he has always been an escape artist in game number 2, and for JP, that has always been the scenario for him, just looking for the potential angle where he can put a stop to the damage that was brought about by Super Marco and Few, and let the others dish out the damage. That's where Carl TC steps in and kills all of them.
Yeah, I think heading into the playoffs, we got to see where these two teams are at. Usually when we say a team is playing to win and the other team's playing to lose, you could see it in the drafts. You can see how they execute it. Team Falcons, they are looking to counter. Team Liquid, they are looking to put their foot in the gas and just go, and it's working out well for them. Despite the Turtle 1, them taking it and then getting countered, they understand that they're going to get a bigger win elsewhere because of the raw damage that they have once they head into Turtle 2 and Turtle 3. Similar was the scenario for game number 1, except in game number 1, it's a different story. They could actually afford to go already by Turtle 1, and that's exactly what we saw. Falcons, it looks like with the drafts that they showed and how they're playing the first 2 games, they weren't completely ready for the sudden evolution that Liquid showed up with heading into this playoffs.
They were absolutely ready. They were out for blood, this Team Liquid Philippines squad. As you're looking at the head-to-head between the jungle matchup that we have here, it's Calteezy and Carl TZ. And if you look at it, a lot of rights go to the KDA, the Gold, the EXP, and the KP. And the only thing that is right over there is the KDA at 5 minutes, 2 in favor of Kyle Beasy. That's the only stat that he has an advantage on.
I think they really need to change their approach through the center of the map, because yes, they put Kyle TZ on the Fredrin, is paired up with the Arlott, that's the usual combination. But Fredrin and Arlott shine with even more burst damage paired up with them. But then they decided to pair it up with the Kimmy at the center of the map, which is longer sustained damage. Yes, she hurts, yes, she'll have the space, hypothetically, but then compared to the raw damage output of a Lunox, who early on, before you get the Flask of the Oasis and all of the shields getting pumped out by the Mathilda, the damage of the Lunox will actually tear through your lineup. So they really need to readjust, wherein, okay, you want to go a certain way, but then you're always lacking one little thing, whether it's in the gold laner, whether it's in your damage profile through the center of the map. And if I'm Falcons, that's where I'm going to have to look at and rechange the focus. You take the Kimmy out of the hands of Few, give Few something else. Give Few that can deal more damage.
You know what? You're right. They have a pretty tight window, right? If we're talking about Team Falcons. But for our fans that are right over here at the Cuneta Astrodome, you can power up your Dandruff-free scalp, supercharged with Clear. And in the thousands of people who are here, usually when we're back into the regular season, we can just talk about 100. But our cameraman and production crew probably had a difficult time trying to figure out who the best Clearhead super fan of the day is, and it's you, my guy. Congratulations. You got some pretty good looking shampoo heading home. And man, I'm telling you right now, his hair's looking pretty good.
It's raining outside right now, so if he wants to hop into the rain, take a quick shower, use that clear, you know?
Yeah.
He already looks fresh. Why not look even fresher?
You know what? For all of the people who are watching, you guys should do that. You know, like try to go outside whenever it rains. Bring a clear shampoo with you. Put a tripod right in the middle. You know what? I'm gonna get it right now. Like you do this, and then after that, you just rinse.
You're encouraging people to take a shower in the rain with clear now.
Yeah, dude, because like that gives a lot more cinematic flair to it.
This isn't an early 2000s R&B music video that you could just do
This is not
that.
Chris Brown?
This ain't Chris Brown or anyone else. This ain't, Usher.
Thanks, Tripod. You have done your business. I tried to prove a point, but you'll stay in a shaded area.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got you. But for you guys as well, if you want to stay in your showers, why am I even talking about that, dude? I'm just gonna get back into this matchup right over here. TLPH already at match point, showing some swag against Team Falcons. And from the looks of it, they are looking to be part of this scenario. The M7 pitchers so far, there's still not a lot of certainties between a lot of the others here, except for Team Falcons, who has Boyet and is now a Filipino import that is part of the M7 World Championship.
Yeah, the first team to qualify for M7 in Jakarta, Indonesia, Team Falcons from the MPL MENA region. We're going to be seeing MPL ID, MPL MY later down the line. Of course, MPL ID up next in the docket right after the MPL Philippines playoffs, just 3 days after the action in Jakarta, Indonesia begins, where Onyx ID are leading the charge heading to the playoffs, but Bigatron by Vitality got an iconic win against them in Week 8, day number 2. While MPL Malaysia still looks like it's an SRG OG-led league.
Man, I saw the dates. I was looking at the dates while you were telling me, or telling us about the teams that have qualified, and we're looking at matches or playoffs that will start at the 13th of November.
Yeah.
That's how much more MLBB is outside of the Philippines. So for everybody who's watching this, man, there's a lot of MLBB action that you're going to have to watch out for, because I am sure as hell that I'll be watching at the comfort of my own home, maybe together with Redmar as
Why would I be in your house?
Why not? We're at Wolf's house. You know what?
Sure,
at Wolf's house. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
He accepts visitors there. I don't know if
you've never invited us over to your place. So
no, yeah, but like
let's go for your place.
I don't know if we'll make enough noise for me to get kicked out. So
wait, you want us to make enough noise for you to get kicked out?
No, not really. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to like structure it in a sense that I don't want to get kicked out.
Okay,
but it's quite inevitable.
I get you.
That we get kicked out. Like remember when Wolf got like a noise complaint warning? Yeah, Wolf. We're talking trash about you because you're at Filipino broadcast.
Yeah,
anyway,
not talking trash. We're stating facts. It actually happened.
You know what? That's true. That's true. Ask Naisu later at when he's back at the desk. But hey, ooh, you're looking at some smiles now from Carl Tizzi. Just a while ago, you know, he had a very serious aura given towards him. But I think for Team Liquid Philippines, they want to break the curse of not making it into the second round of playoffs in the even-numbered seasons. We're looking at 10, 12, and 14. But for Master Ogwin, this is his last hurrah. Every single game from here on out is gonna matter. It's a do-or-die matchup. And when he's holding to that Franco, Kaja, and Hilda, he can make it happen, but none are given to him in the past 2 games.
Yeah, the second phase ban on the Hilda of Master Ogwen was actually brilliant by Team Liquid Philippines. One of the heroes that we posed, we thought he'd pick up something a little bit more annoying. It was blocked right away. The Matilda could have been annoying, but then Liquid just met it with some damage. So I'm going to double down on what I was saying earlier. Falcons need to stop playing the Kimmy. and then just pick up something like the Farsa if you can for a few. Just get it on his hands already, if it's possible. But then if you look at the bans for Liquid, game number 1, they were on the blue side, they banned out the Farsa.
Right.
Game number 2, they banned out the Farsa as well. So it seems like Liquid have already doubled down on that idea that they really do not want to give that Farsa to Few. So what else then do you have outside of the Kimi? In terms, or outside of the Farsa in terms of the burst. Looking back into Few's hero pool, Farsa is his most successful. After that is the Juicin. But it goes against what we were saying about having a little bit more damage. It seems like playing the Selena for the hands of Few is out of the question. If they are gonna go into this with the mindset of they don't wanna, if they wanna play safer, you don't wanna pick up actually a very high risk pick into the Selena. Then you go down into the Kagura. But then Kagura has also been reduced to the totem pole. So more so than looking at it at Falcons actually choosing something that's detrimental for them, it's Team Liquid doing a way better job of blocking the best possible thing that Falcons can go for.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Team Falcons, I think you're just gonna have to pick your poison at this point. This could potentially be your last game if you don't get to win this victory. Team Liquid Philippines are looking to put all the stops, putting all the clips on the Falcons' wings, and this could end right over here. So if there's a better way for you to risk, now is the perfect time to do so. But we're changing things up. We're going with Flying Clouds now, which, by the way, in terms of statistics, is where Team Falcons remains undefeated. So that could potentially or possibly even give them a little bit more hope, if there is still any, for the Green Falcons.
Yeah, but now that with ending up in Flying Clouds, there's a pick that Sanford picks up that comes as a big surprise to the teams that have gone up against it and has done well for him, and that's the glue. And then as we all know, when you're playing in Flying Clouds, you're willing to pick up the slower moving EXP laners, because even if you maybe somehow miraculously get brought down really low by your opponents and you have to recall, you're okay, because you have the clouds to fly back in very quickly. So let's see if they're going to be leaning into that, or Liquid are just gonna go one more time, double down on the damage. And speaking of, once again, they deny Few of the Farsa that is sorely missed by Falcons right now.
The walking legend is a marked man all throughout the last 3 games. The Farsa, no. Not even the Zushin. There was a time, I believe, in game number 1 where the Zushin wasn't really contested at all because they were prioritizing other mid laners. But in this moment, considering that you're right, they're picking more, they have a chance of picking down the slower heroes, and there it goes. Team Falcons picking up the Yi Sun-shin. Quite an early pickup, if I would say, given that there are still a lot of options available.
Yeah, do teams no longer want to pick up the Wan as the first pick? Well, why? Because CC was banned out. CC's like the soft response to the Harith gold lane. So they go YSS. They get Kyle TZ on the hero that allowed them to climb the playoffs. But that YSS was paired up with the Farsa. So are you going to pair it up with another artillery mage? Are you going to maybe potentially go for an Eve? But then I don't see a scenario where that would be okay for them right now. Are you going to be stuck on a Kimi yet again? Will you save the Few pick for later? Because now with Falcons having the Yi Sun-shin in the jungle, with the Hylos fronting, they might want to open the possibility of them picking up a Cho later on. They get the Uranus for Flap TZ, so they're just doubling down on comfort at this point. Some of their best picks their season, Uranus for Flap, YSS for Kyle.
This is going to go back to the recent gameplay that they've had before, where Flap TZ's role is to just be annoying. And the more annoying Flap TZ is, the better the chances for Team Falcons to win. That is what they're currently banking on, just based on the 3 picks. But another Kimi pick for Few this time around, so they would want to really build up on the comfort. You're right, based on what you're talking to us about, Team Falcons heavily leaning on towards the comfort that they've had for the past few weeks already during the regular season. But for Team Liquid Philippines, who no longer has, you know, both the Gatot Kacha and the Kalea, it makes a lot of sense that the Hylos was picked up early just so they wouldn't have a lot of problems. But for Ogwen, you still have the Grok, but it could potentially be a very difficult scenario. So the Alice is the final pick up. Sanford is gonna try to at least give a lot more problems to the Uranus. And a lot, you know, I think it was Leo who told the broadcast this, that Alice is a sexier Uranus.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
In terms of function, I believe is what he wanted to imply.
You know what? I hope so. I hope so. He's probably gonna clear that up later.
Let's see if the Alice. I think at this point the Alice is just gonna do good no matter what happens. I'm heavily leaning towards the possibility that we're just gonna see Falcons get swept and Liquid's gonna advance into the next round. But let's see if there can be surprises thrown out. You take out Ogwen's pick with a lack of burst. They're gonna need to pick something up really good for Marco. They're gonna need strong burst. I wouldn't even want to see them consider something like a Moskov as their typical thing. Takes a bit too much time. Granger, Kimmy together again. Yeah, maybe should be okay, but you don't see the mid laner of Sanji. They could easily just pick up the Lunox one more time and just go burst. That's another revitalize roamer for JP, so they'll be able to sustain. Maybe the first ones, they get countered. So I like they're reducing the burst that Liquid could potentially go for. They take out the Lunox, they take out the Harith, so now you're gonna have to see Team Liquid settle with something else.
You know, there's a slight limit towards the total damage output that Team Liquid Philippines can produce here. Compared to the first two games, we saw that raised in an exponential level for the Cavalry. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, it's the usual routine for the bands of TLPH. Just take out Ogwen's heroes and also take out Fuse heroes. And that has been the process for victory, so that no matter what Super Marco's hero is going to be, we're going to be sure that we can at least box him out, not get that upscaling, and put Oheb in a position where he can actually win. And speaking of box, there goes the real-world manipulation that's gonna slow everything down in Sanji's tracks.
What sucks here is even if you pick up the no, you can't even pick up the Valentina anymore because we already showed the Kimmy. What a pain in the ass for Falcons. Eve, Alice, Lancelot, Hylos. It really just looks like Liquid could just run over Falcons right now unless they could somehow make a pick-off burst work.
Yeah, they have an ace up their sleeve, given that they're being backed into the corner so much from the draft alone here of Team Liquid Philippines. Team Falcons is gonna need something here. Although a silver lining, I would say, would be the Uranus of Flap TZ staying alive. There you go. The Bane and the Khalid.
All right. And then right away, right away they just knew that they wanted to pick the Granger no matter what Falcons decided to go for here. Which could be really tough. It's Clouds, not Rivers, but let's see if Super Marco is going to get a quick rotation. Turtle 1 or Turtle 2 to join in, and then Falcons will build the lead through there, because if Falcons are not proactive, if Falcons are looking to play defensive and counter punish, the Liquid will stampede over the Falcons and advance into the next round of the playoffs.
TLPH says that the stampede is inevitable, but the wings of the Falcons are still flying for the third time around. An annoying hero for Flap TZ, comfort for Kyle TZ that landed them into this point of the competition. Will this be it, or will we see something else from the greener side of things? Here are your casters, Naisu and Leo. Take it away.
The Falcons' wings might be clipped. Can they gain a flight and get a game under their belt to extend the series here, or will Team Liquid Philippines stampede all over the dreams of Team Falcons? We're going to find out. We jump to Landon once again, everybody. I'm Naisu, and this is Leo to bring you Game 3 of this best of 5. And man, oh man, has it looked bad for Team Falcons so far.
They need an updraft. They need a little bit of a breeze. And I think the speed that this draft they got in Game 3 might serve that up. Very sustainable in the gold lane. That Bane, the Khalid and Ogwen. Fuse been holding on to this. And come on, it's old versus new. Uranus versus a sexier Uranus.
We mentioned earlier, it's a cosplay battle, man. But this time around, I got to say, I want to lean towards, I'm happier that Flap went with the Uranus.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because like
simpler wins?
I think that might be the case for Flap, man. Ogwen? Yeah, he's going to get away. But like, I think he needs that, because the Alice in Game 1 was not it. He tried to do things on the Arlott in Game 2, had a little bit of a success, but now you put a Uranus in the hands of Flap. I feel like this might be an opportunity for him to go ahead and just do what he needs to do and be that upfront guy to then give space to Super Marco to shine on this Bane here.
You know
Maybe
what?
that's a part of it.
Those bespectacled gentlemen up in the higher benches did mention that if you put a hero like Uranus on Flapteezy, you kind of buy time and space for the other half of the map so Marco can farm. Now Ogwin here put down an inch away from his death, didn't even bother to flicker. He's like, I know you can't kill me.
Which is surprising because I think given the situation, I almost expected him to flicker there. Again, he still has the quicksand guard, so that's going to be fine. But also, mind you, we are on a turtle, though. This might bring into a fight. They're going to jump in.
Mount Shocker already thrown out that boat. Real world manipulation coming in. Carl Deasy secures. And they can get out of dodge, but no! They force the engage. Sanford gleams on out of here. I think Ogwin and Flap want more. Liquid ain't giving any.
Yeah, no, there's good zoning there. Oheb in trouble. Whoa!
Did not see him coming! Oheb thought he could fight back, but instead, Marco flickers in and spits on that thing.
He shaked that thing.
He shaked it.
Man, the Bane. We were wondering if it's going to pop up. It pops up here in Game 3. And this is a great thing that Team Falcons need in order to go ahead and get themselves in a position. They might be relying on everybody's favorite gold lane hero right now, Bane.
He's been my favorite hero for about half a decade now.
Yeah, that's true.
And what makes it so good is, sure, Liquid got a turtle, but Falcons got the best target, the gold laner. They took down Oheb.
Yeah, they did. And that's a great way to go ahead and stop him from getting the leads he's had the previous 2 games. Now, it's not anything big. You can see this here. It looks like, is Super Mario just going to rush the Holy Crystal?
Yes.
Just get that damage.
That's what you do.
Get that Deadliest Catch and get that heal.
If you're not in any immediate danger, you just greed out and say, I'm just going to go for the Holy Crystal. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, man, that's a scary thing to think about, you know, of TLPH. But, again, we have to see if Team Falcons can maintain that kind of pressure, man. Like, they got to be able to utilize that. And, you know, if you think about it, that would be a great setup utilizing the Khalid they brought to this game. If Ogwin can actually get a setup that he's looking for, because, again, in Game 2 with the Matilda, he wasn't really able to do that. You know, a lot of the times they were just collapsed down on, they had to get disengaged, but with the Khalid, I think it's a different story. The panel even said, give him a hero that can be annoying. Well, I think this is one of the heroes other than the Hilda that was banned out to be that hero for Ogwin.
All right, Few catches Carl Deasy on him, goes up and takes a disguise. But Carl ain't having any of it. Takes a few shots away, not just from the turret, but from the Mount Shocker. Kyle takes him down. And JP does try to bring out the extraction point, but it's too little too late. There's no jungler for Liquid coming into the second turtle. So they take down Ogwin. Liquid with a vengeance.
Oh, I was just going to say that's a great opportunity for them to take this turtle, but now that Ogwin's gone down, they're just going to wait for Carl to be back here.
Yep, here he comes. Via the flying cloud as Oheb gets popped by Marco once more.
That doesn't feel good. You know, that's Super Marco's eaten well this game, at least for that. They're still going to go ahead and contest this turtle. They don't want it to go in the hands of Carl Teasy, but he does just grab it easily. Sanford will flicker on out. Oh, disengage.
There's a glorious pathway. JP and the rest of Liquid can actually choose the fight that they're going to pick, but he gets trapped between 4 members of Falcons. How about some roast horse, everybody?
Yep. JP goes down. Right now, Team Falcons in a better position than throughout the entire of the series. Yes, it's not a major lead or anything like that, but they're sitting good. I would say even again, this pressure they've been putting in the gold lane at Super Marco now. Whoa! Goodbye, Sanford. Oh, hold on.
Real manipulation trying to punish Flap. They do get him, but I'll tell you now, that's still a good trade for Falcons.
They also get that turret, so great play on the macro sense of things here. I'm not sure if O's going to go for Oheb. If he dies here again, that's going to be crucial for TLPH. They're going to have to help Oheb get back into this game. Traction pole's used up, but it's just JP that gets grabbed into it.
See, that's the thing. It's difficult for Liquid to put Oheb in a spot where he can farm freely and safely. There's so much going for him. A chubby old crab man with a cannon for an arm. You have a Korean legit historical figure going around who can see the map. That's what's missing, I think, vision. Liquid doesn't have the same kind of vision that Falcons does.
Yeah, they don't have that vision, but they have the box. The panel mentioned, whoa!
We just skipped it for a second and Carl pops. Marco, how?
What just happened? I did not expect Super Marco to go down just to Carl Tizzy when he was up there on that side.
I thought it was the Bane that randomly bursts people. What's going on? FlapTZ gets the Glorious Pathway and the Railroad Manipulation on him. Throwing out that Mountain Shocker. Too much damage. Oakwind gets popped by Oheb. Baby Cakes are clapping back. 2 for free. Make that 3 for Count and Marco, who just comes in on a cloud. That's hilarious.
What just happened, man?
The Liquid Stampede.
They stampeded, started with the perfect target. It was Super Marco.
60, man.
That's just what they do. And now this third turtle. Mind you, I think throughout the series, Carl Tizzy has all the turtles in his hands, man.
He does?
I think so.
Literally. I think 6, 8, 9 in total.
9 turtles. And again, objectively, TLPH is just playing better. Even if they lose some of these turrets or some of these deaths in the early game, they're able to go ahead and find these moments where it just turns the game in their favor.
Pretty sure that's not how the Animal Kingdom works. Goats do not have a strict diet of turtles.
Hey, you heard him in the opening. What is it? The game's chasing him now.
Yep.
He's not chasing the game anymore. He's completely, he's on new, is this New Game Plus?
This is New Game Plus. Game of the Year edition.
Game of the Year edition, New Game Plus for Carl Tizzy right now.
Hey, our game did win a few awards at the Mobile Game Awards this year, so...
that's true, that's true. You're
something
right
to
about that
celebrate.
one. Oh, this
Carl
is
Tizzy and Oakwind gets caught by the Glorious Pathway. Daddy JP means business, alongside 3 other members of Liquid. Oh, they force him to go the other way. The conceal from Oakwind. This is just a matter of time.
Run,
a
Oakwind.
formality. Oakwind can't even sacrifice himself to the turret. He's wasting their time.
He's wasting their time and looking up top. He's bought enough time for Super Marco to go ahead and push into that.
That's an execution. Oh, but still few falls as 40 finds him. Throne of Ruin, able to slow the assault. He might go down here. Kyle Tizzy throwing out these swords and arrows and swords. Finally he falls, and in mid, FlapTZ pushing them all back.
Okay.
Some peace and quiet for a second here.
I would say that wasn't so bad for Team Falcons. Yeah, they lost a couple bodies. They were able to get the tier 2 up top. That whole thing that Oakwind started by, let me tell you something, running off on his own. Yeah, bought him enough time to go ahead and at least get a turret. Now, in the grand scheme of things, is that going to change much? Right now, TLPH is still in that driver's seat. They're able to go ahead and control this because the Lord is coming up in about 15.
It feels like it's slowing the inevitable. But if that happens one more time, if some way, somehow, Falcons shrink this 800 gold lead from Liquid and maybe take it up to their side, put it at about 2,000, 3,000, then maybe Marco can be once again that force of nature that gets them on the board.
If somehow Marco bursts one of the crucial members of TLPH.
Kyle.
Carl or Oheb?
Carl or even Sanji, maybe?
Even Sanji. He could burst
any of these cores.
Yeah. If he bursts, basically if he bursts anybody, that's a big help for Falcons into this Lord. I think they'll take their time though, because again, they were fighting into a box of Sanji. Sanji, with this whole E-pick was highlighted in the panel of being deadly. Oh, whoa!
Carl Tizzy here!
Oh!
Tango with death against 2. And now Oheb barely alive. Mount Shocker, they know how low he is. They see him. Sanford, Throne of Ruin, but it's not enough to stop Falcons from taking him down. Few falls, no trades for Liquid. And it's just a free pickoff. Liquid overextended.
Man, a whole lot was thrown there. Oakwind is on that side. I don't know if they're going to start the Lord off of that. It was only Sanford that goes down. He'll be up in 12. And remember, this is Flying Clouds. So we can join in this fight, but it looks like they're going to try to at least blitz it a little bit. Oh no, TLPH is back for this fight. They want to wait for Sanford to be up. They drop down the pathway.
Lord is very low. Kyle Tizzy secures, and the arena goes wild. Kyle gets popped by Carl. Carl Tizzy looking to survive, and he will, but only for a second more. An amazing Sandstorm by Oakwind, plus a deadly catch by Marco. And now it's just Sanford left. 40's holding on against 3 members of Falcons. This is nigh impossible to win, but he might take down Super Marco, but he won't, as Marco spits on that thing. It's a wipeout.
It's a wipeout that Team Falcons needed, and my God, what a raging Sandstorm from Oakwind to set that thing up and capitalize on what Team Falcons did.
Falcons used Carl Tizzy's anger and vengeance and forced him to overextend, equal to the rest of Liquid overextending, and then they caught him with that 2-ult combo.
They got him, man, and you're seeing it. This is the switch. This is the draft. And I'm talking about the gust of wind that these Team Falcons needed here. It's, again, it's a step in the right direction. It's not going to win them the game just yet unless somehow they're able to get the right targets down. This Lord is making its way towards the base of TLPH. And they're going to try to hold it here. They drop down the Glorious Pathway. But where do they go? Deadliest Catch drop down too. They're going to clear out that Lord. Takes a couple hits on the turrets, but they maintain the top and mid turret.
It's damage control mode for Liquid. As for the first time in this whole series, 3 games in, they are down 3,000 gold, and they're staring down Falcons push across all 3 lanes. I'll tell you now, Joseph, looking at a Bane on the opposite side, looking at it at 6-1 and 2, it's not a good feeling.
It's not, man.
It's scary.
Especially when he's waddling in front of you, man, and if you get to see him on a cloud, even more so is it devastating.
Crabs aren't supposed to be that high up in the sky. That's how God meant him to go.
I've been asking for this since the regular season. I wish we had a Bane cam.
Oh my God.
You know?
Dude, Sky Piercer on the Bane.
I wonder how many stacks he has. Are we able to check how many stacks the Bane has?
Minimum 4.
Minimum 4.
Minimum 4.
Dude, he's got the, and he just got the wings. So he's even faster now. And shielded.
A little more sustainable, as if the single click on the ale wasn't enough.
Yeah, he's a little more chunky now, I'd say. You know,
he's
this
all
is
tummy.
Yeah, this is, I don't know.
Oh, passive push up top too. All right, Liquid answers back.
All right, what can TLPH do here? I mean, as much as I gotta say it's looking a little dicey for TLPH, you can't count them out. Just like we were saying that in the previous game with Team Falcons. This kind of lineup, you even saw how tanky Sanford can be on the Alice, but I think even to an extent, they just got caught in a bad team fight position. OHEB has struggled, and I think this is the sentiment here with our gold laners right now. You know, the typical heroes that we usually see, they're having a really hard time in the current meta.
Yeah, I think what you could call that whole situation where they got wiped out is a string of bad decisions.
Yeah.
And hard punishes from Falcons. That means if Liquid answers half of that equation with better decisions going into the late game, and they should be fine. They only really have to worry about Falcons' positioning, Falcons' propensity to go for that 2 ult combo, which is so devastating. Liquid got caught from out of nowhere with that. They got clocked. They got gassed immediately. So if Liquid can see that, then they should be fine. It's easier said than done, obviously, because Falcons has better vision overall.
I think Ogwin's trying to do exactly what he did before. He's going to be spotted out there by Sanford, though.
Yep, stuffed out.
Are they going to just go ahead and stop them? They're going to go for this Lord, though. It's for the taking.
Traction Pulse zoning out Liquid as Sanji falls. Didn't even get the use of most of that real-world manipulation.
Sanford.
Sanford comes in, taking down Marco. A huge shutdown for the Apex Predator. He's still alive, but just barely as Kyle takes him out.
Oh,
2 for 1 the trade. Ogwin once again to the back line, taking down OHEB. But the Filipino sniper survives. In comes Carl Teasy. Suddenly Falcons are so chunky, even a Lancelot can't put a dent on him.
Ooh, that could have gone way worse if OHEB went down too, but man, Sanji deleted in that fight. They lost a ton of damage on the profile here for TLPH. And for Team Falcons, they're walking in with this next Lord toward the base.
More than just damage, I think it's the utility. It's the box that Sanji provides that was so important for Falcons to find and to neutralize. Oh my God, Carl Teasy put down 1/8 of his health. That was scary.
Yeah, he's got to go back, heal up there, dealing with this Lord. They do have the waves cleared out, though, so they'll be able to clear out the Lord. They lost another base turret. They're trying to hold on to this bottom 1. They'll post up around it, and they should be able to maintain this last base turret unless Team Falcons decides to do something, and they won't.
This is not how Stallions are meant to live. This is not their natural habitat. A closed-off space just inside your base where Falcons cordon off, where you're allowed to roam. They need free range. They need a lot of land mass. And Liquid are denied that. Falcons are up 5,000 gold. I'll tell you now, worse than the amount of gold is, again, the lack of vision and effective space to move around. That's why Ogwin is capable of finding OHEB so easily.
Yeah, like I said, this is a tough game for OHEB. You know, you can see he's got some items, but he's not going to have any stacks, or literally no stacks at all in the Sky Piercer, but also...
He owes stacks.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the defensive items he needs either to withstand that. He's literally relying on his dash and the flicker.
But that's the thing. Would you build a defensive item on a Granger in this case? Yeah, because you're still lacking damage. Is there... All right, this is rhetoric, but is there enough damage on Carl Teasy to scare Falcons? I tell you now, no.
No.
He's been puncturing through dudes for the better part of the past 5 minutes to no effect.
And that's what I'm saying, man. It's hold on, Sanford, okay.
That is the Mountain Shocker and the Traction Pulse already. Okay, so Liquid standing their ground, forced out 2 ults.
They forced out 2 ults. I think if you look at this too, again, this is one of those situations where TLPH is in that position where we need those items, and by that I mean especially on Sanford and especially on JP to go ahead and tank up a lot of what's being thrown at them. But even so, if they have those items, it's also protecting OHEB. A Super Marco can appear from anywhere. So OHEB, the problem, like put yourself in OHEB's shoes. He's got to keep his head literally on a swivel, man, like 360. He's got to look for Ogwin and Super Marco. They can appear from anywhere.
He needs more than a third eye. He needs a 4th, a 5th, a 6th.
Yeah.
There's so many things coming at him, and he's the only real reliable source of damage, because Carl TZ has to think of the retribution too. See, a lot of these wipeouts, they happen pre or post Lord, because they come from that moment, that singular need.
I mean, if you really think about it too, Leo, like even Sanji, if he sets up the RWM, he's like a sitting target. Like, he might be, like, he's not getting the full use out of his RWM in a lot of these fights.
Not in the last Lord. Mountain Shocker coming in. Kyle TZ sees all of them.
Oh, look at
Ogwin posting up. Oh, I don't know if OHEB knows.
Did they get information here? Sanji and OHEB both there. Ogwin going for the back.
Glorious Pathway dropped in. Kyle TZ secures it. Look at the back. Ogwin totally misses as OHEB dashes on out. Sanford taken out.
Oh, they survive. Oh!
And in comes Marco. Carl TZ, OHEB and JP retreat for the price of the Lord. This is not worth it.
Super Marco's waited all series for this, and he finally gets it on the Bane. They'll clear out the Lord, and they're ready to go for Carl TZ tries to delay it.
And it's just delaying the inevitable as Team Falcons PH get on the board, denying the sweep 2-1.
Team Falcons needed a flight, and they got it here in Game 3. What a game, and good thing we're not going to a sweep. Let's go over to the panel instead.
I asked for more damage from Falcons, and they gave Khalid swords, full damage on the Khalid, a Bane in the gold lane. I didn't expect this to happen.
Now this is the Falcons we expected. Says not over. Definitely not yet. They're now playing with claws, some swag. Even in the items, we saw it just a little bit ago. You know, Renmar, there were some signs of keys to victory that Team Falcons still weren't able to do. TLPH still got turtles, but what in the world happened here? Why is it close all of a sudden?
Bane gold lane, man. The inevitable thing about Bane. Holy Crystal, and then he goes for Sky Piercer, second item. Then he gets the Lightning Truncheon, then Blood Wings. It's fantastic itemization from Super Marco. People would probably say that Ogwin's build, bro, kinda sus. What the hell's the Khalid doing building swords? But what is Khalid's main weapon? A sword.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, it was that Khalid that suddenly broke every team fighting formation that is built around the Eve. Super Marco gets the MVP, and understandably so. This Bane popped off at the right time. Similar to how that Bane belly's popping out of his shirt. Super Marco was able to do that at the exact right time. Although he wouldn't always flicker and then throw the sharks perfectly with a deadly catch. He would find the right catch at the right time.
Man, I apologize because I immediately looked at my belly. If it was the same as Bane's, I lagged out with that joke.
And then you laughed when you looked at me.
Yeah, no,
yeah, I got you there. I got you there, bro.
I went because I laughed because I wanted to respond with what you said, because I was like, was that me?
Bro, you can't cap no more. You can't cap. I got you.
Come on, man. I can cap, but Super Marco did not. That's for sure. In this game number 3, they definitely put up a solid fight where there were times that Team Liquid Philippines has managed to get ways, or at least the steps for them to get into victory by getting those turtles, getting maximum objectives. And even though Team Falcons were getting some kills, TLPH at this point, in this part of the clip, they were still leading by 700 gold, but that was changed by Team Falcons in one major lineup. They heavily focused on playing fire with fire, and I think that is what they need. That is exactly what Ogwen did, and that placed the momentum so much for Team Falcons to handle.
Falcons just showed up with more damage.
they could not get the burst mage onto Few, so they said, let's put damage onto our roamer.
Right.
Ogwin essentially turned into an EXP laner at this point, man. Flap TZ was the actual roamer of the composition based on their positionings every team fight.
Right.
While Ogwin was the one looking for ganks. Good avoidance there by Oheb. But you see how much damage Ogwin can dish out. Marco able to flicker just in time to Hawk 2 on that thing.
There's your roamer.
Taking out Oheb, double kill, make that triple. Marco chaining the kills.
That was just an insane amount of layers coming in from Team Falcons to keep themselves alive in this playoff run. You're looking at a 19-10 kill score. Quite an eventful game number 3 here. Based on what we were telling you guys a while ago, the only change except for those turtles were a lot of the invades coming in from Team Falcons. And I have to say, there were some mistakes coming in from Oheb during the early portions of our game that really gave Super Marco the edge in terms of the gold scaling.
Yeah, for Team Liquid Philippines, you saw that it looks like they just weren't ready with the sheer damage output that could come out of Falcons.
Right.
Again, with the itemization, once the items come up, we really have to point out what they've done here, because there's also another crucial item. A very important part of a Kimmy build in this era, Demon Hunter Sword, that would melt any frontliner that's going to be standing in front of his way. Tip for the Kimmies out there in your RGs, pick up this item. Even if you only have like one super tanky guy in the opposing team, even if it's an Alex with the Radiant Armor, Blade Armor, you don't really care. It's gonna hurt, yes, but you do need that DHS to come out.
Right.
Deal as much damage as you can, and don't be the only main damage dealer. Falcons again knew that they are lacking burst. So then Super Marco comes out with the bait. Sky Piercer second item. Once that Divine Glaives in, bro, as long as Marco's alive and even he has just a bit of health, Liquid's gonna get melted. What an adjustment. It was a huge risk.
Right.
Not gonna lie, straight up huge risk by Falcons.
Very.
But they were able to hold on long enough to make it work.
And this was a really good job as well from Flap TZ, considering that there were a lot of possible, entry points coming in from Team Liquid Philippines, given that they do have the Alice. They even have a high loss where once you see the glorious pathway come into the Land of Dawn, that means that at least 2 or 3 members of Team Liquid Philippines are going to be there to engage and get a kill. And that's what they've been doing from the 6th up to the 8th minute, where they were just basically targeting, Flap TZ and Ogwin. But the good sign coming in from them was that they were very much willing to die just to give out information. And once, Flap TZ or Ogwin is out, then Count TZ is just going to put up the Mountain Shocker and at least, give out the bits of info that they need to be able to at least prepare themselves for what's about to happen. Super Marco, hiding in the bushes. I think that's really what helped Team Falcons in getting this victory for themselves. The information and the ability to actually back that info up with damage.
Yeah, you were pointing it out earlier, the errors of Team Liquid Philippines as well. The 2 times Oheb died earlier in the game should not have happened. And they had the information where the members of Falcons were at that time.
Right.
While Falcons also had the information where Oheb was. The first time Oheb died at the center of the map, yeah, he got to see Kyle TZ, but he knows that the Bane's gonna be rotating from the gold lane. Why are you fighting there? And then the second one was, why are you checking the bushes where the Bane could be when the Bane is the one that could pop you off? So a few errors as well in terms of checking coming out of Oheb. Again, the fact that after the Blade of the Heptices, you see the Khalid go for the Dreadnought armor.
Correct.
But then the sudden surprise of the BOD third item after that, I think, is what made Liquid start scratching their heads like, wait, where's all this damage coming from? Why are we suddenly getting blasted by this Khalid? Khalid with a Heptices and a defensive item shouldn't be hurting this much. Oh no, he has a BOD.
Yeah, that was like you said a while ago, a ballsy move coming in from Ogwin, because there were times that Ogwin wasn't really seen in the map as much compared to how much Flap TZ was at the spotlight of Team Liquid Philippines. And it makes things a little bit difficult for TLPH as to their approach and how they would be able to at least counterattack, given that the Raging Sandstorm could either make or break the situation here for Team Falcons. There were times that, the Raging Sandstorm hit at least 2 or 3 members and that possibly ended the team fight, or there was a time that it only hit 1. So it really was just a matter of breaking the game, dissecting it into the best of their abilities, and dividing the team fight where Super Marco is going to take advantage of it. Basing on how it was in terms of game number 3, it was the Bane really holding out his own and taking matters into his own hands against Oheb.
New stat line that we have for our head-to-heads, the gold at 5, EXP at 5, KDA at 5. That pertains to at 5 minutes into the game, because that we usually see that as the crossover into the mid lane portion. Bane led in all categories, gold, EXP, KDA at 5. And we also got to see that reflect into what happened after 5 minutes. How more comfortable it was for Super Marco to do the things that he was doing in the map, which is why it was very warranted that Carl Tizzy was able to find that gank on the Super Marco top side, taking out the Bane for its first death. But then suddenly you start feeling, where's the presence of the Granger? And this is one of those scenarios where it's partly because of the errors that we pointed out, the fault of Oheb, mostly because you gotta have BB chasing after you, bro, with 2 swords.
That's pretty difficult. That's a threat that obviously if you're Oheb, you don't want to face.
Yeah, at the end, it was a Heptasis, BOD, Malefic Roar, Sea Halberd, Ethan. It's like, what is a backliner gonna do?
And this is a recap for what has happened so far all throughout the last 3 games. There's been some constant presence of both the Lancelot specifically, the YSS, not so much, because there were some changes on toward the idea of Team Falcons with what they would want to do here. They changed from a Fredrin in game number 2 and a YSS in game number 3, plus the Uranus. So this is Team Falcons kind of playing towards their comfort, plus a little bit more ingredient, a little bit more spice to their gameplay by just adding on the damage. Let's fight damage with damage if that's what they want.
Yeah, and now I think Team Liquid Philippines have to ease up a little bit on their focus towards Fuse picks and Ogwen's picks. For games 2, 3, they put a lot of pressure onto taking away the Franco, the Hilda, the Farsa, took out the Grok, Juice in. Now, because of what you saw from game number 3, you have to take out the Bane from the hands of Super Marco. If ever there's an option where Falcons hasn't shown their gold laner yet and they need damage, they need to make sure that the Bane doesn't end up with Falcons anymore.
Yeah, man, that's the idea that Team Falcons kind of opened up already.
Yeah.
Because from the looks of it, you were talking about the picks of Few and Ogwen for sure. But before anything else, before we head into game number 4, we gotta need a break, man. If you haven't done it, we were recently nominated for numerous titles. During the Esports Awards.
Yeah, you can vote for Team Vitality MLBB for Esports Team of the Year, Kirk for Esports Breakthrough Player of the Year, Team Liquid and Team Falcons for Organization of the Year.
I mean, Team Liquid for Content Group. Moonton has also been nominated for the Esports Publisher of the Year, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang for Esports Mobile Game of the Year and Esports Game of the Year. Man, it feels so good to be nominated. We are at our 9th year. It's very nice to meet all of you, and I hope we get to see you more. And thank you so much for your support. This would have not been possible without you guys.
Yeah, year after year, MLBB Esports continues to grow because of you.
And you can also catch Bark, Unexpected, Nobita, and Ace Banzuelo live at the MPL Arena. Sony Music has got us covered with performances that will surely hype up the crowd. Just a while ago, Bark Boy was already there. And, you know, he's obviously known because his father is Francis M, but he's also doing a little bit,
legendary.
You know, a lot of things in his own. And for people who are not familiar with Francis M, he is a rap icon here in the Philippines.
A legend. An actor too.
What?
And an actor too.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Bart is his son. Would you say descendant? No, I'll just call him
son. Yeah, straight up a son.
Yeah. So
not that far back.
Yeah, not that far back. But you get the point. You don't want to miss all of that and get hype aside from the matches that we have today. And man, people expected for this to go 5 games. A lot of the people here wanted to experience 3, especially for the Cavalry, because, you know, they were already halfway through the door. But Team Falcons started pulling it back and says, not just yet, we want our hands on that door.
Yeah, despite what we saw from Team Falcons in that previous game, I still feel worried for them, definitely. As the Falcons guy on the table here, Liquid has just been more steady this series.
in the objectives, Kyle TZ only won like 1 or 2. The first Lord that begun the swing in favor of Falcons. The second Lord still went into the hands of Carl TZ and Team Liquid. It's just at that point they were just out damaged. There was way too much burst coming out of Falcons. But then, let's say Team Falcons takes out the Bane. And then will they still have room to pick up a roamer with high damage and strong sustainability in the Khalid? Can they run that back? Usually, the answer to those questions like that are no. While Liquid, they may have lost, but they lost in a game where Falcons decided to flip a coin and it just landed in favor for them.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one. It was quite a risk, a calculated one, or maybe even, all cards are dealt, we're backed into a corner, might as well go all in. Yeah. Let's try to figure out how we can do this. And Super Marco's like, Coach, I want to use the Bane. I want to fight them where they're really pushing us back. And that has been the recipe for the success in game number 3. But knowing this, there might be a certain adjustment into Team Liquid's composition because this is the first time in this series that they need to adjust their strategy.
Yeah, I had no problems with the Liquid draft. I looked at the Liquid draft, we looked at the Liquid draft, and we were thinking, oh, this is probably not going to go well for Falcons.
Correct.
But Falcons found that swing at Lord 1. Again, for Falcons, do you have any more like that? Because Liquid's going to take that out. If Liquid tried to match that, then, okay. What else are Liquid going to show? Are they going to go back to funneling everything into the hands of Carl TZ, who has been a monster all series long? Are they going to try to go double fighter again? Are they really just going to take out Bane and show the Team Falcons that the lineup just didn't work out? Who's going to go which? Falcons will go blue yet again for the 3rd game in a row. This gives Team Liquid an opportunity to just go for the same approach and just make sure the Bane doesn't end up with Marco.
Yeah, and that also brings up the question, how many more fighter gold laners does Super Marco have in his arsenal? Because it seems to be the concern that we have right over here. In terms of the marksman, it does not work against Team Liquid Philippines just because of how fast, how aggressive they are in terms of the scaling up until the 1st to the 5th minute of the game. But in that 3rd matchup, there was a sudden change, there was a sudden shift in the tide because of Super Marco just having that fighter gold lane. So will the CC be available? Will, the export even be an opportunity? You're looking at the top 5 rankings, and in terms of the average gold, it's OHEB. Obviously the richest guy, going back to the meme from last season, he has showcased that he is hella rich in that one, and of course, joined by the others as well. Domingkite, interestingly, at the 5th place, but it makes a lot of sense considering that it's a very dynamic option for him.
Yeah, considering that OHEB is Super Marco, I don't know if these rankings already include the playoff games that we've seen or if this is heading into the regular season. But you also have to point out that for especially Aurora, their games end faster usually.
Correct. You know what? You're right. Actually, when the longer I think about it, it's pretty true. That's because of how clean their games are. Meanwhile, for OHEB and Super Marco, there's a tendency for them to just for the rest of the team to depend on them. That's the idea that we have in mind as to why the gold really matters for their team. But now, looking back into the Team Liquid Philippines against Team Falcon matchup, Team Falcons has some breathing room, but I wouldn't say a lot, because going back to what you said, this was a matchup that was an enormous win for the Cavalry just because of their play style really adjacent or is really parallel towards what they want to do with the composition that they have in the draft. So if there is a change for Team Liquid Philippines, maybe it's their approach, because in game number 2 specifically, we saw them kind of holding back with their aggression when there were times that they had a chance to be able to finish the game quite faster than 17 or 18 minutes. But for Team Falcons, that is exactly what they did. We're going with expanding rivers this time. Both teams having a 40% win rate towards that. And this is what Team Liquid wants initially, to play faster. But for Team Falcons, the idea is for them to catch up to the pace. And I think with that game number 3, if the Bane is still going to be there, there might be a chance that they would have caught up completely.
Yeah, so far it still looks very similar in terms of the banning. And that might, again, be the main idea here for Falcons, wherein if they can, just pick up the same lineup that they went for. While for Team Liquid Philippines, just straight up take out the Bane that became the MVP of the previous game. Are they gonna rush it even? I think it's gonna be too much though.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an overreaction if they just rush the Bane now.
It's pretty risky at this point because you don't wanna set up your ace card quite early. But
Whoa.
hey, you know what?
Whoa.
Team Liquid just went, let's pull off an ace card this early in the draft, picking up the Lunox.
How greedy are they gonna go? Are they gonna go for like a high loss or a back shot at Rome, or are they just gonna go straight up go Jawhead or something like that? Jawhead, Grok, something that's just gonna be oppressive at the center of the map.
Right.
That's gonna pair well. Like if Liquid wanna end this fast, if they just wanna go like pure aggro mode, stampede mode, you go for a roamer such like that. Or will they try to find stability and pick up a roamer that wants to revitalize the back shot, the high loss, as we previously mentioned?
They can even deny the lead from a while ago that was utilized by Oakwin to their advantage just because of the setup and even, you know, the blades being there for Team Falcons. But I think they're going to be replicating the same 3 picks that they have had in game number 3. The Uranus, which is obviously a Flap TZ, Kimmy being a few hero. This is quite, you know, similar to what we've seen, but yeah, if you're Team Liquid Philippines, how do you approach this? Do you also go with the same idea? Just be more careful in terms of the execution, just like what Oheb didn't do in game number 3?
I think they're considering whether or not Sanford should go for the Alice again or if they should try something different. As we mentioned, Yuzong earlier, they're gonna go back and double down towards that idea. Damage, burst, and let's see if this means that we're gonna be seeing something differently for the gold, or if they really just wanted to get Yuzong for the counter punish with the early Petri and Furious Dive combos.
This is, I would say, a really aggressive early game coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. But they have quite a tight window because they still need Sanji to scale up a bit. But if both Carl TZ and Sanford can apply so much pressure to the rest of the members of Team Falcons, there might be you know, a window that is cracked open for them at this point in time. Because man, I'm still not satisfied with the damage output that Team Falcons has just because they only have Flap TZ using the Uranus, not a lot of setups available, and for Liquid, it's the Franco taken out. Here is the question, will they take out the Khalid or will they take out the Bane?
They took out the Bane. They take out the Bane straight up. It's like, that's what we expected Team Liquid to do. So now, I'm pretty sure Falcons knew this was gonna happen. So what do they have cooking now? Because with the Yuzong showed up by Liquid, you turn off so many gold laners that you potentially want to pick up here. Are you still willing to go fighter in the gold lane, and now you're just going to be playing around the Kimmy and the Yi Sun Shin? But then in terms of the pure impact that the Bane gold can dish out, other fighter gold laners aren't going to be as impactful. The impact of other fighter gold laners, CC being one of them, but CC's gone. Esmeralda, you don't see enough shields. Esmeralda's going to get melted through most likely. The Lap gold lane? I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know. Have you seen anything like that? But no, we haven't seen this hero in this series. The Hilda coming up pretty clutch here for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, and that is a Hilda that garnered so much praise after his performance in MSC 2025. JP on that Hilda messed up SRG quite often. So how is Falcons gonna round it off? I think Granger might actually really struggle here.
Yeah, there's a lot of dive coming in from Liquid.
Brody, you don't... Are you actually gonna go fighter, but then the Lunox damage is gonna trump you? Oh no, this Lunox first pick and rush by Liquid, though greedy as it looks, might have shut down a lot of things that Falcons want to do. See, they go for Badang for Oakwin, and we mentioned in the previous game show, it didn't show up then, but it showed up here. This is gonna give impact. It's not gonna melt down the backline or deal damage as much as a Bane, but the displacement and the attention pulled by the way of the Dragon, and of course the respectable damage as well. It's alright. It's not as crazy as Bane, but it's alright. Might just be enough.
Yeah, I mean, from the looks of it, right? The problem from Team Falcons is that Super Marco has always been in the middle of everybody else. But now he has to show there seems to be an idea that he can get away in certain situations where the invades are going to come for him. But the Esmeralda is going to be the answer, potentially from OHEB. This is a fighter-to-fighter matchup that we have not seen in this series.
We had talked about the eras of the league all season long. How about we throw it back to the age of dreamers, to Sunsparks, to Kiel VJ. JP back then was the one holding the Retri as a mid laner. How different times were. Double fighter gold lanes.
How times have changed. Will this be another edition for Liquid, or will it be for Falcons? Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you to the panel, breaking it down. Game 4 upon us. I gotta say this, man, Leo. I think I'm liking where gold lane's going. I think I like that we have a fighter versus fighter matchup in the gold lane.
You like?
I like.
I'll tell you that I'm
Welcome
happy
to
for
Mobile
Bane,
Legends.
and I'm happy for a good other choices.
Yeah.
I'm not happy for how big picture this might look. Because teams have to now consider, halfway through the draft, we don't even know what kind of gold laner we're seeing. So this is definitely a nice twist to the already interesting stop to the stampede.
Yeah.
So what more, a double pivot?
It might be the way to solve that issue. I don't know. You know, I mean, even looking at the emblems here, I mean, look, Marco's built for some damage, but he's also got the concussive blast to help clear that wave a little bit better on this choke.
And to be able to rotate out, look, not even a minute in and he's already lurking around bushes trying to influence that mid lane matchup.
Okay, he's going to get spotted out though too, and that's the thing. It's almost a little weird, honestly, to see that. You know, Super Marco on a Cho and then OHEB on a Esmeralda.
Hey,
you know?
When they both started playing, as mentioned by Renmar, it was the age of dreamers. These world champions have already been playing way before they started winning. And oh my God! Early game, look at Sandford, the Apex Predator, putting Flap DD down to a 10th of his. All right, so we were saying it's in their arsenal.
It's there.
They went through these eras.
I wonder, you know, I would say I think for these players too, it's a nice change of pace. JP's going to deal with a lot of damage.
Oh,
wow.
Possibly a traceless into a basic attack away from death.
So I expected him to get that kill. That should have been in first blood, but again, no first blood there. Turtle's going to be up here shortly. Mind you, too, throughout the series, we've had different maps now. This is the expanding rivers that we get to go ahead and watch both these Titans play on. They'll go ahead and rotate for it. And again, even like the panel mentioned, and we did in the previous game, Carl Teezy's been pretty locked in on the objectives, man. You know, but Falcons has showed fight, I would say, especially in the last game. This one's going to be a little difficult to take here, though. They set up Turtle, and they're going to secure it easily here. First Turtle of the game to TLPH.
Random Black Dragon form.
Just to show.
From out of nowhere. Again, that's one of the main strengths of Yu Zhong, besides the early game damage output.
Big Dragon.
Big Dragon.
Black Dragon.
Stop all opposition from contesting. You'll see his Petrify is just about to go off cooldown, so he's been very proactive. I like how Yu Zhong is showing back up into the metagame right when Sanford needs it.
Yeah, this is probably going to pop up more and more, too. Again, you got to be able to respect that damage that Yu Zhong can pop off. Wow. Woo! Speaking of damage, Sanji bringing it down the damage himself. Gets the flicker out of Ogwin.
Carl Teezy forcing a response from Falcons, not just stealing away that small camp, forcing a Mount Shocker, but takes down Ogwin, draws first blood.
Yeah, great play there. Great response, too. Again, that's one of the things. I'm still surprised, man, how many times Carl Teezy gets his hands on the Lancelot. You know, from game to game, and it almost seems a little just kind of like clockwork in a way. It's like TLPH knows how to set things up for Carl. Wow, by the way, Sanford burned the Petrify to go ahead and capitalize that kill with the damage from Sanji.
He didn't burn it, Joseph. He used it.
He used it.
Very effectively to stop Flap Teezy's reign to that bottom part of the map. And oh my God, Ogwin with a full combo, a fight breaking off camera. JP gets taken down by Kyle in an attempt alongside OM and Carl to take out the jungler from Falcons. You know what? Mark almost died too. He flickered out.
So a whole lot. It could have been a whole lot worse, basically, for Team Falcons.
There's a whole lot happening across the maps.
Yeah, both sides. I guess that's what we expect here in Game 4. But this is the problem, man. Your TLPH, even if they're not getting those kills, they're getting a lot of resources. They're able to get the battle spells down, able to get a little bit of extra gold here. You can see that small gold lead building up in the gold lane themselves for Oheb now. But even so, it's more so of just TLPH playing to the strength of this lineup. Now, we have to look at Team Falcon's lineup and think, when does that power spike come in? JP, he's tanky enough, but will he survive this?
Uh-oh. JP flickers, gets the shield from that Y brush. Kyle Teasy, Phantom Execution. Mountain Shocker from Kyle Teasy. Flap Teasy, will he survive? The answer is yes. Black Dragon form may have gone to waste. Wasn't really used much to their advantage. Super Marco hides in the river brush. JP putting up a perimeter. Mountain Shocker both thrown out. Kyle Teasy punctured into that turtle. Gets the retribution. Kick by Marco on the JP.
Oh, he still goes, but they're going to jump in. JP falls, but here was a response from Falcons. They want to go for Sanford. Sanford can't escape that one either.
Ionic Edge gets him down, and Sanji barely survives. Team Liquid Philippines trades out 2-1.
Oh, they traded out. They get the objective. I don't know if they're looking for more here. I think they're just forcing Falcons out.
Baby Cakes is angry, but Flap Teasy forces them back.
Okay, forces them back. TLPH again with the objectives, but Team Falcons fighting for what they can. I think that would have been different too if in that exchange Super Marco actually had the flicker. He didn't have it, but he still was able to get the kickoff that way, the Dragon, to set things up to go ahead and focus on JP here. So here's an interesting fact. A Super Marco first. This is the first time Super Marco has used Cho in his entire MPL Philippine career. That's 338 games.
Yep, he's won an MPL championship. He's played across many different international events. He's become a world champion. And throughout all time, this is the first time he's played Cho.
I wonder how that discussion happened in the draft. You know, it's like, hey, who you want to play, Super Marco? Earlier it was Bane, and then it was, I wonder if he was just like, yeah, just give me the Cho.
This is what the draft needed, and you already saw, right, how Marco was able to isolate JP, stop him from annoying and breaking the rest of Falcons formation. So far, Falcons are holding their own against Liquid, not that much of a lead. Oh my God, OF gets kicked to the side, does not even blink, did not use the Purify. He's okay.
He's okay, but JP might not be. Takes so much damage, we'll have to flicker out. And survives. Meanwhile, Sanford, does he actually re-engage on this? Sanji's around the corner. There's 3 dudes here onto the turret. I don't think Team Falcons are going to fall for it.
What is the rhyme and reason? Why are they doing this? Is this what Liquid was setting up? The mid lane push. Carl D's, you know, Baby Cakes take down that mid lane tier 1. But Marco will trade out. All this while Turtle spawns.
Turtle's up 3 for 3. TLPH is going to grab this objective too. A turret does go down up top. They'll get the brilliance out of Sanji. But that's what they wanted. I think TLPH played into this and they grabbed the turtle and the macro here.
2 T's for 2 T's. But I would rather trade a turret for a turtle. So in my book, Falcons win that.
Falcons, yeah. I think if you look at this, the map pressure that they're able to put is a big thing, but this is the thing that I'm missing, Leo, is these fights and these objectives.
You know what, I got a little confused.
Yeah.
Liquids win because they got the turret in mid and the turtle. It was just a turret. I thought Marco was going to go all the way to tier 2.
Yeah, I thought he was too. Actually, when he was up there, I was thinking he was going to put pressure onto that, but...
So Liquid's fine.
Liquid is fine. They still maintain a lead, but I think even regardless of that, it's again, Team Falcons hasn't been really able to find a fight around the objective in this game. I know they've more or less given up that option. Maybe they're just preparing for the Lord fight here, the first one.
It's more because Falcons don't allow it. Falcons are so good at breaking formations. Liquid has JP, but look at Falcons. They have Ogwin, they have the traction pulse on Few, they have Marco to get the kick. And Marco has been off map for a while. Oh my God, they throw everything at JP, and he does not have his flicker, finally falls as Fanford finds Few. Can he finish what he started? Show energy, not enough.
Oh, what a move from Few. Able to survive that. Ogwin's gonna have to burn his flicker, but man, a good catch. Think how many times JP's had to deal with this, man. He's gotten fist break, fist cracked, everything for the better part of this entire of the game. Eventually, you know, he's had to always use the flicker to get out of there, but this is an interesting position to be in. But again, if you throw all that at JP, I think JP is happy to take it.
That's what you call a threat magnet. Yeah. He is literally forcing ults out of Falcons because what is the alternative? He gets away, heals up, and then gets back into the fray.
Yeah, that's just dad things, man.
That's just how dads do.
That's just what dads do. You know, they they just tank up what they can and they let the kids shine after that.
They roll up the sleeves and go in again.
Go again.
Go again.
Go again. TLPH, though, this is what they're going to do. They're going to go again for this objective. They're setting themselves up around this. They had a nice little push on the cross map. They're going to grab their objective and get in position. It looks like, though, Team Falcons actually wants to go and contest this if they can.
Yep. Team Falcons have been playing the long game for the past 4 or 5 minutes, better part of the mid game. But is it going to pay off? Because looking at the map right now, Marco has been planted on this side of the map, and they haven't really been winning much.
Yeah.
But when Marco was actually part of fights, that's when Falcons got more kills.
I think he's going to go for it here. Conceal was popped. There's the Dragon Form, too. They're going to blitz the Lord.
All right. Liquid get what they want. They stampede through the Lord pit and skedaddle right on through. Oh, the conceal from Ogwin. Who does he want to punch? Sanford finds Few, compromises him. Look at that back line.
Few, man. Few, a good thing ahead on this defense. And Team Falcons should be fine. They should be able to clear out this Lord fine.
Few is Falcons JP.
Yeah.
Wasting so many resources that he gets away. Up to now, he hasn't died.
He hasn't died. He's maintained things really well here, but this, in the jungle.
Carl Teasy really wants to find one, gets Ogwin. Flap Teasy gets out of there, and Carl Teasy punctures through. Got eyes on this tier 2. As Liquid play the macro game, it's their turn. Super Marco alongside Kyle, throwing everything that they can at Oheb as Oheb just dances around him, shaking that thing, and Few gets caught by 40. They're already inside the base. Joseph, this isn't looking good.
Oh no, what are they gonna do here? Team Falcons, good thing Super Marco's still alive, but I can't believe Oheb went 1v2, and now they're looking to take another base turret down if they can, but Team Falcons finds themselves back healthy. Few almost up in 10, and they keep TLPH at bay. They will lose another Holy Shield down bot.
The cavalry come alive. You can hear it in the MPL arena here in Cuneta Astrodome. You feel the rumbling. It's about to turn into a stampede as Liquid are at match point and are knocking into Falcons base.
They're so close at this point. We're going to have to see, though. Team Falcons, I don't want to count them out here yet. They've still showed that they can win some skirmishes if they're able to get the right targets here. But look at Oheb.
Oheb just jumps on in, point blank, fooling Star Moon. The Apex Predator hunting for targets. Ogwin falls. They're underneath tier 1. 3 in mid. And they're already on their way. 30 seconds, I think Liquid will just wait for this Lord.
Yeah, they'll wait for it. And that's what I'm saying. I was saying if they pick the right targets, man, but now it's kind of weird. It shifted to the point where Oheb can just tank up all the damage, be up front, and it gives some of that pressure off of JP's shoulders because that's what he was doing in the early portion of the game. You know, he was taking all that, but now it's Oheb, their gold laner, that's like, I got this. JP, you do your thing, you scout out who you can. So I'm wondering what Team Falcons wants to do. How they're going to respond to this, though. Again,
trying to pin down Flap Teasy. Oheb gets hit with a Mountain Shocker. Oh, you see the swagger on Kiel Soriano. He's asking for more as the rest of Liquid barrel down on this Lord, approaching less than half health.
Okay, they're going to secure the Lord here. Carl Teasy will be able to go ahead and get that one. So secured their Lord, they'll reset, they'll get ready to charge towards the base of Team Falcons here. Now with this kind of lead, this might be a series winner here. This might be the one to push into the base to end the series and end the dreams of Team Falcons moving forward.
Game 3 might have just been a stumble, a little pebble in the path of the Stallions as they make their way through the play-ins. Falcons have to hunker down. They have to defend, and I'm looking at their potential to clear this wave and to live through this final siege. And it's not looking good. Mountain Shocker plus Traction Pulse thrown out. Falcons holding out, Lord already in.
Lord is here, they'll deal with this. TLPH, Oheb's gonna jump in, but I think they still wanna go for the fight. They're fighting around this Lord.
Delayed entry by these cores as they switcheroo, Sanford and JP. Their turn to guard the perimeter. Waves crashing in, Black Dragon form from the Apex Predator.
Just to zone them out, but they're gonna force it under this turret. They might just go for the discipline route unless Team Falcons is able to secure it, and Ogwin still alive, and they still keep the mid turret.
JP flickers back. Falcons still standing. Marco looking for stragglers.
What do you want to do?
Mountain Shocker. Who's Marco gonna find? Oheb in here. Possibly a knock-up as Marco gets taken down by Sanji, the chef, cook, the bulletproof, as Carl Teasy gets shut down by Few. taking each other out. Kyle takes down Oheb. 2 for 2 the trades.
The trade is across the board, the 2 for 2. But ultimately, Team Falcons find hope. They find another draft of win to stay in this series. They still have ground to cover. But this might be enough to get them back into this game, to swing it back in their favor. They took about, what, 5,000 gold from TLPH.
It ain't over till it's over. This is what I was talking about when I said I'm uncomfortable with how the big picture looks like. In what kind of defense did you expect a gold laner fighter to take? The flank, and now in comes Sanford. Petrify, knocking up too, but he pays the price as he gets kicked right into Kyle TZ.
What a kick from Super Marco. Again, Sanford was locked in. He wanted that kill, but ends up getting punished and separated from the rest of Team Liquid. And now Team Falcons will go ahead and get ready to take what they need across the map to give them a better option. This might be the first time now in this game they're able to get the Lord.
For the first time in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes?
It's Falcons' turn to be on the offensive. They cleared out these waves, they turned the map blue, and Liquid have to recover. They're still waiting for Sanford. It's about 30 seconds until his Petrify. So one thing we can say is when this Lord hits critical mass, when this dance eventually starts, both teams will have all of the resources. Can confirm, yes, even all the flickers on Falcon.
It's going to be a full-on fight at this point. TLPH has had free reign over the objectives until now. And Team Falcons, look at Marco, keep an eye on him. He's going to be able to utilize these expanding rivers, and he's got the flicker now up. Who's he going to go for? Dragon Form going to be popped, they're going to go for it.
Mount Shocker throw now, point blank. Carl Deasy secures the Lord as JP is very low. Concealed flicker out, Ogwe gets taken down by Sanford. Marco catching targets, chasing down Carl Deasy, kicks him right into the oblivion as Carl Deasy still survives. How did the goat do that as Few falls? 3 members of Falcons scrambling to survive. Oheb still alive, Falling Star Moon back. Buying time, 2 for none. The Lord belongs to Liquid.
I can't believe no one else went down from Team Liquid. What a fight. They end up getting the Lord. Team Falcons loses 2. But man, can they still stay in the game? They still have 6 seconds on Ogwin and 10 on Few, the Lord, and everything else is marching down.
They do catch Flap. No immortality. Sanji hits the brilliance. They're in the base. Falcons, their moments in the playoffs are but a flicker. Just momentarily in as the base is up next. Sanji gets taken down. Liquid have stampeded through the rivals. Code Titans taking each other out. This ain't mythology, folks. This is reality. Liquid taking down Falcons 3-1.
We thought we'd first see a sweep. That didn't happen. We thought we'd see 5 games. That didn't happen either. A Team Liquid showcasing once again that they are the better Titan in this matchup tonight. A 3-1 victory for Team Liquid Philippines. And it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to Team Falcons here tonight and for the Season 16. Hats off to them, but congrats to TLPH. Let's throw it over on stage for our interview.
Wow! Wow! That was a close match! Kaya naman, Team Falcons? Yeah, Team Falcons, okay lang yan. You guys put up a good fight. Palakpakan naman po natin ang Team Falcons. Alright, for the last time, anong gusto nyo sabihin sa mga sumuporta sa inyo since day 1?
Ngayon, salamat sa mga sumuporta sa amin, sa mga naniniwala pa rin sa amin kahit na di maganda yung regular season namin. Ayun. Masaya pa rin kami na nakaabot kami ng playoffs.
At talagang ang ganda ng laban. Kaya once again, palakpakan po natin ang Team Falcons. And for the last time, please take your final bow and final walk. Grabe ang fans! Ayan, congratulations! Congratulations, Team Liquid Philippines. So for Carl TV naman, bilang greatest of all time or GOAT, sino sa tingin mo or anong team ang matindi nyo makakalaban this playoffs?
Tingin ko po yung Onyx tsaka Aurora talaga yung pinaka inabangan namin.
Ayan, parang umaagree din yung mga fans, sa mga super fans. Pero as we all know that you guys are one step closer to being back-to-back champions, right?
Aba.
And we all know din na medyo mahihirapan, may mga challenges kayo. Kinakabahan ba ang Team Liquid? Like, kinakabahan? May excitement? What's running through your mind?
Ano lang po, di po kami kinakabahan. Sobrang na-excite lang talaga kami ngayon.
Wow naman! Hindi kinakabahan! Ganyan talaga pag magaling ang mga players. Alright, for Coach. Si Coach kasi hindi nagkasalita si Coach. Coach, ano nga abangan namin sa Team Liquid this playoffs? May bago ba kami abangan?
Siguro mas gagalingan namin. Tapos, ibibigay namin yung best namin. Kasi today, talagang niredeem ko lang din yung sarili ko kasi sinisi ko yung sarili ko last time nung natalo kami sa Falcon. So yun, nakabawi na kami.
Nag-bounce back. So once again, congratulations, Team Liquid Philippines. And now you may now take your walk to victory. Congratulations, Team Liquid Philippines. At syempre, solid effort naman from Team Falcons. Kaya again, palakpakan po natin ating mga sarili. And, someone really had to win, but this is a game. Kaya naman, over to you, casters.
It was a valiant effort by Team Falcons. They gave it everything that they've had at this point. But Team Liquid came with a purpose. They came, they saw, and they conquered this Clash of Titans.
You cannot deny that now it is Liquid's prime time as the prime titan of MPL Philippines. And Carl freaking Tizzy has done it yet again. The
That's
game,
your F word?
he is no, yeah, that's my F word. He is no longer chasing the game. The game is now chasing him. Everyone is chasing him. And it was his great escape that made that risky play all worth it for Liquid there in the end. And of course, it boiled down to fighter versus fighter in the gold. Cho versus Esmeralda. And you saw it at one point, Oheb and Team Liquid knew they had a commanding lead. That the Esmeralda was just way too much for Falcons to handle.
That was pretty crazy. That was honestly insane from the looks of it. It was just a tremendous effort coming in from Team Liquid Philippines because they know, they had the idea that it was Team Falcons trying to fight back. They've had the momentum right after that Game 3 victory. But still, it did not stop Carl TC, who has been using Lancelot for the majority of this series to take control and take victory and take matters into their own hands. And man, he came with swag today, and swag was what we saw all series long.
The MVP of the game, he is him. The face of our sport, the greatest of all time, Carl Tizzy on that Lancelot. He did not lose Retri. Kyle lost over and over again. The sharper Retri wins. And Carl Tizzy got that in the bag. If it wasn't the damage, if it wasn't the space, it was the objectives that he was getting. And he silenced his doubters and he silenced Team Falcons.
I mean, from the looks of it, it was Carl Tizzy, going back to regular programming from what we saw just a few moments ago. It was Carl Tizzy paving the way for the rest of the members of Team Liquid Philippines to get this victory just because of those objectives alone. Team Falcons tried to fight their way back by getting a lot of pick-offs, courtesy of those team fights. But because of Sanford at least scaling with those 1 kill and 4 assists already as we speak, Carl TZ was able to get more in terms of what he wants just by scaling a lot better. And you gotta give it as well to JP and even Sanji as well, because those damages or those damage outputs were quite insane coming from those duo, and just OHEB, the final nail in the coffin for that Falcons to take on.
Yeah, that Lord win there for Carl TZ. Even if Falcons were able to secure that Lord, it looks like it would have been too tough. Carl TZ, the great escape, that would have made it a little bit much more worth it for Falcons if Marco was just able to get one more hit on him. But Lancelot, the Lancelot of MLBB, was able to get away. And Falcons tried as much as they did. Well, the final Lord push, that was it.
Did we saw the Great Escape? Did that actually play?
Yeah, we got to see it. We got to see it.
Pisses me off that I was like, yeah. That was Carl TZ for you, man. We had to clip it because there was just too much emotion. By emotion, you probably know what I'm talking about already, but man, oh man.
Yeah, emotion.
17 minutes and 27 seconds. It was close in terms of the gold, but Team Liquid Philippines finally have broken the curse of not making it past the first round in season or in even numbered seasons. We're talking about seasons 10, 12, 14, 16. It's a different stampede for Team Liquid Philippines.
Sorry, man. I'm just gonna have to correct you there. They were able to make it past the first round. It's just they haven't won.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah, they haven't won in even numbered seasons. So that was the main point of it. And the last time we got to see them in an even numbered season, though, yes, you're right. They did lose in the first round. They did not make it past that hurdle. But yeah, finally they can scratch that off of their stained past as Liquid finally gets that win over Falcons. And yet the pattern continues for Falcons. They still cannot get a playoff series win against Team Liquid Philippines in MPL Philippines. And it really all boiled down to the better entry wins. It was Carl TZ both set up having lineups with double fighter gold laners for the junglers to just try and out-retry each other. Carl TZ, though, there were times you were able to see the micro mechanical outplays, being able to survive when Sanford was chasing him. Even Uncle Few got to ankle break Sanford from time to time on that Yuzong by using that Kimmy. It just wasn't enough. They needed to win those retributions. They needed to win those lords.
And at that point, it wasn't given to them by Team Liquid Philippines as Team Falcons just continues to scrap for resources the longer that the game goes. You're looking at Carl TZ being the BPI rich guy, just taking control of certain amounts of situations. You'd usually see OHEB having 800, Carl TZ having a 900 GPM in game number 1, but considering that this was a closer fight, Carl TZ had to prove himself time and time again. And that moment, specifically in the last clash of the day, really have proven to us why he is the face of MLBB, because he can make big-time plays in big-time situations, such as game number 4.
Yeah, it was a big-time performance, not just in this game, man. This entire series, I feel like, looking at what everyone's been saying online about how Team Liquid Philippines and Falcons play this, there is one common theme. Carl TZ is cracked, bro. He's busted.
Yeah.
He was a monster all series long.
I would say that, he's got to be nerfed, but I don't want that to happen because if he makes it into international, I do not want him nerfed. I want him to bust every single one of the players internationally in their butts. And I mean in the game. I tried to do that and make it rated PG the best way that I could. But based on Renmar's reaction, and probably the people who are listening to this, I have to immediately apologize. And yes, hey, shout out to you, my guy.
It's one of the rare times in my career where I got broken on a panel segment and I just completely got
You know what, for everybody who's watching this, that is my goal for the entirety of this broadcast. To break, to bust through.
I get it. I get it. Yeah, I get it.
You get it already.
I get it.
Good to know.
What a series. I mean, as much as I think a lot of us here would have loved to see a game number 5, that was just a perfect ending for Team Liquid. How they were able to win that game number 4 and eventually win that whole series. Carl still really on point. I like how we're really seeing how this meta has changed in the week and a half, and I'm pretty sure the things that we're seeing now are things that have been cooked up even as early as the regular season.
Yeah.
The fact that the red side was a Lancelot Lunox rush pick for Team Liquid Philippines, that they could pick both sides, go for fighter gold lanes at the end there, and then the Esmeralda, I think, just ended up becoming too much to handle. We did see that. It was rare to see Oheb fall in that one because of all the shields that the Esmeralda could get through the Badang, through the Cho, and of course with the Uranus wanted to build up Oracle. In the long run, the Esmeralda will just be able to live longer compared to the Uranus and be more impactful compared to the Uranus, considering there is also still a falling star moon that you have there. So fantastic showcase of what the meta has evolved into since Project Next, since the final week of regular season.
I mean, it was just an out-of-this-world level performance coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. And you know what? I'm curious with all the emotions right over there, so let's listen in to Mike Check.
Lari player gaming. Ay, gagawin na ako. Ramon. Yung bigger gaming po. Sir, huwag ka papir, sir. Walang bigger po daw, ha? Lari player gaming. Ay, gagawin na ako. Ramon. Yung bigger gaming po. 2 seconds. Para nga, tayo para. Huwag ako. Yura. Yura muna. Dumas na. Predicted. May nice call. Yura lang. Dragon ako. Balang.
And that was before the emotions suddenly popped in. It was, quite a stoic face from all of the members of the cavalry. They were just really focused on bringing the Falcons back into the ground, and that is exactly what they did.
Yeah, you saw Carl Teasy, he didn't want to celebrate. I think it was Sanford who was right beside him, who already stood up and was raising his hand. And Carl Teasy was like, wait. And then the moment the bass cracked, that's when Carl Teasy finally stood up and showed up. Like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I know he said something else, but I can't say what Carl Teasy actually said.
Yeah, I mean,
don't want to get fined.
If you're following the Clippers, right? I think they're gonna be the ones to double check on all of that. But hey, a valiant effort from Team Falcons. They've made it this far. They, just like what Fewes mentioned a while ago, he was very happy to be in this situation together with the Green Falcons who have supported them since day one, back when they were still at the ground, at the bottom of the standings. Now they've managed to showcase to our fans, to their fans, and the rest of the people who are here in our biggest MPL venue yet, what they were made of. It just wasn't enough against a Team Liquid Philippine team that was ready to roll since minute 1.
Yeah, our host Almira actually got a very good answer coming out of Coach RC.
Correct.
Almira asked what else to expect, and then Coach RC admitted that he was actually blaming himself for the loss against Team Falcons Philippines to close out Team Falcon season at MPL in week 8, day number 2, that matchup between them. And RC said that he was blaming himself, so it could be linked to the fact that maybe the drafts could have gone better for Team Liquid Philippines back then. Now, because of what we saw from game number 1, 2, and then game number 4, game number 3, I felt like that was just a, again, huge risk surprise by Falcons that eventually worked out for them, but I love the game 3 Liquid draft. Game number 4, also, I love that the Esmeralda last pick came in through at the 5. Hilda for JP at 4, helped bridge things for them. The Lunox rush, red side alongside the Lancelot. I'm excited to see what else Team Liquid Philippines has cooking in terms of the drafts, because they are definitely cooking something worthy to eat for all of us.
And we are going to see more of those recipes for success coming in from Coach RC, and that gives a lot of possibilities and options for them to continue to showcase what they can do right over here. We are not yet done. We are far from over. This is just the beginning of all of the matches that we're going to be seeing all throughout the week. Because if you are here, you got all the tickets. Mind you, we still have performances, and you already know that we have announced them right from the start. I thought it was gonna be you, Renmar, but yeah, you saved your talents for the panel, right?
Yeah, no, I'll save that for a different stage, but I gotta hand it off to someone else.
Yeah, I guess Renmar, you can do it some other time. But let's welcome on stage in the MPL Arena from Sony Music, performing his debut single. Here's Park.
Yo, C, sabi ko naman sa'yo, paglapag na magalo na alam mo na magulo. Salbahe na lalaki pero di na bababae, pero lang hinahabol kasi yun lang totoo. Kaya kung ingit ka, huwag ka pumikit, tumilat na mata at saka makinig. Ang dami na wala sa maling sinasabi, kaya kung ako sa'yo magtikom ka na ng bibig. Ang dami mga fake-ish, sobrang whack, sobrang basic. Di ko nga alam kung bakit ba yan nape-playlist. Tignan mo kami, independent doing gang-ish. Baka daw 11 na sa top, why you ain't ish? Alam mo kami, ganon kadali kumuha ng pera ng EA ng ex. Alam mo kami, ganon kadali kukunin yung pera tapos aalis, yeah. What's up everybody? Ako nga pala si Bark, aka Arkin Magalona. Po-perform ko yung new single ko coming out tomorrow called Shake That Thing. Drop that heat, Dre's. Yeah. Fresh and clean, you know what I mean. You can't puff me up. I said you lean. I got one for you, two for me. Just let me know if you a freak, cause mine like what I see. Now she giggling and she jiggling. One of a kind, man, that ass so magnificent. Okay, I'm sorry, cause you got my attention. So exotic from another dimension. I want you to shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing. Shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing. Shake that thing. If you know about, yeah, I wanna know how low you could go. Touch the floor, make you start a show. Ass so fat, now it's starting to show. And she knows what she's doing, but she act like she don't. She don't know about me. Lifestyle free, smooth with it. I be in my white tee. Gotta check Nike, cause I'm fly high key. And your man ain't do it like me. I want you to shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing, Shake that thing. If you know about me, I'm trying to get it for free, yeah. Shake that thing, baby. Shake that thing, Shake that thing. If you know about ladies, shake that thing, shake that thing. Yeah. And now I'm down to my last song. I got my DJ with me. Give it up for Dre's, everyone. Okay, let's get it. Yeah. Para bang panaginip, tinupad mga dati na sa isip. Pataas mga tropa ko sa gilid, mga chicks sa likod gumigilin. Dami nabili pero takot na naaminin. Mga chicks, mga DM, gusto nang anak, gawin ko raw BM. Pwede teka lang, gusto ko sabihin. Gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this kahit tumatak sa mga utak. Gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this hanggang tumatak sa mga utak. Sumabay, if you really tryna get high. Alam mo naman I supply. All you gotta do is hit my line. You know I'ma hit you right back, cause you know I got that. Kaso lang baka mahook ka, kasalanan para sumpa. Di mo na kailangan maganap, pull up lagi sa mga ganap. Alam mo na masipar, when I make it rain, I make it storm. I can make a band like she made out of rubber. Hottest in the game, ain't talking about numbers. Shout out Babe Blue, I'm a real young son. Don't believe me, just check these comments. Whoa, gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this hanggang tumatang sa mga utak. Gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this hanggang tumatang sa mga utak. Gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this hanggang tumatang sa mga utak. Gusto ko ng mula, get rich na dapat na mauna. Gotta take risks, making this shit hanggang tumatang sa mga utak. Thank you everyone, thank you MPL. Thank you, Sony. Shake that thing out tomorrow, October 23.
papunta dito! GG, bro! Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangang gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Baby, huwag masyadong pen. Focus. Ganito ba? Ay, naku. Baby. Gatot kacha? Need help? Injection!
Ingat pala ako.
Ito na lang.
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi. Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! Daddy, what's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Cause I am a navigator! I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be unleashed with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong pen. Focus!
Dito ba? Ay, naku!
Bibi!
Gatot kacha? Need help? Infection!
Ingat pala ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-setup ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! Daddy, what's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold. with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Because I am a navigator! I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong ten. Focus!
Ganito ba? Ha! Ay, naku! Gatot Kacha? Need help? Injection!
Wala ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-setup ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you!
Malakas ng Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP Racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dog SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Of our playoffs here for the MPL Philippines Season 16. It's been nice to joined here still with Leo, and we just witnessed, you know, an amazing matchup, but it was unfortunate that we had to say goodbye to one team. That team had to be Team Falcons.
We were just one game short of going all the way, and I think you can chalk that up to Liquid just being that much more prepared. I'll tell you now,
tell me.
The Legend of Titans did not disappoint. I'm still very proud of what Falcons did. GG well played, but the cavalry moves forward.
They do, and before we talk more, we got to thank our sponsors. Of course, you guys can also, this is a new one, it's SIP. You can sip purified water. It's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Get rid of the ooh-how, get rid of the thirst.
Alice ooh-how,
Alice ooh-how. Yes, isn't that the translation?
Yeah.
Get rid of your ooh-how, that's the thirst right there. What else do we have, Leo?
No funds to shell out for air conditioning units that you will only use once? Worry not, Arctic Air Rental has a wide range of packages that will surely fit your budget.
Be it an indoor function, like we are here, ladies and gentlemen, or an outdoor affair, our Arctic Aircon Rental is here to make your events cool and fuss-free while keeping your guests comfy.
I'm pretty comfy.
I think most of the people here are pretty comfy. Like, you gotta remember, if this is packed, there's a lot of body heat in here.
Yep.
Especially with the heated matches. But don't forget this too, guys. Let's go to Go Hotels. Let's hashtag go explore more. Big shout outs to Go Hotels.
Have you been exploring more in the past couple of days?
I have, man. You know, I gotta say, big shout outs to my Go Hotel room buddy, Wolf. He's somewhere over there. He's somewhere.
Over yay.
Over yay.
He looks like he had a good night of sleep. Pretty sure that's because of Go Hotels.
Yes, you're welcome, Wolf. I definitely allowed him to sleep well. Also, by the way, we got to give a shout out to TLPH because they move forward. And I know there's a lot of sad Falcons. There's a lot of sad Nest people out there. Is that what they're called? Nest people?
Green Falcons.
Green Falcons. Shout out to Renmar, by the way. He was pretty devastated as the resident desk Falcons guy. He had to say goodbye to the Team Falcons. They unfortunately got beat 3-1. I was hoping for 5.
At TNC, they are full of old school people, some old gods going up against the super rookies, the new school. I'm wondering, how would things be like? Would it be the past or the future in this present time?
Yeah, it's a really good question to ask, and especially because of the influence of that Project Next had on these two teams. It's a question that they need to be able to answer with glowing colors. For TNC Pro Team, my question for them is, are they going to be weighed down by the ambitions of their own draft? While for Twisted Minds, can you carry yourself to a point where you're more than just a better mechanical team than most of the teams that you are going up against? Because I feel like that's what something that Twisted Minds brought to the league that shocked a lot of the old school players. It's like, where are these guys getting their skill? Yeah, MP the King and Lansu, they're MPL veterans, but Sean, Nosha, Kaloy, they move as if they've been part of the league for 10 seasons and more. But then suddenly teams had them red. Well, for TNC Pro Team, they just could never get the engine going with a long and considerable streak. Because you always see, I feel like a lot of the old school mentality of, all right, whatever the players think best, that's what we're going to go for.
You know, in addition to what you've mentioned, they actually talked to TNC about that specific thing, whereas they weren't really as proud as they should be that they made it here into the playoffs, because it didn't come from their own wins. It came from the teams who have lost so that they could make it here for the second time in a row. And it is quite unfortunate, you know, for players that we have known for quite some time now, such as Chaknu and Benny Cutie, to be at the mercy of other people as well. And we're looking at some statistics there for our 4th and 5th seeds. It's 2 out of 8 times, so that's 25%. And the 5th seed won versus the 4th seed in MPLPH playoffs. That says a lot. The difference between these two teams. The only difference is that the 5th seed, quite familiar with the pressure situation of the playoffs. 3 members of that 4th seed are going to be here for the first time.
Yeah, this is something that favors the underdogs. Like, history shows that the underdogs usually shine in this scenario. So I hope that doesn't become a factor, especially for TNC Pro Team, considering that they are the team that has been here longer. I'm pretty sure they, you know, there's something about the older players that are a little bit more, what do you call that thing? They believe heavily in the superstitions of the league, you know? You know, like some of the things, like there are some players who, I don't know if this still happens.
Okay.
But like, you know, don't prefer not to like wash their hands before they hop on stage.
I remember.
Like, or there needs to be some time before like they wash their hands and then they get on the device, because for them it's like, oh, they're washing off like the skill or something like that.
Dude, if I remember correctly, there was one player who doesn't take a bath before a playoff game. I know it sounds disgusting. I don't know who it is. I hope he's never gonna watch this. But yeah, it has worked for him for some time.
I mean, to also add a little bit more to the 4th and 5th seed in MPL Philippines history, Signal Ultra is the only team to win the MPL Philippines Championship as the 4th seed. That was Fuse climbed to the top in Season 2. That was all the way in Season 2. No 5th team has won the MPL VPH Championship, despite 5th seeds usually getting past the 1st round over the 4th, if ever it's like 5 versus 4 in terms of the matchups. So now
it's Leo and Naisu.
There they are.
Yeah, it's Leo and Naisu. There you are, guys. So
on the back.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy that you guys got it. I'm gonna do it again. Oh, good job. I like it. 10 out of 10 cash. Now, going back, because we don't want to put ourselves in a very difficult situation, I'm going to put you guys there instead. Who do you think is the rookie of the season? Do you think it's Sean? Do you think it's Kaloy or do you think it's Nasha?
You want to do this together?
Let's do this together. We want to count to 3?
Already.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Sean.
Oh, there we go.
We're used to difficult positions, man.
Yeah.
I live in a difficult position. But I spoke to Sean prior to this whole shindig starting, and I asked him, Sean, look at how many people are watching in the Cuneta Astrodome. Are you nervous? You're a rookie, your first time in the playoffs. He said, nah,
I'd win.
That's all he said. Nope. Yeah, that's all he said. He says, come on, Leo, come on. That's literally, I translated it, but that's the equivalent of what he said.
Yeah, he didn't know my name, but he said, yeah, Leo, come on. Like, he knows. And here's the thing. I will say he's definitely, like, I mean, he's the one because of the fact of what his performance said for himself in the regular season. I think what he's done, the savage, you know, like the everything that he's been able to showcase in this season has been phenomenal. And every time you see that from one of the players here, it just means that they have an even brighter, most of the time, an even brighter future ahead of them in the league. Now, again, hopefully he's able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if he's already starting like this at this point in time, who knows?
Yeah, he is currently second in the standings of highest KDA, highest kills and assists in a game where you got 0 deaths. He set a record already in his first season. Real quick, at the same time, old school versus new school. Ooh.
1, 2, 3, new school.
Hey!
Oh! I'm joking. Old school, old school, old school. I'm old school, I'm old school.
You know what? Nice you had a chance to take it back and you did. I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys, because, yeah, see ya.
I'm glad Nice didn't catch that. I just straight up blurted out, you're just old. Oh. And now he can't do anything to me right now
Nice,
for the
what
next
are you gonna do
4 or 5 game
about it?
series. Nice-u, if you heard me say that, or like stand up, no, he can't stand. He can't do nothing.
No, he
did. Oh, he stood up. He stood up.
He's standing on business. Ladies and gentlemen, he's standing on business, but both of these teams have to.
All right.
As well.
We both have to answer in 3. Old school versus new school.
Right, yeah.
1, 2, 3. New school. Ah, okay. So we're on the twisted mind side of it.
Old
yeah.
School versus the new school.
Yeah.
Right?
I like how you emphasized old pointing at them. That was him already.
I'm not pointing to them being old. I'm pointing to us choosing new school.
All right, yeah.
You know what? You got the point? But hey,
I got you.
It's not about our decisions. The decision will come into the hands of the teams that will be competing. And in order for them to get potential victory, we will be listening to Wolf together with the Howl.
At makikita natin ang bakbakan ng the TNC going up against Twisted Minds in this elimination round na naman sa playoffs. Ang magagandang performance ng ating mga rookies ay matetest na talaga dahil they're gonna be up against the veterans. At uumpisahan natin yan dun sa gold lane dilemma. Meron kasing problema ngayon ang TNC as well as itong Twisted Minds. Mas malaki si Twisted Minds kasi hindi pa natin nakikita sino siya dun sa mga fighter gold lanes. At na-prove naman natin mula dun sa ating series number 1 na kailangan talaga marunong kang gumamit ng mga strong lane dun sa iyong mga gilid. So, kakayanin ba ng Twisted Minds na magpakita ng kakaibang gold lane choice para kay Nosha? At tinatanong din, maraming nagtatanong kung si Nosha ba ay magiging clutch pagdating ng playoffs. Yan ang ipoprove natin later on. So, para sa akin, malaking problema to para sa Twisted Minds but they have to overcome it. Now, for the specific teams, tingnan natin ano nga ba yung kailangan gawin ng Twisted Minds going up against TNC. I think specifically para sa Twisted Minds, kailangan nilang puwersa inyo TNC sa mga late game / end game scenarios. It's weird to say na yung rookies pa natin ang mas malakas sa mga end game scenarios, pero mapoprove naman yan ng mga regular season performances ng Twisted Minds. Yung TNC hindi ganun kalupit when it comes to late game scenarios, kaya ito yung pwedeng i-abuse ng Twisted Minds. And lastly, para sa TNC, kailangan lang nilang manalo sa lane-to-lane matchups. Kapansin-pansin na kapag ang TNC ay nanalo ng kanilang mga lane-to-lane matchups, mas nakakilo sila sa mapa. And this is also the problem para sa Twisted Minds if they don't win the lane-to-lane matchups, be it via draft o kaya naman sa execution. Kailangan talaga ito para ma-secure ang pagkakapanalo ng ating mga koponan. And I think na-excited na kayo makita kung sino nga ba ang mananalo sa bakbakan na to. So ako excited na rin ako makita yung mga teams natin na papasok dito sa ating stage show. Alam ko nga, babasa na natin dito sa ngayon, pero sa ngayon, ang kailangang i-focus ng dalawang teams natin, yung kanilang mga gold laners. I am excited dun sa gagawin ni Benny Cutie kasi siya yung unang quote-unquote commit talaga sa Fighter Golden. I think mag-agree naman ng mga viewers natin as well as the analysts, maybe itong katabi ko, na ang pinakaunang nag-commit ng fully sa Fighter Golden ay si Benny Cutie. Kaya naman siguro ito yung possible na advantage ng TNC. Ang kabang-abang yan, abangan na natin ang mga teams natin on their walk-ins dahil excited na ako makita ang TNC versus Twisted Minds.
Our marshals for this match, Joshua G, Juven, JJ, and Yaku Jeff. The rookies of the playoffs, the twist of the season. Welcome to the biggest stage of the league. Lansu, MP the King, Sean, Kaloy, and Nosha, Twisted Minds. The March of the Army. 3 more. Zaida, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie. TNC Pro Team. And welcome the coaches. For Twisted Minds is Coach Bonjan. For TNC Pro Team, Coach Itumax. MPL Arena, Twisted Minds or TNC, mag-ingay!
Now it's the Super Rookies taking witness in their very first playoff matchup, joined by Lansu and MP the King. They are gonna meet business here at the Champions Arena.
My question, Nosha, are you back? Twisted Minds needs you back. Lansu, MP, Sean, and Kaloy have been great all season long, but Nosha's presence has been sorely missed. He's going up against the Storm. He's going up against someone who was right there in Season 9 when Gold Lane Fighters were a big part of the business of the game. We haven't seen your Gold Lane Fighter yet, Nosha. Are you ready for Benny Cutie?
And you should be ready for the voice of the people as well. They have been rooting for TNC ever since they made it back into the playoffs. We're talking about players in the roaming position. Now, Chaknu being installed into the lineup, you know that he's gonna bring the pain. He's gonna bring those sets, those nasty, nasty opportunities that will be manufactured by that Mamba himself to make sure that they will get this victory. But on both ends of the coin are these two teams, Twisted and TNC.
Yeah, I really have to wonder if Twisted Minds are ready for the unpredictability that is the TNC Pro Team draft. TNC Pro Team have one of the largest, if not the largest hero pool of the season. And to add to that, Chaknu has been the guinea pig of Coach Itumax. 16 unique heroes played in the roam position.
I wonder how the conversation for those two would go like, because they used to be teammates. They used to be, Chaknu, you want to go with this hero?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
I'm pretty sure that's how it goes in every draft that they have. Like, that's what it's like. Again, when it comes to the blue side, looking at the stats, it was actually really hard to try and predict how TNC Pro Team are gonna want to sequence blue 2 to 5. Blue 1, it's a sure thing. Zaida gets his pick. 14 out of the 20 games played, it was Zaida's first pick. Everything else in the blue side is like, what are they gonna go for?
It's like they're juggling for it.
Yeah, well, they're juggling for it. While red side, on the other hand, I don't know. It's Twisted Minds ready for it? Maybe the pink test will give us a clue.
It's the unpredictability of the Phoenix Army against the Minds that would make it work. Here's the Smart 5G pink test.
Binabati ko nga pala yung mga taga-Pasay dyan. Salamat sa panonood sa amin dito ngayon. Let's go, Cuneta! Yan nga guys, salamat sa mga pumunta dito at pupunta pa lang. Chaknu ng Pinas, guys. Si Sir Chaknu. Sir Chaknu ng Pinas! Focus tayo ngayon, tol. Nakpayag ka, uwi ka malungkot. Masasabi ko sa venue, napakaganda.
Uy,
malaki. Sobrang laki. Saan na yung mga tropahan ko na mga Tagano Babayan. Let's go!
Nice one, Isagi!
Let's go! Ang balagbag! Ping test, start na ang ping test, team.
May check na ba?
Mic check na. Hello?
Wait lang, tol, focus
Parang
lang, tol.
sumasarap ata kasi ako, pre. Tol, wait lang, tol, focus lang, tol. Guys, welcome sa playoffs, guys. Sa mga pumunta dyan, kahit maulan. Magandang laban.
Dala pa yung guys.
Yari daw kay Kaloy lahat.
Ano guys first time na kasi namin playoffs
Message ko sa playoffs, sobrang ganda ng venue, guys. Kaya guys, punta na kayo sa venue, guys. Di ako madaldal, wala kasi akong brace, guys Di ako confident magsalita. Pag nanalo kami, papabrace na ako ulit ni Tita. Si Tita na bahala sa akin. Ay, hindi. Si Tito pala, si Tito. Kailangan ko lang manalo versus TNC.
Pagbigyan naman yung mga rookie dyan, boss, oh.
Ay, Daddy. Tayo ay magmamic check na. Bigyan nga ng isang palakpakan dyan.
Ay, sana makapasok kami. Ay, makahula pala.
Pasok na tayo, pre. Kaloy, anong masasabi mo kay Chakno?
Happy Father Days. Idol kayo si Chakno.
Sir Chakno. Energy nga, pre. Energy nga. Alalay nga, ta, pre. Alalay nga.
What's your message for Chakno? Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father Days because that's what he said in a former interview.
All right, happy Father Days. What a throwback. I think I believe it now when Twisted Mind said when Leo dropped that little nugget of story, I think from Nosha or Sean, it's like, yeah, they're ready for the playoffs. Again, they in the MDL Philippines Season 5 Grand Finals, at a mall in Metro Manila past midnight in front of hundreds of people, they won their MDL championship in Green Hills. Now here they are all the way in Manila. It's actually a considerable distance.
Yep.
A little bit of a considerable distance. And now they're going up against TNC. It all starts with the draft. I'm really going to leave it at that. And it's a historic rivalry because it's Coach Bonchan, Coach Itomax, it's Coach, why am I blanking?
Dude, it was a blacklist execration.
Yeah, exactly. It's a blacklist execration matchup that we got.
And at some point,
Coach Hito,
XA even had Benny Cutie and Chakno at some point.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, obviously for Bonchan, you had MP the King, who was part of Blacklist. So there are some, signs to it that could very well dictate. When I put it back to the keys to victory, there was a time where Wolf was saying, or Wolf was telling that the victories or keys to victory for both of these teams is for them to take it into the later portions of the game. That's because during the moment of preparation for Coach Bonchan, he was very well aware that this team has the battle IQ to be able to cater towards the damage output that would be available in the later portions of the game. But for TNC Pro Team, as we look at the EXP lane matchup here, 3mar is one of the best EXP laners that we have over here. The development of this guy, the experiences that he had over playing in over different MPL regions has developed him to be one of the best EXP laners that we have here in the country.
And he's an integral part to the rotation and playstyle of TNC Pro Team. In the total assists ranking for EXP laners, he is ranked second with 234 total assists. He is only behind Sanford at 236. We know how Team Liquid like to play. They gather up together, they go aggro, they really heavily contest objectives from the very first turtle. TNC Pro Team do the same, except that the only difference for TNC Pro Team that I feel like I hope they're ready to adjust is that they're willing to play longer objective dances, not just hop into the thick of things when it's not completely their time yet.
You're looking at a team that could make it all the way. Both these teams regarded as the dark horses. For TNC Pro Team, they've had some visions of brilliance, and for Twisted Minds, just like what Naisu and Leo have been mentioning, they have been leading for the first 3 weeks of MPL Philippines, so the potential is there. And from the looks of it, dude, this is the first time that we're gonna be seeing Twisted Minds playing in the Dangerous Grass.
Yeah, TNC has had a fair amount of games there, and we thought that Dangerous Grass would be a team that would be well loved by TNC, considering that they got Chakto, they got the Mamba. Snakes thrive in grass, the Mamba thrives in grass, but they couldn't get it. So I like Twisted Minds' approach here. They are willing to really heavily respect Zyda's fanning. One of the most impressive fannies that we've seen this season, considering that we barely see this hero played. With the CC getting taken out, you reduce a bit of the aggression brought out by 3mar and the potential gold lane swing that TNC actually could have drafted Red 1-2. They could have picked up a CC here and then used that as a tool to make Twisted Minds think twice about what hero they actually end up in. If ever Twisted Minds ended up picking up the Harith, then it's already countered by the CC, or softly countered. So with TNC, they're also respecting the comfort picks of Lansu. I don't want to see Uranus picked up by Twisted Minds here. TNC need to respect that because Lansu is way too damn good at it.
Yeah, there needs to be something else that Lansu is going to pick up, because on the other hand, you also have 3mar that could be one player, because both of these EXP laners have different kinds of playstyles based on my observation. 3mar is kind of like the playmaker, an additional one aside from Kaloy. Meanwhile, Lansu's like the sponge. He's used to taking a lot of damage, and that is what he's used to. And we are going to go back to that regular programming because the Alice is going to be picked up by the Admiral.
Yeah, so we get now why the CC was taken out. They want to go for the Harith here. So that's going to go for a little bit more of an honest team fight from TNC Pro Team. Unless they have any more surprises like a gold lane Esmeralda from Benny Cutie. Something that Twisted Minds might actually be willing to ban out in the second phase of the banning phase. Now, TNC actually picked up the Gatot Kacha here. With that, they blocked one of the top picks for Kaloy. And I think they expected the Alice and the Harith to actually get picked up here. So I think they're gonna be banning out the Kalea in the second phase. Now, TNC ends up with the 1-1. We rarely see 1-1 get picked in this slot in the red side. Is Twisted Minds ready for it? That's my main question.
Dude, where has this been? Where has this hero been from the first series? We have been looking for this hero from the start, but now it's going to be out in the open. So the 1-1 would be utilized by the Storm, and they're going to make sure to rain on Twisted Minds' parade. But we're heading into the second phase of the bans. You're looking at the comfort, just like what Renmar has mentioned a while ago. There's still TNC looking to pick up a mid laner for themselves, and the same could potentially be said. Actually, it's different because the Zushin is already available. So Twisted Minds, they're playing right around their wheelhouse, giving comfort as well to the rest of the members of the Minds.
So the ban on the Hayabusa is because the best hero played by MP the King this season is actually the Haya. 62.5% win rate, 5 wins. So with that, there are still a lot of junglers that MP could go for. He does have a relatively wide pool. As they go for the Harith and Juicin, they can actually go for stability in the center of the map if they want to play solely around Nosha's Harith. But if they want another carry alongside that, with the Lancelot gone, you still have the YSS. Never mind, they actually just got taken out right away. You still got, I wonder if they're willing to pick up like a gold lane Bane. We might be seeing something unique here from MP the King. If they want sure burst, they can revisit the Nolan pick that they have 1 win with. And with the Esmeralda taken out, we did float that as an option. That could have gone now into the EXP lane as the 1-1 was revealed. Mid laner for Lancy, I would like to see them consider Farsa now for strong burst.
It's a very cramped situation for both of these teams. Both of them knowing which ones to ban in this current situation. But if you are Chapno, you already have a Gatot Kacha on your hands. Twisted Minds still doesn't have a hero going on to their side. Hilda could be a potential option here if they want to go for it. It might be quite difficult considering that the Gatot Kacha is there. But if you want someone that can annoy Zyda, you'd go for that. But Benny Cutie, or should I say, 3mar is going to have the Lapu Lapu as his prime choice. Again, we talked about 3mar being the playmaker, and that is exactly the hero that he needs.
Let's see if they're gonna settle for the Fovia. Oh wait, no, excuse me. There is already an Alice on the side of Twisted Minds. So Kaloy gets his Kalea, and there is a Leomord. A new pick in the jungle, and they picked that fast.
Dude, you were talking to me about this.
Yeah, I thought it would be... Okay, my conspiracy theory is that there is a team out there willing to play Leomord in the gold lane. But Leomord in the jungle? Okay. Oh my gosh. Pick and pop. Okay, they're going to be playing around the clay. They don't really have burst. They have strong displacement to help feed the Leomord. The Alice... Oh, that's a complicated team fight.
that TNC might actually be rattled to deal with.
This is difficult.
And plus, now you're thinking Lancy might struggle with a Farsa, so they might even consider something like a Novaria. But now they go for Valentina. Okay, they get the pick and pop of the Kalea if they do want to get the ultimate of the Kalea. They can get Tsunami Slam. They might even be able to get the Throne of Ruin.
Yeah. There's a lot of options. I have to say that. There's a decent amount of options coming in from the Valentina of Lancy, but the only problem that I have in mind is that will he have enough space to at least pop that skill off? Because at this point, it's going to be quite difficult given that you've already mentioned the complications of having the team fights going up against the Kalea, a Zushin, a Leomord, and an Alice all in one is already a problem in itself.
Yeah, one of my biggest personal gripes about Lancy's performance this season is that the times of him making me go, Lancy, what are you doing there up front? But now he has a hero that does exactly that.
That is going to be the question. What does he do? What is he going to do? It's TNC going up against Twisted Minds. Naisu, Leo, take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you so much to Hans and Redmar for breaking down our first draft of the best of 5 here. Again, a do or die for both of these teams to move on in the playoffs. Twisted Minds and TNC. It's me, Naisu, joined here on desk with Leo.
Legends.
And man, I'll tell you what, it's a Leomord in the hands of MP of the King. I mean, how do you feel about this?
I'll tell you now, there's a young man watching.
Yeah.
From in the way, all the way past. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait.
Okay, no,
a lot of action in mid. All right. So I was saying, there's a young man in Pasig City who's happy, who's been with us in Season 1, and is wilding out that his once main hero is back in the MPL. I'm talking about Rockhart.
The OG.
The OG. There was a time when for 6 months, all he played was Leomord, bro.
He's old school, man. That's as old school as it gets.
Like us.
Yeah. Oh, here's the thing. The Leomord is. Whoa, Kaloi. Okay, he's so low too. There's a whole bunch of action with this game 1 already. No one dying. Kaloi threading the needle. But that's my main point my main question about the Leomord is this actually going to work in favor of MP the King? Because the whole regular season, man, we've seen MP the King play those assassins, play those more aggressive heroes in the jungle. And can we say Leomord is that guy in this current meta?
He is somewhere in between because if
he's
you
like
remember,
a YSS in a way?
There were times where MP would stray a little and go into the territory of utility.
Yeah.
And we're not as comfortable when he does that.
Yeah, you feel a little
that's more
anxious.
That's more Sensui thing.
That's
But
true.
Leomord falls right in the middle. I'd like to throw back to the likes of Aurora, Turkey, our friends when they were once known as Incendio Supremacy. Like, they were really good with the Leomord. That's the peak of Leomord's success in my book.
I was going to say, that was a signature thing, you know? And I'm just wondering, because it's going to be the first time that we see it in the hands here of Twisted Minds, and just in general for our league here in the Philippines, how is this going to work out? The first turtle, though,
Let's see
it's
how
going to
this
break
fight
out.
Works out. Lansu cuts right through that nest. And we do see a Throne of Ruin, but that's not going to stop Zaida. He secures the turtle. And look at Chakno and 3mar. They push back MP. He's not ready for the smoke. AOG coming in from the Mamba. They take down Lansu. And oh my God, Joseph, they're going to go for the purple.
They're going to go for it. They're going to steal it too. Man, this is why I was asking, how does Leomord work here?
Not in a situation like that. There's no way he works at 2.5 minutes, and you have TNC who drafted a very October 2025 kind of lineup, Project Next, and moving forward with Twisted Minds not ready for this. Renmar did mention that team fight would be awkward. It would have been
It was
weird.
awkward.
And TNC are leaning hard into that.
Yeah, because, again, and mind you, we're in the dangerous grass, all right? There's one thing that I'm looking for is, like, how does Twisted Minds take this lineup, utilize those little extra opportunities? And I'm talking about the bushes here to go ahead and set things up, because it could happen. If you really think about it, with a Kalea to go ahead and help out, you have a ton of utility, having that Jushin available to you. Again, we've seen Alice do amazing things time and time again, except for the one-off games that it doesn't work. And then even so, I think a Harith alone is able to provide so much potential for teams that are able to utilize that pick. Now, Nasha, on the other hand, you know, we need to see some improvement from Nasha here in the playoffs. But if all those fall into place, then I believe you have the room to make this Leomord work for MP the King.
XP-wise, in the gold lane, I think Nasha's doing fine. See how he's bullying Benny Cutie? Mini map, check that out, upper corner of the screen, you'll see that Benikiri's pushed back. So if this does not break into a full-on 5v5, I think Twisted Minds can make the most of this time that it's mum. Because I'm telling you now, TNT at 1,000 gold up, they could be doing much worse. They could be doing much more against Twisted Minds. So now that the second turtle has spawned, you can see that they know that they have the advantage.
Okay, whoa, they're going to bring Chaknu back. Thompson revitalized, they're going to force the fight.
And now Turtle down to a third of its health. Kaloi goes down, Nosha comes in, drops a Diamond Force onto Zaida. Will not stop him from getting that retribution, and they take 2 down. An AOD by the Mamba, closing off the exit for Lansu. Takes the flank, gets taken down by Zaida. Sean put down a 10th of his health. Twisted Minds are getting bullied, ragdolled across the map.
What a fight for TNC. Again, no one went down. There was pressure from Nasha on Zaida, but he just went punctured. Phantom Execution secured the turtle, second one of the game for them, and the rest of the team collapsed down on Twisted Minds as they were cut off from the team. So again, this is all just to go ahead and get Zaida out of your jungle. MP can't continue to fall behind here. He's level 6 to Zaida's 8.
There are 2 things going for TNC as we closed off Season 16. Number 1, oh my god, wait. Kaloi, you don't want no smoke? He shouldn't. This is not a good look.
This.
All right. Zaida has been an all-star. He is one hell of a jungler. I'd say top 3 in Season 16. Second is, their team has been good at catching things up, but it looks like they get caught here. Lansu fed over a kill. Lancy gets taken out, and Trimar, I don't think Trimar and Chaknu should be taking this. That's 4 members. They're trying. Oh my god, a bravest fighter. Trimar, the MVP machine, takes down Kaloi, and the rest of TNC come in. What was that?
I guess Threemar's like, no guys, we got this. Again, that's the strength of a Lapu Lapu. Even at this point of the game, you can go ahead and 1v2, 1v3 if you want to. Even with the support there, they're able to capitalize a tier 1 turret down after that exchange. The main thing from TNC is they're willing to take fights, man. If this isn't a massive lead or anything, I mean, the guy's only got a War Axe and the belt, and Thrumar is able to be a brave fighter and go like that.
Not just the brave fighter, the bravest
The
fighter.
bravest.
They're taking that tier 2, taking down 2 turrets at tier 1, mid and top. And then I'm looking at 100% turtle take rate game 1 going in. I can't see how MP can steal this away from Zaida. He's down 2 levels.
He's down 2.
That's a retry diff.
It is. At that point, that's a big diff. Lancey's holding on to his own Tsunami Slam. Chaknu will pop the conceal. Gonna force Nasha out of that bush. They're just trying to get space for this turtle. They're gonna force a fight anyway.
The Zaman Force committed by Nosha. The flicker coming in by Lansu. Throne of Ruin hits, but there's no follow through. Kaloi and Lansu fall, and the rest of TNC dogpile onto Twisted Minds. Nosha bites it, 3 for none, plus the turtle. The Phoenix is on fire.
The Mamba is on fire. 4-0-4, gets a double. Has been on point. MP.
Zaida's not done with you. Zaida, let him cook.
Zaida's not giving him a chance to do anything.
It's delicious. Oh my god, the Phoenix Army is seeing them. They got the hip thrusts.
They are locked and loaded, just like the team is. TNC takes a tier 2 turret up top. This is one of the more dominating games we've seen from TNC throughout Season 16. I don't know, man. I did see that they took a little break. It looks like, you know, when they had that time off, they spent it building the synergy, taking a break from everything else. It's paid off, man. Look at them now.
And that's what was lacking through TNC in Season 16, right? They've always had this routine procedural rotation. Wolf noted that they always have a game plan no matter what kind of weird draft they end up with. Again, Chaknu, him and Ethelmaster's just like, whatever, you know? I'll play 16 heroes in Season 16, whatever. But now, it's all coming into play. You know what? Maybe this is just because compared to how Twisted Minds drafted, TNC is just so tight. Is that it?
It might be, man. Again, I don't know, because it looks like when they go and approach these fights, regardless of what Twisted Minds actually had to draft, well, the Leomart is probably a big part of that, but it's also more the fact that TNC is just able to pick off the right members. They've had complete control over every space around the turtles. They're probably going to have the same thing for the First Lord, unless Twisted somehow throws themselves, but I feel like they throw themselves into their deaths if they decide to fight TNC.
And throwing yourself at your opponents half the time might work, especially if there is a, minimal gold gap. But here we're looking at 8,000.
That's diff.
Almost 9,000 between them. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
That's about an item and a half on your cores.
And that's why I think you give up this Lord. It looks like that's going to be the play here. Twisted isn't going to be close to this at all. And they'll have to just kind of buckle in. Now, if you look at this, like where are they in a position to actually turn the game over in their favor? Well, it starts with the first defense that they're going to have to push into this and defend on. But I'm worried about the firepower that they have, because even if they go for a pickoff utilizing Kaloi here, I don't know if they have enough damage just yet.
They don't. What they're going to do is they're trying to use their turrets. That's going to be what will make up for this lack of firepower. They have 2 tier 2s in mid and in the bottom. TNC taking their time. We've seen this all across the 3 games that Liquid dominated earlier today. This is beneficial to the team that's ahead. They're slowing down the push, so resources trickle down slower to the team that's on the down.
Yeah, right this. You can see the items. It's just their Twisted is not ready yet. This is going to be a tough defense for them. Yes, they hold on to these holy shields. That Lord making its way. But at this point, it's TNC to press the situation if they want to. Twisted on the defense, on the response. Lord's going to crash into that top turret. It's going to be half health. They're going to be able to clear this out, but the shields are down. And TNC, they're going to be happy with that. Now they still have these waves pushing in. We'll see if they decide to make a play. Now Lancey's holding. Oh, it's 3 more!
He is non-stop coming in. Catches Sean. Beniguti takes to the skies. Doesn't even yet. He's still holding on to that crossbow of Tang. Nosha's already used his Purify and his Amon Force. And just like that, Twisted Minds, they're staring at all 3 lanes cracked.
Oh, hold on. There's the Tsunami Slam.
It's a stolen one. They fed a kill over to Beniguti. TNC so quickly taking down Twisted in game 1.
A quick game 1 for TNC. They came into the playoffs on fire. The Phoenix has risen. And man, what a game. That's completely locked in here for game 1. Twisted's going to have to figure something out to get back into the series. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down game 1.
The Phoenix means business. What a dominating game coming in from TNC Pro Team. It's the old school, showing the Youngbloods how it's done in game number 1.
At the beginning of the series, I posed the question to Twisted Minds. Did you bring something new from the regular into the playoffs? Something new that is not just you trying to be better mechanically than your opponents.
Right.
The draft that they pulled out with that Leo Mord as one of the last picks, that is an ego pick where you would want to snowball early by outplaying your opponents.
Correct.
If you do not get that and afterwards you die or you get pushed all the way back, you lose you lose a member from your team, and then you get your purple buff stolen afterwards, after the first turtle, you've already lost your window as the Leo Mord.
They had some opportunities, and that is what they were trying to do right from the start. We talked about overwhelming. It was Chaknu instead, who was quite overwhelming for the rest of Twisted Minds to handle. I believe he is our MVP of this game number 1. An absolute monster performance. And the question from this guy specifically was that if he can still play in the same way or even better than he played in the past few seasons. And now he's showing us that he is ready for prime time.
Yeah, and there was one sequence, second turtle by TNC. Chaknu was given first focus by Twisted. Kaloi got a tsunami slam in that fight as well, but then Chaknu was able to survive. And then after that, Twisted Minds tried to recalibrate. All right, let's go after 3mar instead. But then that wouldn't work out either. And then just when you think, okay, we'll be able to get away safely, here comes Chaknu with an AOG to block off the exit. Actually, if we were allowed to give twin MVPs, I feel like it was a two-headed snake that Twisted Minds were up against. One head was Chaknu, the Mamba. The other head was 3mar on that Lapu Lapu. Behind the scenes, we were yelling out, 3mar, you're so good! Landshaker after Landshaker.
Dude, like there was a random time where the AOG was there, sure, but then comes a sword for some reason coming out of nowhere, and that was 3mar stunning at least 2 or 3 members, and that probably sealed a lot of the deals here in that game number 1, just because of those stuns where Twisted Minds was unable to move and execute their game plan right from the start.
Yeah, Chaknu was the one who was picked up here, but at that point, you're doing your job as a roamer, as TNC already had a commanding lead, and I'm pretty sure it was Chaknu in the command, leading the charge, sharp rotations, great timing. They knew they needed to get that win. Once they got MP the King back all the way off after first turtle, they went for the invade. They did not allow Twisted Minds to rotate comfortably, even though Kaloy got his signature pick. They could not get the ball rolling. TNC just completely dominated and shut down Twisted Minds, and I like that they continued the aggression. All right, here's a little bit of old school for you. A lot of the old school players, once they know they have the lead, they will keep looking for the play, and they did not stop looking for the play.
I mean, even in under the inhibitor of Twisted Minds at that moment, they did not stop. They made sure that all, or at least majority of the people coming in from Twisted Minds are going to be out by the time that they make it into the base, which was detrimental to their success, because sure, they probably have a window in making this happen, except for the fact that many cuties there unscathed and ready for action.
One of my biggest questions for Twisted Minds is, why did you heavily contest turtle number 3? At that point, MP the King didn't even have his War Axe yet. He built his War Axe a minute or 2 after turtle number 3. He only had a Fury Hammer. He only had the basic boots under his feet. And then Twisted Minds, they still heavily contested it through a what looked like a unique take on the play of, all right, Kaloy, get the Tsunami Slam, miss, but then it's actually Lansu setting things up with a Throne of Ruin.
Right.
But then MP the King is like, guys, I don't have my items yet. The team fight of Twisted Minds, it latches around this Leomord that I don't get why Twisted Minds were fighting when the Leomord wasn't ready.
The timing wasn't theirs right from the start. It's like the idea was for them to go all out guns blazing, but MP the King doesn't have a gun. So that's the quite unfortunate scenario, because it would have been a totally different story. I understand that Twisted Minds had an ace up their sleeve. They were ready to execute it into perfection. And again, going back to what we were talking about during the draft, the plan was to overwhelm them in the certain situation that they would be able to get a lot more of those objectives. Unfortunately for them, it did not happen. TNC did not allow them to do any of that because there was just so much pressure coming in from Chaknu and 3mar.
Zyda is the BPI rich guy, and allow me to state some facts about Zyda heading into the playoffs. Turtle kills 46, MP the King only 36. Zyda Lord kills 25, MP the King 13. Zyda the most kills among junglers at 121, MP the King at 73. While Zyda also has the most first bloods, highest in the league with 13. Zyda, there's a reason why people have been saying that this dude's been carrying the team is because he has been statistically dominating for TNC Pro Team.
He might just be the fire that the Phoenix Army needs to burn even brighter as they try to get their very first win in postseason, in playoffs after quite some time. Because the last time they did it, Season 9.
They didn't even get a win.
They didn't even get a win last season.
Because they advanced straight into the second round in Season 9. Because they were top 2 in the standings. And then they were brought down, and then they were eliminated. So yeah, TNC has yet to win a playoff series.
But they are off to a great start. Given that this was a dominating of a performance is an understatement. They knew what they were doing. Maybe some, rookie jitters coming in from the rest of the members of Twisted Minds. But obviously Coach Bonchan is going to put them straight into their minds. It's TNC taking game 1. And to talk more about it, here's Wolf with another solo analyst.
Thank you so much, casters. At may nakahanda akong clip para sa inyo dahil ito yung nagpapanalo talaga sa TNC. Sasabihin na natin, yung huling clash ay very explosive, very flashy. Pero gusto kong balikan yung second turtle natin. If we are looking at this clip right now, 13 or 14 seconds bago mag-start ang second turtle, nakahanda na agad ang TNC. As we play it out, they will clear the mid lane ng mabilis na mabilis. At pansinin nyo kung ano yung bush na hawakan dito ni Chaknu. Parang nag-take you pa nga siya dun sa buhay Team Zushin dahil nabigyan siya ng mas maikling ruta papunta dun sa dalawang grass na to or dalawang bushes na na-check niya at na-control agad. Right then and there, kontrolado na agad ng TNC yung ating bakbakan. Chakno, hindi niya bibitawan ang area na to, making sure na hindi makakakilos yung kanyang mga kalaban at hindi makakahanap ng opening itong side ng Twisted Minds. So, yung control dito coming out from Chakno is immense. Yayakapin niya yung tatlong members ng Twisted Minds waiting for the right opportunity to pop that revitalize. So, kahit pa nakuha ng ni Kaloy ang magandang initiation, in fact, mahuhuli niya yung talagang target niya dito, wala namang follow-up. Kasi tignan natin si Chakno, niyayakap yung tatlong members ng Twisted Minds. And then etong si Lancy, sumama na dahil ang ginugo ng members ng Twisted Minds ay etong si Chakno. Nagkaroon ng opening si Lancy na kopyahin yung Leomord ultimate, the best ultimate to get in this specific scenario. And even after the stun mula dito kay Kaloy, walang magiging magandang turtle fight para sa side ng TNC. Kaya naman nagbukang malinis dahil up until this point, wala nang resources ang TNC. Kaya naman naging libre ang turtle, may kasampang maraming kills in favor of TNC. Afterwards, maglilinis na lang sila dito. Buhay na buhay pati itong si Chakno. Nakakonect na si Benny Cutie sa kanyang teammates at kahit sa pagdating ni Nosha, kapos na ang resources ng Twisted Minds. Yan isang magandang visualization kung bakit naging MVP si Chakno sa laban na to. Dahil napakaganda ng kanyang mindset. Alam niya na walang kayang pumatay sa kanya at that point when he has the revitalize. Kaya naman hindi titigil itong si Chakno sa pagiging aggressive sa laban na to. And mukhang yan na po ang ating makikita dito sa ating sa clip na hinanda ko para sa inyo. Maraming salamat and I hope you learned something. Kung ikaw ay naglalaro ng Rome at alam mong walang makakapatay sa iyo at that specific moment, ay huwag mong pipigilan na yakapin yung mga kalaban mo and be that disruptor for your teammates. This is the reason why Chakno has been a very clutch roamer for the longest time because he knows na kapag alam niya yung power spike ng sarili niyang hero, hindi siya mapipigilan yung mga kalaban at dire-diretso lang ang kanyang pag-achieve ng key to victory for his teammates. Maulit pa to ng TNC? Abangan natin. Back to the panel.
Dude, Renmar, don't worry about it. I saw it too. Yeah. I saw Wolf explaining the bush that got TNC to a very momentous win in this first.
Yeah, he decided to talk about the fight around Turtle 2, and the fight for Turtle 3 is what I decided to focus on here, but it goes alongside that theme of like, Twisted Minds, why? Twisted Minds, what's happening? So that seems to be like the common theme here. So definitely, I don't think it's just jitters at this point. Now we're definitely seeing why the old school players, the veterans, what they have over the newer members of Twisted Minds. Yes, they are, again, mechanically impressed a lot of the players in MPLPH and why a lot of them were shocked about their debut and why they just suddenly took control by week 2, week 3. But then now as we're in the playoffs, you're starting to see like the little things in the mind of the veterans that trump the rookies.
The little things joining all together to create this victory. And you can also join the new season of the MLBB Rising Open, an in-game mode designed to provide players a platform to engage in competitive gameplay and earn in-game rewards. Gather your squad and jump into action. You know, it's been a while since I've seen MRO, and I'm happy that they are here once again.
Yeah, a lot of people still heavily contest that, but if you want to look good while fighting in-game, the Aspirants new skins are also available now. You can participate in the Aspirants Unite themed draw event. I got both. The first 10 times draw using diamonds is 50% off. Every 10 draws will guarantee an epic or higher quality skin.
Why you gotta do me like that, bro? But hey, just like me, you gotta come join the draw and witness the power of aspiration together. Because Renmar already did, and we should too. That's the only way to explain it. That's the best way to describe it. How are the aspirant skin looking like?
I have to eat canned goods for a while, but I look good in game. I look really good in game. My Guinevere keeps losing. My Vexana, weirdly enough, like I'm doing pretty good with the Vexana. So.
Okay, I don't use Vexana. I don't even use Guinevere. But hey, for the culture, I believe that for the culture, I'll be taking it. I am waiting for another animated masterpiece coming on from Moonton so that I will be able to take it again.
Yeah, I think sometimes like in the trailers you actually get to see like a new like Harbinger legendary skin from Layla, yeah. Like she's finally reunited with her dad.
Ooh, there's a storyline?
Yeah, because Nolan's an absent father. And then he suddenly showed up, was like, hey, I want to be your daddy again. And then now Layla is now a Harbinger.
Speaking of daddies, happy Father Days to Jack New because he is our smart power pose of the day. I think for a lot of people, they're probably aware of this. They are, everybody's asleep. Guys, you gotta wake up midnight because midnight is at a Filipino broadcast and everybody can hear them. So yeah, they are pretty much awake and you gotta do it again. Why do you look like? Why are you acting like a fish, bro?
Yeah, why is one aggressively shaking, the other one's just like, oh, then they'll scare you.
Good morning. Good morning. Do it again. Oh, good evening. Oh, here's someone with long hair.
Oh wait, he actually. Wait. That one dude with long hair actually looked like Jack New.
Yeah, he actually looks like Jack New.
I'm okay with these two. I'm okay with these two. Like, can we go back to the guy with long hair?
They're pretty valid. Can we go back to?
Yeah, they're valid. I like the other one better.
Now I wonder because based on where they're seated at, I think they're closer to the floor directors. So that's the reason why this guy's gonna win. It's because he's closer to the floor director, so it's easier to get the prize to him.
Yeah.
Compared to the other one that's probably like at the upper box or like sitting at Legend. So it's gonna take some time for him to get there.
Just give him the prize already. He really wants
Bro's
it.
punching Hito, bro.
Yeah,
why are you doing that?
Don't punch Hito.
Don't punch Hito, my guy.
That's the coach.
Yeah, but hey, I gotta do it too, man. I gotta pay respects to Le Mamba.
Is it Le Mamba now?
It's the Mamba, right? But
yeah. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
That's right.
Le Mamba? No,
who is El Mamba?
LeBron? Oh, El Mamba.
Yeah, El Mamba. If you want to be, Spanish about.
All right, I am free for correction, guys. Please let us know if it's El Mamba or Le Mamba or La Mamba or...
Yeah.
You get what I mean. But yeah. Damn, I said a lot of things. Hey, we're heading back into the matchup here tonight. It's TNC getting a point over Twisted Minds. Off to a great start are the Phoenix Army, and they will be the ones to pick on the red side. They have a 50% win rate on that, but based on the unpredictability of TNC that we have been discussing for quite some time now, yeah, they're gonna showcase what they can do with the second pick.
Yeah, actually, it was Twisted Minds who drafted a little bit more in the line of TNC Pro Team in game number 1 as they were on the blue side. Now with TNC Pro Team again being on the red, they actually they were pretty straightforward with it. They went for the Lancelot Gatot Kacha. They were willing to give the Kalea to Kaloy. They didn't care about it. They already saw the juice in, so they know that even if Twisted Minds goes for the pick off Comfort, you're not gonna get the burst right away with it. And then, surprisingly enough, TNC Pro Team got to escape with a red 3-1-1 pick that I feel like is criminal that they got away with that. And at that point, it's like, all right, you drafted so well. You drafted like straight to the cuff. Y'all deserve to get that game 1 win.
Dude, it was like a Michael Schofield, prison break situation. Because we don't really see that 1-1 being picked up late. I think it was, a missed time coming in from Coach Bonchan and Coach Esson. But hey, they don't make the same mistake twice. I think that's what I've learned from their coaching style and the way that they have coached these super rookies together with Lansu and MP the King. We're gonna do another dangerous grass. And there's a certain statistic to that part already because it's a 0-1 situation specifically for Twisted Minds, but they're looking to change that in game number 2.
In terms of the bans, Twisted Minds now open up the Fanny, actually. They still ban out the CC Grok, but this time around they're banning out the Juicin. So they don't want to pick it up themselves, and they just don't want to give the TNC either. While for TNC, this time they're taking away the Uranus Baksha, and they still take out the Kimmy. Still very similar bans, the exact same ban, from game number 1 for TNC. So now Twisted Minds respecting the Gatot Kacha.
Yeah.
This is the second favorite of Kaloy. After the Kalea, it's Gatot Kacha. and they just don't want to give it to Chakno. I think they just had enough of it after his performance in game number 1.
Just like what happened in game number 1, they want to choose their poison. They want to choose their battle. So they're leaving the Fanny open at this point, which could be a potential hero for Zyda to pick. But knowing this, I'm sure that Twisted Minds have something else up in their sleeve to try to put the stops on that very agile hero. And the same could be said for 3mar rather. The question is if he will be picking up that Lapu-Lapu again, but I think it's gonna be a matter of time for them to decide on that because the Gatot Kacha was already denied from the Phoenix Army, and for them, they're gonna be going quite different. Picking up a YSS and also a Hilda for Chakno here.
Ooh, okay, one of the Zyda comfort picks off of the season alongside that Lancelot. And they're still running for making sure that they get the Chakno pick early on. It would be very rare to see this Hilda flex into the XP. I know that's a thing that happened before, but in most scenarios in recent memory, it's the Hilda going into the roam. So I think it's them backing on the idea that TNC, with the Baksha gone, that they're most likely still going to be going for the Assassins because historically that's what Twisted Mind shows.
Right.
So are they going to go Fredrin? Are they going to switch things up for MP the King? No, they still want to go for the Lancelot. So that was a pick by TNC. They still knew that Twisted Minds would go Assassin, so they go Hilda instead for the rush. What a decision!
I think they believed in the fact that the Gatot Kacha being removed from Chakno is going to be enough for them to at least set up some plays here for Twisted Minds. Because compared to what happened in game number 1, it was Chakno initiating first, 3mar joining in the party. But for Lancy, that's going to be another pickup, which is a Lunox that has been, quite relevant so far in our last, I would say, 6 games.
Yeah. In game number 1, this was banned out by Twisted Minds. Second phase, blue side. Now Lancy gets it early. And I like the adjustment of TNC. So instead of taking a different approach to addressing the Lancy problem of mispositioning at times, they allow Lancy to just pick up a hero that have ways out if he's gonna front.
Right.
The Valentina had the Tsunami Slam Steel that, of course, is like, yeah, Lancy, just go front, go for it,
Yeah.
While the Lunox now has the power of Order Brilliance. So, Lancy, you have your ultimate to get away if you want to. So, interesting approach, TNC Pro Team, and honestly, I go with it. Hey, it's Taro. It's Taro, right?
Yeah,
that's Taro.
So, yes.
Yes, that's
yes.
MLBB Women's Team Pro.
I think she's currently
Taro.
part of TMBI, if I remember correctly.
She is in Twisted Minds.
Yeah. So they recently made their debut as the very first Filipina team to make it into the MDL, so a major achievement for them. But on the other hand, you also have some options here for Twisted Minds. What can they do differently in this situation? Hey, Sinio. I don't know if you know him, but you probably do now.
That's a rap star.
That's a rap star, bro. We're not talking Flow G, but that's a rap star.
Yeah, that dude can destroy you with his words. What? Wait a minute. What? Ah! Bro, I thought we were in dangerous grass. Why did I see broken walls?
We're playing dangerous grass. Why are we seeing broken walls?
Bro, someone get that guy a ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, dude, I want to see him at the grand finals.
He deserves it, okay.
If there is a map that has been decided to be broken walls, I want him to be the first person seen.
I appreciate that, dude, so much. Thank you. You made my night.
Thank you, Jaire, or whoever the other cameraman is.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, we got to get back on track.
East Lane, honestly, just go Phobius or SMS Bana or Lapu. Oh, whoa. Wait. What's going where?
Whoa.
Is this Rome Khalid and then they picked up a Hilda for 3mar? Is this going to be similar to what Ogwin did earlier in the series against Team Liquid Philippines, that we're actually going to see Blade of the... So what happened earlier was Blade of Heptasis, Dreadnought Armor, then BOD third item rush. Is Chakno going to go the same way? Is this their way of pressuring Sean this time around?
There's the Phobius and then the Selena.
Okay.
Picked up by Twisted Minds, so that adds a little bit more flair to it.
I like this. I think TNC Pro Team were thinking that Twisted Minds will pick a mid laner that's more backline centric. Except this time around, Twisted Minds decide to play play into the fight against TNC. So again, you pick up the Selena if you're going up against fast rotating roamers to help balance things out in the map. So I get the Selena pick, but there's a chance he might just get straight up blasted by the Lunox. So I think it's going to be up to Sean to see how well he'll be able to consistently hit the Abyssal Arrows and stop the rotations of TNC Pro Team, as it does look like this is a Khalid or roam for Chaknu.
At the end of the day, it's still a matter of skill. They have what it takes to at least go for the team fights if they want to. There's going to be enough vision for them to at least work their way into certain situations where they can win. But for TNC Pro Team, that is 3mar holding on to a Hilda, something that we don't usually see, and a Khalid picked up here by Chaknu. I am quite surprised with how things are going here. I don't know what the other casters are, so Naisu, Leo, what you got going there, boys?
Hey, I'll tell you guys what we got going over here. We are just as excited to see Game 2 ahead of us. Again, it's me, Naisu, and Leo to bring you Game 2 in this best of 5. TNC off to a good start. One game under their belt, a decisive one at that against Twisted Minds.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Already?
Chaknu crossing over.
You trying to get that level 4?
I mean, you could be aggressive as a Khalid, but this is something else entirely. Back to what you were saying.
Hey, I was going to say, you know, after the game, we saw the Mamba play on the Gatakacha that was taken
MVP
by him, MVP. Now he's going to play the Khalid. He had to burn the flicker early on, that's fine. But I'll tell you what, if he went like MVP status for whatever his KDA where he got the double on the Gatakacha, he can do it here with the Khalid. And if it's built the same way we saw in the previous series, oh, Kaloy, we might see that, man.
God, I think TNC just all huddled up and said, you know what, let's just live on their side of the jungle.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, this all goes to it.
Is this number 17?
This is number 17. That's the Mamba pool.
I'm pretty sure that conversation happened between him and Ethelmouse, like, hey, Bunak, you want to play this?
You want to play? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Let's do it, Cap.
All right. That's probably what happened with the Hellcurt, too.
It's Coach now. Okay, let's do it, Coach.
All right, let's do it, Coach. Yeah, but again, Chaknu is one of those players. You know, this whole discussion leading into this matchup alone was, you know, the old versus the new in a way. And I think you can't deny that effect that Chaknu has. And that's something that, I mean, even the audience here, the TNC Phoenix Army out here, you hear them chanting his names.
That's right.
All the time, even in the last game.
We're talking about the only Hall of Legends inductee to not have an MPL championship under his belt.
And who's to say it can't start here to get that championship?
Hey, if you're a Phoenix, the only thing you can do is rise, and that is rising to the occasion. First hurdle up. Look at 3mar Chaknu taking the back door over, compromising that front line. The Lunox coming in, but that's a little too much. Zaida can't catch a break. Throwing out that boat, taking down Kaloy. Lancy draws first blood. Lansu jumping on the Chaknu, not able to stop him. It's a trade. First blood for the turtle.
Yep, they get that first blood. That does go in the hands of Lancy too. That's great for a scaling mage like this Lunox that can pop off a ton of damage if given that the itemization, the timing on this power spike here. We're seeing the Lunox pop up more, and I know Hans mentioned this specifically in the draft. There's a flicker being burned by Sean. But, you know, that's one of the things, that burst damage potential and also the ability to bait out these abilities or these ultimates even from Twisted Minds by utilizing that brilliance is what makes the Lunox still a pretty good pick. You know, it's one of those heroes that has popped up more towards the end of the regular season.
You know what? They got 3 heroes that can do that. The Lunox, the Khalid, you know, Flicker, Rampaging Sandstorm, Runaway, Quicksand Guard, or even the Hilda. Flicker through, run into a bush. I can do it all over again.
And this is the map for that. The dangerous grass, man.
Extra ways to proc Hilda's passive. Looking at the item game, TNC up by about 200, 300 gold. It's a very small advantage. But still, you have to consider, 3mar isn't traditionally laning. Oh my God, forcing out a brilliance out of Lancy. Now look at this, they crash down on the Shan. They drop the Salmon Force and Chaknu here, surviving through the... Oh, not gonna survive through this. Lansu takes him down and they clap back on Lansu. Zaida takes him. Kaloy barely gets away. Nosha covering fire. TNC, they get the winning trade.
Not only did the Mamba set things up with that Flicker Raging Sandstorm, but then even with a quicksand guard, yeah, he eventually went down, but he bought enough time for the rest of TNC to capitalize on that whole exchange. Again, it built up on a little extra 500 gold for them, but these kills are going to the right members here for TNC. For Twisted, they're getting so close. That fight, there was so many low health bars of TNC to take, but they just couldn't capitalize on those kills. So now, second turtle of the game is up. MP has the ability to go ahead and start this up for them.
Mountain Shocker, Zyda knows exactly where everyone is. Benny Cutie and Lancey goes and takes that pixel brush. 3mar flushing Lansu out of it. Now Zyda putting himself deep into the pit. What's Chaku thinking?
He was there putting the pressure on Sean. He's going to go for them, but the arrow!
Oh my God, Lancey taken out just like that. Now Zyda looking to take down this turtle. Wants it, gets it. Retribution on point. Chaku dancing between 3, make that 4. Gets popped by Kaloy. An AOG making sure that Zyda stays, and Zyda gets taken down. Double kill for Kaloy, and all 3mar can do is run around the other side.
Look at all these bushes for me to run in. Man, Twisted, they took that Gatakacha. They showed TNC, hey, it feels good to have them now. 3mar will go ahead and stop them from taking some more damage onto that mid turret. But MP is going to go ahead and take the orange buff. He'll get on out. It was a good attempt, but I will say this, for Twisted, they go ahead and diminish that gold lead that was building up for TNC and now get themselves some confidence to go ahead and scale into this. You know, again, part of this whole game plan for them is to play around that scaling of a Harith for Nasha. 3mar still just kind of scouting things out here, but that big problem is these arrows, man. They land on the right target. TNC, they gotta take care of the back line.
And what I'm sensing is 3mar's getting overloaded. All of these things that they have to do, Chakno and 3mar can't do by themselves. And they have to do all of those things the old-fashioned way. They have to run up to the targets, block these arrows, and flush out Twisted Minds from formation. All this while, TNC, we don't even know if there's follow-through, because you have to think about this. Benny's farming, Zyda's farming, hell, Lancey's farming.
Yeah. They're all just trying to get to that point where...
Triple core lineup,
It is. It's expensive, man. And, you know, that's why, again, when you look at some of these objective angles that they're taking, it's, you know, let's try to cause some chaos on the back line of Twisted Minds, but then you leave your core members susceptible. And if they get hit by one of the arrows, then they're in a position where it's like, all right, it's almost an automatic kill because, you know, Chaknu and 3mar are off doing things on the back line. So that's something they have to watch out for here. But I think we're going to continue to see this. So Brilliance is going to be used. So Lancey will go ahead and use that up. But Chaknu, look at this. This is, again, this is what he likes to do. Regardless of what hero he's playing, this is how Chaknu plays this out. The last turtle of the game is going to come up here. Twisted has control of it. We'll see if TNC wants to contest.
Oh, they clap on the 3mar, flickers through, might have missed that brush, and will still survive. And now deep underneath this Zaman Force, they get flushed out, Chaknu pushed out, taken down, Envy the King secures it. AOG, Zyda able to run away just in the nick of time, but there's not enough damage on him or Lancey to punish Kaloy. Twisted Minds get away with 2 out of 3.
Yep, they get that turtle. They're not going to be able to press in that turret though. But look what's happening here. Again, this is these fights that are breaking out that are going in favor of Twisted. Well, Sean's gonna have to burn the flicker, so we'll survive there. But this is the thing, you know, they just don't have enough damage to get through that front line of Twisted. That front line right now is a whole lot of Lansu, man. You know, on the Phobius, this is once again one of those heroes that we've seen do so well. 1v2, 1v3, he's able to go ahead and jump up, and then you throw in Kaloy on top of it. Yep. Kaloy, a lot of times, it's either the Revitalize or he just jumps forward to cut off that escape route of TNC.
And those heroes in this comp are much easier to execute a team fight from compared to TNC, who have to run around and scramble for an advantageous position.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to fight as TNC.
And that's why I'm looking, you know, maybe that game plan, maybe that idea is for eventually Benny Cutie. How many times have we seen the Granger pop off in the late game? The same could be said for Harith, though, in a sense here. But this might be one of the moves for TNC. It is an expensive lineup. It does have time to build up. But if you get to the late game, dude, you have great damage, physical and magic in terms of the Granger and having that Lunox there. Plus, sprinkle a little bit of YSS.
That's what, 5 or 6 minutes that you're hoping Twisted Minds doesn't roll you over with.
Yeah, maybe 8.
Maybe. I'm trying to be optimistic, but with the way it's going, Zyda's doing the right thing. He's being very sneaky about this. He's hitting that turret, get that cheeky push down bottom. Nothing Twisted Minds can do to stop it. And now it's making more sense what Chaknu and 3mar are doing. They're just making these weird rotations to keep Twisted Minds honest.
Yeah.
So they don't get a split push of their own. Oh my God, 3mar. See, wasting the time of 4 members.
Eventually, though, too, 3mar, I was going to say, he's going to be able to go ahead and tank up some of those arrows, some of that magic damage. Whoa. He just gets the Radiant Armor.
Joseph?
Yes.
It's working, though.
It is.
You see how there's no more gold lead?
Yeah.
It's about 400, 500. You can almost think they're at parity.
They are. And with this, the first Lord's going to be up, but Twisted, they know they've got to blitz this, but just around the corners, TNC.
Oh, Chaknu does jump into the back line. The AOG by Kaloy fighting underneath the Zaman Force. Down goes Chaknu. Nothing so far on the board for TNC as they blast away at Lansu. Lansu jumps onto them. Benny Cutie shoots him down. A stack for the Storm. Oh. And in comes Sean. Zaida cannot protect him. He falls alongside Lansy. Trading out for Lansu and Sean. 2 for 3. Twisted Minds winning this trade.
Some major problems with that fight. Benny wasn't there for it. He was a little bit too late to the party. The Lord was secured. And then even so, you saw what happens when you got a lineup that is focused on causing chaos and being everywhere else. Your other members are susceptible. MP the King saw a path. He went on with the punctures. Phantom Execution gets the kills. And that is a problem that TNC is going to have to solve as this game goes on.
And you know how bad it is for TNC that they don't deal enough damage yet?
How bad?
MP the King is building a super bruiser Lancelot.
He is.
It has a brute force breastplate, so good luck chasing that with your cores.
You got to chase that, man. Not only that, but you got to watch out for those arrows. I love that we have an arrow count, by the way. Throwing out there, so 35.
35%?
Yeah.
1 in 3.
1 in 3.
1 in 3 hits. How many of those hits are lethal?
Yeah. And, you know, it's much more lethal, I'd say, towards that early game. But then when you kind of shift the focus over to mid to late game, you got to think, all right, how good are those arrows? You got to make them count when you do land them. Yep. But that's the thing. You know, if you land one on the right member here, like...
Is it 3mar? Is he the right member?
He's not the right member. He should be tanking those. But that's the thing. You know, how long can you kind of withstand that when the rest of your lineup's everywhere else?
Looking at the map, it's clear that TNC are struggling. 3mar once again in the front of all 5 members. Forces a few responses. They're doing their darndest to protect this tier to a pop.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and hold on to it. Again, dancing around these arrows for now. But TNC, if we look at this, again, I think they're doing a pretty good job at damage control. Now, one of the main things, again, is Benny Cutie. I think if we see the next Lord fight break out in about 40 seconds, and he's there for the majority of the fight instead of being there towards the later portion, we're going to see that damage come into play here. He does pick up a Sea Halberd. You're going to lose his tier 2 turret, though, up top. But he's got some of the items that he needs to be a threat. You know, that's the main thing. And I think if he has the space to work with, now, again, it's one thing to have the space, and it's another to be in a position where you don't have to be so worried about getting picked off. That's the only problem I see here for Benny Cutie, is dealing with the pressure from Twisted.
Joseph, do you see this?
I see the graph.
Despite everything happening to TNC, Zaida is able to maintain a steady and close gold per minute rating to MP the King's 305 Lancelot.
Is that what, like, just YSS is able to do, though?
I'd like to say more what Zaida's capable of doing.
Just Zaida himself being different here. That might be a difference maker, especially when it comes to this. Again, the tools are there for them to contest this Lord. It's not one of those things where it's just an easy Lord for Twisted to take. This is also a big item pickup here for Chaknu. Does get the Athena Shield. 3mar picks up the Antique Cuirass. So these defensive items, as I was saying just about 6 minutes ago, is now coming into fruition. It's starting to come into play where it's like we have the defensiveness. We should be able to last against these fights a little bit longer, but Twisted has also scaled up really well here. They're slowly taking this Lord. They're getting in position. This is going to be a full-on fight. They're utilizing the extra bushes they have here, too, on this map.
Oh, Chaknu knows that something is amiss in that little Y brush. Lord gets hard reset. Kaloy holding that pixel brush, looking for a taunt. 3mar gonna sidestep it. Both teams actually very conservative when it comes to this dance.
Yeah, this is a crucial one, I feel like, for them. 14-minute mark.
Uh-oh.
This will start it up.
I smell a blitz.
I don't know if they're going to blitz it here, man. I think they're still respecting what TNC could potentially do. they can also see that, hey, they're getting a little bit tankier. You know, 3mar, you see him when he takes an arrow, he just sits in the bush, he doesn't take any damage from this. Again, that Radiant Armor and just the scaling really helped here.
Queen's Wings on MP. When was the last time you saw that many defensive items on a Lancelot?
I think he's got to be, man. He's got to be. You mentioned this earlier. Look at the build he's got going on. You know, he's got a little bit of that extra damage, even that true damage. But yeah, the Queen's Wings and then the Brute Force, a staple in most of these builds from the Lancelots. A little bit of that extra bruiser mentality here for this time around for MP. I think, you know, he felt, it's like, wait, game one, I was way too squishy on that Leomord. I got to be a little tankier here. But he's still got the moves on this Lancelot to work with.
He can get away with so much more.
He can. It's a lot more mobile, but man, this is a tough lore to take. And all part of it is the dangerous grass, man. It's giving that opportunity for 3mar just to stay in there if he wants to. So TWIS is in a position where they can just wait this out.
Okay.
And delay it.
Interesting rotations by these junglers. Again, neither of them have to fully commit to it until the rest of the team agree to blitzing. So you'll see now there's more of a presence from Twisted Minds. They engage. That is MP the King with down about half health, forcing a response. 3mar gonna go ahead, top himself up. Oh my god!
Whoa.
A flicker, rampaging sandstorm onto Nausha. Takes him out of the map just like that. Now it's a 5v4.
I'm so surprised they caught him out. They're still going to be going for the fight. 3mar low enough, will survive. But now Benny getting the space he needs, but
Lancy shutting down MP. They send Kaloy away, but not before Lansu Full spinning his flicker as well. And just like that, in the snap of a finger, TNC take 3 plus a Lord for free.
What happened? It all started with Nausha. I'm surprised he got picked off there in a position he shouldn't have been in.
I call that the Phoenix Flash.
The Phoenix Flash.
Out of nowhere, they just take 3 dudes down. I mean, they set it up. It was a minute or two of sheer conditioning and setting up from across the river all the way into that. Oh, you know what? The Phoenix Flash specifically is Chaknu's Flicker Sandstorm.
It is, man. And again, I'm so surprised because Nausha didn't even burn his flicker.
You thought you knew the Mamba?
You
Think
don't.
again.
You don't. Man, what a turn of events.
What?
You gotta remember how long they stayed around that lore too. It wasn't a blitz or anything. They took minutes. And now we get to that point. I said, hey man, I think they need 8 minutes. Well, they got 8 minutes,
Exactly
Leo.
on the dot, Joseph. They're following military time.
It's military time at this point. That Lord making its way down bot. TNC just waiting for the moment to push down some of these turrets. They're going to make their way to go ahead and walk down this. That tier 2 in the bottom will fall with that charge from the Lord. And so now at this point, Twisted facing a pressure from every single side of the map. Every lane going to be pressured in here. They will keep the Lord there. They'll get a little bit of damage on this base turret. I don't think they're going to be able to do much but just clear out these minions. So far, so good.
Magic Sentry triggered by MP the King, so they know that the coast is clear, but it is anything but, because at 17 minutes, TNC are knocking on their doors, about to crack their way inside the base. A brilliance from Lancy, forcing a response from MP the King. Oh my god, takes down Lancy, but he's gonna pay the iron price. No, he won't, he lives!
Wow.
MP the King lives!
MP the King definitely feeling way more confident on this Lancelot than the Leomord in the last game. You can't do that on the Leomord. Finds Lancy amongst 3.
You know what? I would argue you can't do that with a traditional Lancelot. He took maybe 2 or 3 hits too much.
Yeah.
If he was rocking swords and blades. No, this man has a pair of demon wings and a full-on breastplate.
Imagine that as a Lancelot, by the way. He's built it.
He's a gladiator.
And he's got a gun. The Malefic Roar.
that's just in case.
That's just in case. That's a different timeline. You know,
concealed carry. You put that away.
Put that away,
for
mister.
a rainy day.
Hey, he's MP the King. He's gonna make it happen. But this is the thing. They defended against a strong push that should have been base turrets for TNC in most scenarios. They hold on to all their base turrets. Yeah, they take considerable damage, but they put themselves in a position to go again for this next Lord coming up. You got to remember too, it was quite the dance. It was quite the extended fight for that Lord that they took. Now we're talking about a much beefier, evolved Lord that you have to deal with.
That's right.
This is going to be, I would say it's going to be more difficult for TNC to pull off what they did previously. 3mar is going to get some information. He's going to go ahead and get spotted out.
Literally just annoying these members of Twisted Minds, just giving them too much stimuli to respond properly.
Man, Chaknu's trying to set up the same thing, by the way.
He's going to do it again.
From the same angle.
Hey, if Twisted Minds can go again, so can the Mamba.
So can the Mamba. I'll tell you what, it's Nasha holding on to this Lord. I hope Nasha doesn't get picked off again.
Nasha was his first victim.
He was.
I think it'd be very wise for Chaknu to try someone else.
To go a different route.
Maybe Sean.
Maybe Sean. I think at this point too, again, it's going to be different because just how, I guess, stronger this Lord is, and you can't really kind of blitz it. You know, you got to take this one a little bit slower. And 3mar will always be on that backside, that dangerous bush right there, to be able to provide the information. They're holding it at half health. Look at Chaknu. We'll see which way he decides to go. Arrow lands on 3mar. They're going to force the fight here, it looks like.
He's got his eyes on Sean. Lansu falls first. Lancey flickering back, and he finds Sean! Does not take him down just yet. Chaknu flickers away. Goes the hard way around. MP the King hits him with the Retribution. The rest of TNC about to collapse back on him. Kaloy has 3mar trained on him. An arrow thrown out by Sean. Nasha underneath that concealed. Kaloy gets his immortality pop. The brilliance from Lancey. Look at MP. 3mar goes down. And Lancey and 3mar fall. So does Zyda. The rest of TNC fall like bricks as it's just Chaknu left.
What a masterful fight for Twisted now. It's their turn to go and show TNC that they can fight too. And now with a full force, except Lansu, they'll charge the mid-turret.
Chaknu's crashing into the waves. He is just buying time. But it's not going to be enough as the turret falls. Twisted Minds still has a couple of minions left alongside 3 members. Ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds even the score, 1-1.
And we've got a series on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1 right now. Great team fights on both sides, but TNC stayed a little bit too long for that last one. A great fight there. Let's go over to the panel to break down game 2.
Sean, Nasha, the Super Rookies are online here in game number 2. What a moment. They get their first win in playoffs in their careers, and what a way to take it in a 20-minute game.
Yeah, with so many things happening across the map, I was surprised when I saw the clock. Like, wait, that was 20 minutes? We were getting closer to 21? Because when you have the Cal lead and the Hilda, there's always so many things happening around the map.
Right.
There's always vision being taken. There's always someone trying to look for the flank. And that's what TNC were trying to get their wins through. Because Twisted Minds were showing off again their best quality as to why a lot of the teams were surprised by their performance. But the TNC, especially in that scenario, that Lord 2 fight, 15 minutes in, the fact that they were able to find the angle to make sure that Nasha would actually be the first target down after Chaknu and Zyda found the concealed play through the left bush in mid. Then Twisted Minds were thinking, how are we going to find a turnaround? And MP the King was one of the reasons why they found it. Because when TNC Pro Team were going forward, Lancey decided to dance with MP, but then MP the King took him down. He phantom execution into a bush with 3 members of TNC.
Yeah.
Still got the kill onto the Lunox and even got away. That helped equalize and balance things out for Twisted Minds so that they could set up a little bit better for Lord 3. And Lord 3 was just mechanics on mechanics. Sean hitting the Abyssal Arrow. This is one of the heroes that he plays a lot on his stream and excels with. We don't see it a lot in FPL Philippines Season 16, but he showed off as to why that is a deadly combo for him and Kaloy on a Gatatkacha.
Honestly, I felt like this was a really good mix of both teams just showing their mechanical prowess in this game.
Yes.
There were moments where Chaknu kind of turned it all around with the Raging Sandstorm on towards Nosha that got them a bit of the lead for TNC. But for Twisted Minds, you were already saying it. There was no question that MP the King was the MVP of this game, even though there were other players that kind of finished it off just because MP the King were making a lot of highlight plays in order to keep Twisted Minds alive in this game number 2, because TNC had a momentary lead right from the start. They were able to take control of the Lord, the positions, because 3mar and Chaknu were there trying to give them vision as much as they can. But for Twisted Minds, it was enough enough damage. Even though there was Lancy holding onto that Lunox, it was not enough evasion for them to get out of danger. Because there was just brilliance, class from MP the King, and even getting out of that situation.
Yeah, Sean's gonna land the Abyssal Arrow onto Benny Cutie as he was trying to fight a little bit better into that one. And of course, Nausea cleaning out the back, while it would be MP the King to get the final blow there onto Benny Cutie's Granger. Khalid Chaknu tried to hold the wave for as long as he could, but at that point, the cooldown respawn timers way too long on the side of TNC Pro Team, and TNC were just outplayed, this time by the mechanics and the raw prowess of MLBB from the new school. Even though MP the King, we know, has been a veteran for quite some time, even alongside Lansu.
I mean, I gotta say, I think this is the first time all throughout the day that we have seen Phobius. We've not seen Phobius in the previous matchup, and deservingly so. Lansu was holding his own, and not only that, he was also creating a lot of opportunities for the rest of the members of Twisted Minds to come in. I retract my former statement a while ago that Lansu used to be the one who acts just as a sponge, because he is definitely more than that. He continues to make plays for his team, and man, I have to talk about Sean as well, because we even had, a hit rate for the Abyssal Arrows that was showcased a while ago, and he was hitting a lot of it, and even though it was like, 14 out of 35, he was mincing on some of the other crucial opponents that he needed to take down, and that's exactly what he did.
Hey, a 35% plus rate in other sports, especially if you're thinking about basketball.
A three-point shooter.
Three-point shooter. You think of them as a shooter at that point.
They are a shooter.
Yeah,
bro.
and you saw, that's why we were discussing the Selena here as a really great pick. Because if the mid laner for Twisted Minds was more backline centric, you play around the strong formation instead of all dive, that would be easy targets for TNC to wreck their formation with the Hilda and the Khalid. This was a much tougher game this time around for 3mar and Chaknu, because now they have to contend against all dive. That's why they had to find surprising angles and try to outsmart Twisted Minds with being able to find stragglers. Example, like that one moment they found Nausea. But then for Twisted, for majority of the fights where it was in their comfort zone, you saw how many things TNC needed to get right just to make sure that they could get that team fight win. While Twisted Minds, where it looks like when it's all dive, Salmon Force, you have Lansu jumping on everyone with the Infernal Pursuit, then it's difficult for TNC to find a good fight.
You're looking at a Hilda and a Khalid that was flexed by TNC Pro Team, I believe, in the third and the fourth pick of their draft in game number 2, which was quite unusual for us because it was, up until the end we were trying to figure out which player is going to be using which hero, and at the time it didn't work out so well for them because they were just bodies trying to cover for the greater good of TNC. That's the idea that they had in mind.
This was only the second Selena game of Sean for MPL Philippines Season 16, and it is a win for him. Actually, no, I'm going to have to double check that. Oh, yes. This only is the second Selena game that he has. Well, because of the rush onto the Hilda, I feel like, TNC just showed their hand a little bit too early. The Twisted Minds were able to adjust to it on the fly. Love the Selena pick. And you got to see the adjustment, though, from the side of TNC Pro Team. I feel like a little bit more of the veteran wiles. At one point, 3mar was straight up just leaving the Phobius in lane, fast clearing that, leaving it, giving the EXP lane either to the jungler or the roamer, while 3mar himself is the one actually playing the role of the roamer, trying to disrupt the rotations of MP the King. So you see them trying to make it work. But then once it got to, again, the nitty-gritty of the team fight, so much easier for Twisted Minds to pull off.
Yeah, I think it was just a lot more complicated for TNC to pull that off compared to Twisted Minds, because they were just waiting on something to happen. Like, sure, Twisted Minds was there and they were able to take game number 2. But of course, you can be featured as the next MPLPH Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is to join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
Yeah, share any MPL related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month. We got a lot of those here. Yeah, we definitely got a lot of super fans there.
I don't know if you've been seeing them on where? There, right over there.
Yeah, one of the
while the games were happening.
Yeah,
right?
I saw one of the women on the side of Twisted Minds was actually my roamer when I won the championship alongside the Twisted Minds at the Casters tournament. But by the way, you can showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through esports projects for everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more. Visit the FLCN website for more information and how to apply. You know, we've got a lot of things cooking, especially for people who are into the games. We have our MRO, we even have the community matchups, the Infinix Fancy Clubban. You know, I had to put an accent to it because I'm in English. But
the Fancy Clubban?
Fancy Clubban. I don't know if how Naisu's gonna be saying it. I want to know more about it later on. But hey,
that's exactly how he says it. Fancy Clubban.
Fancy Clubban. You know what, Naisu? You can talk to us. Maybe Leo as well. I want to know if he has a different accent.
I'm gonna get destroyed once we're done with the broadcast. I think I'm gonna go straight to the hotel after this.
Well, same goes for me. I don't know about those two, but hey, with the festival in hand, because this is not just the thing that we've been doing. We also have some of the other activities outside. In fact, we have Odin there together with our community.
Talaga namang mainit na ang laban with TNC Pro Team and Twisted Minds. 1-1 na ang kanilang score, pero bago yan at ipagpatuloy natin ang laban, may kasama ako dito mga super fans. Hello naman kayo kay Alfred and Justin, and like what you're seeing right now, meron silang mga merch na galing sa ibang season. Justin, pakita mo ang merch mo. Blacklist International, gaano ka na ba katagal na fan ng MPL Philippines?
Since nung sumikat po ang Blacklist nung season 7 po.
So ang tagal na rin, ilang seasons ka na namin kasama. Alfred, suot mo ngayon ang Echo Jacket na sobrang hype din nung time nila. Gaano ka nakatagal na MPL Philippines fan?
Fan na po ako ever since na nagkaroon po tayo ng legend skin ni Aldous po for M1.
Napakatagal na pala. So ilang seasons ka na rin namin nakasama. And ano naman ang team na sinusuportahan nyo ngayon? Obviously, meron kang jersey ng Twisted Minds. Pakita mo naman din, i-hype mo ang kanilang merch ngayon. So Twisted Minds ka ngayon, Justin. And how about you, Alfred?
Today po, of course, TNC tayo today.
Magkaiba talaga kayo na sinusuportahan, ha? Pero bago tayo pumunta sa ating game, nanalo kayo ng MLBB merch! Congratulations! Alam nyo, nag-post ang MPL Philippines na merong giveaway para sa community dahil pinapakita natin dito ang eras of the league at kasama natin ngayon ating mga super fans. Suot-suot ng kanilang mga jersey galing sa ibang seasons pa. Congratulations to you guys! Justin and Alfred, gusto ko kayong tanungin bilang mga supporters ng ating mga manlalaro ngayon. Justin, ngayong kaharap mo si Alfred bilang representative ng The Minds. Bakit tingin mo mananalo ang Twisted Minds?
Sa tingin ko po, pag nanalo na ng isang game yung Twisted Minds, tuloy-tuloy na po yan.
Nasa kanila daw yung momentum. Alfred, ano naman ang palag ng TNC Pro Team sa Twisted Minds?
For me po, it's the experience talaga ng players. Isang example na po dyan is si Chakno. Nakita po natin yung impact na pwede niya malagay sa game, especially since ang tagal na po niya sa scene and ang dami na niyang scenarios and teams na napuntahan.
Wow, analyst ka pala, Alfred. Ang gagaling talaga ng ating mga super fans at halatang-halata talaga na matagal na sila sumusuporta sa MPL Philippines. Bago tayo pumunta sa ating casters, ipa-cheer mo naman ang The Minds.
Let's go, Twisted! Let's go!
O, diba? Madaming nagsisigawan at hindi naman magpapatalo ang TNC Pro Team. Alfred.
Supporters ng Phoenix, mag-ingay!
Nag-iinit na nga ang MPL Arena, kaya bumalik na tayo sa Land of Dawn with our casters.
Thanks a lot, Odin. It is nice to see you here at the Champions Arena. Of course, we are joined by Alfred and Sean II. No, that's Justin. That's against Justin, just to be sure, right? Because he looked the part, bro.
He definitely passes off as part of the Sean clan.
You know, I wanted to like, I'm gonna just do this, man. I wanted to give like major props.
Thanks for showing off how tall you are.
I want to give a standing ovation
I'll join
for
in
the
that.
fans because, I want to give a standing ovation.
Hey, okay, this isn't our actual height difference. I just don't want to cut out the camera. I'm actually like bending my legs, but now y'all can't see that, and now I just look hella short. Can we go to the shots of the players? Graphic something? I'm embarrassed
graphic,
now.
something, you know, maybe a shorter
Thank you.
clip. There you go.
All right. Listen to the Sean game. When he got the second and highest kills in KDA with 0 deaths in MPL Philippines history, that happened in September 28th, 2025 against Team Liquid. They went on to lose this series, but they did win this game number 1 where he went 18-0-3. This was him on that Kimmy.
I remember this.
And you see a lot of the kills he was getting were towards the roamers and the mid laners, and he even got a few on the GOAT himself.
That's crazy to think about. It's already a flex on its own to get a kill against the GOAT.
Yeah.
Not to mention even get a win against him. So, you know, there are some tendencies that whenever Carl TZ faces off against people who have been grinding their games, making improvements towards their games and ranked games, and then they get a lot of posting. That is what Sean probably did. But hey, it's in the professional scene, which is a totally different milestone in itself. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you're also going to look at Zaida, who leads the First Blood leaderboards from what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, we said that earlier. Third team. Synonymous with Zaida this season. YSS, even though he doesn't have that high of a win rate, he does get a lot of kills. The Hayabusa has to be one of his most iconic. One of the few times where we actually got to see a Fanny this season was played incredibly well by a Zaida.
Oh, that's a lot of kills for one specific jungler, and this is the reason why even a while ago in game number 2, Renmar, we saw Zaida being the rich guy in spite of that defeat. So that really goes to show you that he's a very stable jungler for the side of TNC Pro Team. And you were talking to me about probably he's the one up next. We talked about Shaknu, Benny QT all throughout the season, but Zaida, you gotta give this man his flowers as well, just really showcasing what he can do as he makes his way back into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think because of his performance this season, a lot of teams are going to be looking towards trying to maybe get him away from the talents of the Phoenix. It's like, hey, how much for a little Zaida, you know? How much to get him on our team instead? And if I'm TNC Pro Team, I'm going to be jacking up the price because Zaida is a centerpiece for sure. And if you're going to build around anyone in FBL Philippines, you build a team around Zaida.
That is exactly what they tried to do here, giving him more capable teammates in what we saw as of the moment. Meanwhile, on the other hand, this was also a composition for Twisted Minds that we really didn't expect. 3 of the players that was part of the MPL Philippines Season 5 champion team was taken. No, 4 out of those 5 members because Kane went to Cambodia.
Yes.
Obviously, that was the news that happened before this team, this roster was announced. And, you know, being led by a veteran player in MP the King and very tenured coaching staff such as Coach Bonchan and Quezon. This is a team that was destined to shock a lot of people, and they did just that in game number 2. Now, heading into game number 3, we're going to be looking at quite a different dynamic here for both of these teams because there might be some changes in terms of the draft approach that they had. But we are now looking at the broken wall. Shout out to the guy a while ago that had a broken wall inside her mouth. So yeah.
Yeah, that dude was funny. I hope we get to see more of him again. I still don't get how he gets to do that, bro. So that's a magic trick. Okay, Twisted Minds on the blue. CC drop juice in.
Yeah.
Similar to their game 2 drafting pattern here, and let's see if they're actually going to be trying to go for the same exact one again.
Dude, look at this. It's Gata Kacha first pick again. I was looking at the comment section of the TNC Pro Team posting where they would say that Shaknu is balagbag in terms of his Gatot Kacha
Balagbag.
usage, which means he is a badass Gatot Kacha user.
Yeah, that's true.
At some point, here's the change now. They picked up the Lancelot for Zyda, and Lancey will be settling with a Kimmy who hasn't been opened in 2 games.
Yeah, TNC continues to refuse to give the Kimmy to to Sean, and then they take away a Nausea pickup. Yeah, they ban out the Harith and the Granger's there, but there's an option to go for the 1-1.
Right.
But now Twisted Minds understands that. That's why they pick up the Hayabusa this time around. So you're not going to go ahead and rush the gold lane pick just yet. They go for 3-mar on the Hilda yet again. But who knows? Maybe this time around, Jackno feels like playing the roamer Hilda instead. And then you get a different EXP laner, something that allows 3-mar to be the main roamer to hold the front, while it's actually Jackno playing more of an EXP role, trying to get kills. Twisted Minds still respecting the potential of a Cho to pop up, and they take it away. So you could have put the Cho as well for Jackno at the center of the map, and that's a good ban.
I mean, if you're looking at it, the Hilda, I would say, is a pretty good pick for TNC Pro Team, just because Hayabusa takes a little longer compared to the Lancelot in terms of getting that purple and orange objective. But if I'm talking about MP the King, would manage to put in the work and get those objectives before that level 4 comes into play, because sure, TNC is gonna have the vision, but they can't do anything about it if there are some disruptions towards the idea that Twisted Minds wants to execute. We've seen the Granger, we've seen the Gatot Kacha come into action games before this, and that is what they're trying to do again. That Cho and the Khalid are gonna be taken out by Twisted Minds, so we're not gonna see any sort of flex from Chakno if he goes for this Hilda. But the Selena and the Phobius have quite been threats for the Phoenix Army heading into Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Lansu, I feel like we didn't give him enough love from the previous game. He was hitting a lot of flicker dark waves that stopped TNC Pro Team from fighting a little bit more comfortably or set up very well for Twisted Minds.
Right.
So with the Hayabusa now for MP the King, they wanted to get rid of the heroes that can actually put a lot of difficulty in the center of the map by taking away the Khalid alongside the Cho. With the Selena taken out as well, it's like they're really trying to shoehorn Sean into picking up a hero that's a little bit more backline focused. Now, an Obsidia, still the only hero so far that I'm so 50-50 towards. And it's funny because for TNC Pro Team, or actually for the season, it's a 50-50 for the Obsidia. If there's a pick here that Sean might want to consider, I would suggest the Kagura, but I would understand if they would be willing to pick up a Farsa, even though that isn't actually a tendency of a Sean.
Yeah.
Usually it's a Kagura in the scenario, but let's see if that's what they're going to go for.
That's another set-up hero for Lansu to use together with that Gatot Kacha. It's a pretty good combination. The Kagura right on point by Mr. Renmar Santa Cruz here. You can give at least a little bit more movement. There's a lot more wiggle room if you use that Kagura compared to the Farsa, which is definitely useful when you have a Hilda as your opponent.
Yeah, you need something that can just front. They might just trap. I think they have to put the frontliner in the EXP lane instead. Something stronger, but then they're up against an Alice. I think you can just settle for a high loss for Revitalize, because you know that there's going to be a Revitalize for the Gatot Kacha here for Twisted Minds. But then I don't like the rotational speed that they'll have, that Chakno might just end up being a sitting duck in most scenarios. So you see a very close discussion between the two. Are they just going to match the Revitalize with a high loss or something else?
Based on the looks of it, that is not going to be the case. So based on our conversation a while ago, it seems like Chakno will no longer make this a flexible hero. They will stick with regular programming, which is Hilda being placed at the roam position, but the Yuzhong being added into the mix here for TNC Pro Team. How does this bode well or bad for them, depending on it?
TNC better damn win Turtle 1. If they can get a start similar to how Team Liquid Philippines got a start with their Yuzhong in game number 1 against Falcons earlier today. If not, the front line is so flimsy. Damage profile, this Alice is going to tear through them if they allow Lansu to farm comfortably. But let's see. Earlier, the idea was that maybe the Yuzhong is the lane counter the Alice. Let's see if 3-Mark can replicate that result.
This will also be a challenge for Benny Cutie, trying to evade a lot of the initiators coming in from Twisted Minds, who will be taking their first way throughout match point. Here's Nice and Leo once again.
Thank you so much, Hans and Renmar, for breaking down our draft here. Game 3 upon us, sitting at 1-1 right now in this series. This best-of-5 elimination for either of these teams out of the playoffs, Twisted Minds and TNC. We're about to jump into the Land of Dawn here. Leo, this is a different draft on both sides. How are we feeling? I mean, the Hilda goes in the hands of Chaknu this time.
I like how TNC, despite it being more of a reactive and reparative response, invests in their early game. Again, Renmar mentioned, hey, they better damn well win Turtle 1, because if you do miss that window of our lineup is so strong in the early, then what do you even draft for? It's the complete opposite of what they did in Game 2, wherein they invested so much in, just have that Hilda and that Khalid just run around until our 3 cores are ready. That was really dangerous. They almost got away with it, but almost ain't enough.
Almost isn't enough, and that's especially the case here through the playoffs. You know, at this point, you've got to be able to go ahead and really get your lineup started early on, because we're seeing this a lot of the times where the focus on these early objectives, the focus on even the first turtles, seems to be a big focus, and then eventually the Lord. And what we're seeing is from a lot of the takes in these turtle fights early on, they're almost replicated to a sense when the Lord Dance starts. And that's something you want to go ahead and work on. So I think for both these teams with the lineups that they have, I guess if I really look at what is in the hands of TNC, I've still been looking for that Obsidian to pop off, man. This hero.
That's why they said, you know what, early game, hunker down.
Yeah.
Make sure that that's covered, because we're waiting for an Obsidian to get max stacks.
And we haven't been able to really see that yet. There's been a little bit of success here and there, but in the hands of Benny Cutie, maybe it happens this time with this game here, this Game 3 that we're jumping into. So let us know what you guys think. Is this going to be TNC, or will this be a Twisted Minds to take Game 3 in their hands to get one step closer at that match point?
Momentum is in but a die roll, a coin flip, if you will, because neither of them have momentum. I tell you now, Twisted Minds, by winning Game 2, I don't think they knocked the wins out of TNC sales just yet, because you're at 1-1. Like, that's as even as it gets.
One thing I can say is they've really liked to take the Skatakacha, man. But the hero for this series, anyway, I'd say.
Oh, hold up. Kaloy here, forced to use that Revitalize. Speaking of, I don't think it's because they like it themselves too much. I think it's because they take it away from Chakra because it's too lethal a weapon in the hands of the Mamba.
I was going to say, they don't want to give it to the Mamba. Well, he also just burned his Flicker this early on too. So both roams utilizing their battle spells for now. We're going to take a look at really what the idea is for TNC. Let's think, because again, that Yuzhong, that pick, that early game potential, the damage with the Shaw Essence and everything else, even to the sense of the Petrify is a valuable battle spell to have in these closed fights around these objectives. But, this is one of the things. MP the King on Hayabusa can be quite devastating. He's probably one of the better Hayabusa players in the league here, but also you can say the same for Saida over on the Lancelot. We saw the stats during our break here before we jumped in this game. He's phenomenal. So I think for both teams, you've got your solid junglers now. Capitalize on that. And that's really what they've been able to do.
Throne of Ruin, I didn't see much of it, but that was enough to take down Zaida, deny the turtle from TNC, and now MP the King not gonna fall, not just yet, not enough damage on Lancey nor Chaknu to finish the job. This is all Twisted Minds. They're up by almost 1,000 gold, and Benny Cutie coming in maybe a minute too late.
Yeah, it's really tough for Benny. It's like, again, he can rotate to those fights, but most likely, especially these first turtles, it's going to be over before the time he gets there. Now, maybe if this was Expanding Rivers, you'd have a better time getting there. But again, this is a fight. I don't even know what happened to Zaida. He got blown up. He got just gone.
Blowed up.
Blowed up.
No, it was the Gleam into a Throne of Ruin. Like, it happened so fast, and now it's another engagement underneath that little Wanderer. It's these scary moments wherein if Twisted Minds catches you off guard and they throw so much at you, this early game advantage just goes down the drain.
Again, it's a war. Look at this. It's that mix of combination right now. Chaknu. Tried to flicker away and went down anyway.
Foiled again.
Was that just the lethal ignition? Was that the burn from Sean?
It looks like it, yep.
To cap him out?
There was either that or a stray projectile.
Yeah,
like a basic attack.
Sorry, you always got to hit that, but that's what I was saying. It's this kind of combination of burst that comes out from, you could say, the Kagura's burst with the Yin Yang overturn, or even the shadow kill from MP the King seems to be too much for TNC to handle right now in this early portion of the game. So even someone like Chakno, again, this Hilda is annoying. As a hero, it's annoying. You can put pressure across the map. You can provide vision. But she needs some time to get those defensive items too to go ahead and tank up a lot of this damage.
And a sheer avenue to using that. Oh my god, what an amazing taunt! Locked in by Kaloy, only ruining and throwing down the drain TNC setup. They do find Sean, taking him down. 3mar finds one, and that means Twisted Minds will be coming in half-cocked into the second turtle.
Hey, they at least get something out of it. Great rotation from 3mar to be there for that fight, because again, I was just talking about that combination.
Oh!
Nasha?
Finds the ult. That's 2v1. Nasha won't survive. Chaknu gets the kill.
Okay, that was a good use of the Obsidia right there. Again, the Hunt for Bone able to secure that now. Turtles for the fight.
In comes a Black Dragon form. One of the best tools to use in situations like this. Now Lancy forced to flicker back. The Throne of Ruin already used up. Lansu does live. A puncture by Zaida to reposition. Hard push by Benny Cutie up top. No one to keep tabs on him. And Zaida scores a turtle for TNC.
Hey man, 3mar's doing work on this Yu Zhang here. He was able to zone out MP, keeping him from getting close to that turtle. And meanwhile too, Benny getting a ton of gold up here on the top side, pressing that down. He does have a minor lead against Nasha here, just about 300 gold or so, but the biggest lead so far for TNC down to the roll. Benny Cutie able to go ahead and continue on. Again, Koloy's going to charge up. Is he actually going to press this? Did conceal, but doesn't push through with the Unbreakable.
He's really good at that. Did it through a wall earlier. And oh my god, off camera! 3mar! What are you up to, son? Gets a kill. And mind you, Lantu was there too, but I can't say the same for Kaloy. Gets a defensive AOG. Call it a Dow. Joseph, what was that?
I don't know.
You didn't see it. That's not fair for me to ask, but what was that?
What was that? I was saying earlier, 3mar was doing work, man.
That's not work. That's a miracle.
That's a miracle. I don't know what Lancer was going for. 2v1? Is that just how strong the Yu Zhang is right now, currently?
I mean, let's focus on what we can see and not what we could have seen.
I'll tell you what we can see. The Infix GT30 experience victory for every Modlong gamer right now. I'll tell you what, the Modlong gamer right now is 3mar, man. It's 2-0.
That's him. He is the masses with how he took down MP. Come on. MP's got nice phalanges. He's got the fingers playing the claw on the Hayabusa, but where were those claws when he was getting hunted down by the big black dragon?
Hey, man, you can't claw your way out of the big black dragon. There's just, you know.
He petrified. For sure he petrified.
I'd be petrified too if I saw that.
That was like battle spell, but that was part of the sequence. So looking at the map, TNC owning the other half. This should definitely be good news for TNC as they try to use this turtle as bait to try and take down that tier 2 up top. All of this is to set up for Benny Cutie's eventual emancipation from the laning phase.
We'll see exactly how this is going to work for Benny Cutie. He is going to rotate, but he's going to be too late for this one too. And Pete gets the turtle. I'm not sure if this is even going to be a fight.
Oh no!
3mar?
TNC catches Twisted Minds performing the Ube. Now Chakno caught between two. Lansu here, trying to survive. That is the HOB. Wow. The answer, the Throne of Ruin. Chakno falls. No one from Twisted Mind taken out just yet. 3mar trying to survive with the Shaw energy. That's going to be 2 on them. Lansu down as well. Down goes Sean. Benny gets a double. Kaloy going to be up next on the dock, and Kaloy bites it. Zaida takes him down. 3 for 1. TNC on fire.
That was one athletic flicker from Benny Cutie, able to dodge out the AOG and get a double for himself, almost a triple. Pumping out the damage. He's got the gold on the Subsidia. I was asking to see it perform. Look at him go.
He's still going. The HOB takes him down. Joseph, if he's not at max stats yet, he's pretty damn close. Look at the damage he put on Nasha.
Dude, and the Phantom Shadow Meld, I mean, like the way he moves when he uses the moves and grooves, he's Shadow Melding everywhere. That's too much.
This guy is at work right now. The moves and grooves at work?
I'll tell you what, did the build change? Is this a different build for the Obsidia?
It's an early priority on the Haas clause, but look at this. Chaknu has 4 members on him, forced the flicker. That is Lancey throwing out the traction pulse. And oh my God, Grand Theft Orange. Zyda bullying MP the King, stealing his lunch money.
Tell you what. Oh, okay, MP's going to get Zyda out here, but I'll say this, man. That can't feel good as a Granger. Like, all you can do is shoot straight, and you got an Obsidia just, like, dancing around you.
You got bones all around you.
You got bones, you got shadow. Like, what do? You can only shoot one direction.
What is this little girl from the Abyss doing to me right now?
That's not a gunfight I'd want to be in.
I get why Granger's so emo now.
Actually, that's true. Man, he's gonna, you know what? He's gonna take out the violin here, but Lord is up. TNC finds themselves in a good, healthy lead. They've got position to go ahead and take this Lord up. They're gonna pull it down towards this open side because of the broken walls, but Twisted looks like they want to do something. Kaloi's going to actually pop the conceal.
Looking for a good taunt.
He's not going to find anything with that Unbreakable, though. Zyda is also at half health, so I don't know if he's actually able to finish this out, or they just want to bait Twisted into doing something. They're going to pop their own conceal.
The call is real. Black Dragon form, 3 Mars going a hunting, has eyes on 3, has a Petrify, uses it, catches the back line. MP the King shadows out. I think that's the clear signal. TNC gonna blitz this. MP the King does not get a free hit at it. Zyda with that Phantom Execution plus the Retribution secures the Lord. Lansu already using his Throne of Ruin. Benny Cutie finds MP. Kaloi up next. The Storm is unstoppable. Benny going in for more. The HOB plus the Phantom Execution. Sean the only one left. Sean purifies that as Zyda looking to get out of this. It's a dangerous wall. That's a Thorn Rose saving him. And he's out of there. TNC takes everything.
I wanted an Obsidia game, and I got it, and I hope you guys are entertained as well. Benny is having a phenomenal game. Just dancing, shadow stepping, just everything all over Twisted. They want to fight back.
Oh no, Chakno gets caught. Shadow kill, and they get punished. They don't get pushed in just yet. Twisted Mind stops TNC, but only temporarily.
Oh, they still got to deal with this Lord. They should be able to clear it out, but I think with taking out Chaknu, hey, Twisted Minds, they're fine. They deal with the Lord, they deal with the push, they maintain the base turrets.
At 11 minutes, given Benny Cutie's at 6-0-3, and he's 1 item away from filling up his kit. He's got to be in max stacks.
He's got to be, man. The amount of damage he's actually pumping out. Yeah, I mean, like, look at this. And then he's also got the Wind of Nature now, too. So even if MP finds him.
Or Nausea.
But I don't know if Nausea's going to find Benny.
Forget about it.
Benny has been finding Nausea the whole game. He's been going for him.
To think Obsidia in practice has shorter range, it's just he's more lethal now.
Yeah. And again, if you use the Hunt for Bone, the ultimate, Nausea's trying to run away, you're dragging her with you.
Yep.
So again, it's hard to escape that.
It's a date with death.
It's a date with death, man. It's a date with the Abyss at this point. TNC,
and the Abyss gaze is back.
Hey, they do.
Nolan was onto something.
He was. It's in the lore there.
He knows.
He knows. TNC knows that they've got a good Elite 7,000 up. They're going to march towards the base a little bit, but they might just get this tier 2. That's about it. They can push Twisted off of this to go ahead and secure that turret. Open up the map a little bit more for them.
Uh-oh. Sean! Dear God, he did not expect that clap back.
Benny?
Lansu in the middle of them all, dropping that Throne of Ruin. Knocks up a couple. Black Dragon formed by 3mar, trying to reposition. Sean for Lancey. Mid laners out of the picture. In comes MP. Knows that it's not wise to fight back.
Yeah, it's, I'm surprised because even when Benny joined the fight, he held on to the ultimate. He didn't want to use the Hunt for Bone because probably got the call that, hey, Lancey goes down, not too bad. Sean was down too. We might as well go ahead and just set up for this Lord take.
What you call release control. He's disciplined.
Yep.
Benny did not just panic and say, ah! He knows that the HOB is so important.
Yeah. It's a major part of what makes the Obsidia so deadly, especially when you get the stacks like this. Benny Cutie will go ahead and start. Look at this. He's just going to shred through this Lord here.
Oh my God, look at those shards.
Yeah, TNC's going to make their way. Kaloi's giving the information. I'm not sure if MP's going to have much room to go. They're just going to take the Lord. They blitz it down for TNC. What do they want to do? They actually want to force a fight here?
That's right. The Phoenix Army are looking to march forward. They do push Twisted Minds back into their base. And right, they're going to do this right this time. Okay. Remember last time, their first Lord?
Yeah.
They just kind of threw that away?
Yeah, they did.
So this has to be played right, or else Coach Etomax, Coach Finding Hito, We're gonna have an aneurysm.
Yeah, this is not the one. This is not one you want to have right now. The Lord is going to charge into this mid turret. That'll take that out. Now TNC, they're going to go and put pressure on this bottom lane as that wave push in.
Oh God, Benny Cutie stole the aura. He's going to be more lethal now.
Oh, this is trouble. Look at the damage he's doing to Kaloi.
Black Dragon form by 3mar. Looking for targets. Has that petrify. Lands half dragon form. I think TNC are happy to take this win. 2 inhibitors.
Very clean, a very disciplined decision from TNC. Use that Lord, take out 2 base turrets, and reset from there. Go back, get what they can. And maybe this is going to work against them. I don't know. I think if you wait too long, is Twisted Minds in a position, and do they have the composition and the lineup to actually get them back into a game against almost a 10K deficit?
I'm glad you asked that, Joseph, because if you look at Twisted Minds, they have the Granger infinitely scaling, but think of TNC. They really don't have to do much effort because look, even an Alice cannot survive this. Force the gleam away. Kaloi now the target of Benny Cutie, holding on to that. Hunter Bone still. Kaloi now gets hit with it. Down goes the Gatot Kacha. Up next is MP the King, still getting hunted by those shards from afar. 3mar knocks him up. Double kill. Down goes Light at the back line. MP the King uses that shadow kill. Finds Chakno as well. The trade 2 for 2.
Okay, are they going to be able to run down? They do. They chase MP.
Gets taken down. Point blank shots from Lancy. 3 for 2. TNC, I think they smell blood in the water.
A good trade with Benny still up. He already used the ultimate, but it's up again. They're going to go for Nasha here. They're trying to defend and clear the waves out.
3mar put down to 1/10 of his health, a little too dangerous. Lancy jumps up, jetpack on through. Benny Cutie drops all of it, uses the Hunter Bone once more. The call from TNC, unanimously, they agree. Let's not force the issue.
Again, Twisted Minds will be able to defend, staying into this game, albeit they lost all base turrets. It's looking a little dicey again when these team fights. Benny Cutie doing a really good job at holding on to the ultimate. He uses it at the right time to go ahead and get the space, wrap around with the Shadow Meld, and then sometimes he flickers forward to gain more space because he's able to pump out so much damage that Twisted is just left in trying to retreat from.
That is trademark Benny Cutie. You know that you're in danger when the Storm decides, I'm going to use my flicker to close the gap between you and me so I kill you faster. He does this with a carry. He does this with a Harith. So with an Obsidian now, fully kitted out, max stacks.
Oh my
Best
goodness.
believe he is in the zone. Lord now at 1/10 of its health. Kaloi and Lansu. Where is MP? Can he even steal? Is that even an option?
I don't know, but they keep them guessing.
What?
Double conceal is going to be used. Are they going to go for this?
All right, MP the King with a steal. Kaloi does bite it though. The harsh price of what Twisted Minds planned for. And now TNC, they collapse. The HOB on the Lansu. He's doing his best, gleams away. Chaknu misses, Lord spawns. That might have been too much. I don't think TNC calculated right. Kaloi for a Lord, that's a good deal for Twisted.
I think they just pulled off the Lord. Yeah, they're going to clear it out, but they pulled off because they didn't know where MP was. And he ends up taking the Lord anyway. Yeah, the Lord's dealt with, but Twisted at this point, they just need to buy any time they can. And they got a little bit of gold off of that too. So now getting the gold in the right hands here, this is where we need to start to see Nasha step up in terms of being able to pump out the damage he has on this Granger. Sean has to be able to find the right setups too. But it's so difficult, man. We're seeing the health bars be depleted so quickly from Kaloi and Lansu up if they jump in the front line.
I think that is the one condition that TNC gets this turned on him. If some way, somehow, Lansu gets a favorable Throne of Ruin, if Kaloi can get an AOG that knocks up 2 or 3, and then Nosha, as you said, lines him up, racks him up, strike out TNC, that's how Twisted wins. But for now, I think you're right. It's still an uphill battle for the rookies of MPL Philippines Team 16. TNC have them by the throat.
And I'm wondering at what point are Kaloi and Lansu going to be tanky enough to deal with this? I mean, they've already got the blade armors here. Look at Kaloi, look at the damage being dealt.
I mean, I think he's going to keep his... Oh no, not like this. Immortality gets popped. He does respawn. Black Dragon form, they're going for it. Lansu is taken down. Kaloi as well, 2 frontliners. Out of the picture, down goes Sean, a double kill for Betty. Nosha gonna be up next. Just MP. I don't think he can do this not by himself.
MP wants to buy time by cutting the wave, but Chaknu and Zaida aren't going to let him. So the rest of TNC will just wait for the waves to push in to end the game here. And that looks like it's going to be it. TNC worked for this one. And it's a great game for Benny Cutie on the Obsidian.
The Phoenix Army are at match point.
TNC showcased probably the best Obsidian game we've seen for Season 16, and I'll tell you what, it's none other than Benny Cutie to make it happen. What a game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down what they thought about Game 3.
Those were the bones coming in from Benny Cutie, just dishing so much damage. Not enough defenses for Twisted Minds to at least fight back. And in that last clash, TNC comes one step closer from getting their first playoff win since Season 9.
The first highlight that we saw there, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, Chaknu decided to help out Benny Cutie. They got that kill onto Nausea, and that's when everything just started to go wrong there for Twisted Minds. Perfect rotation by TNC Pro Team. They sent the roamer to the gold laner when the turtle was already up. That happened at around the second turtle as it was happening, correct. And then that came off of Twisted Minds actually getting a lot better sequences in the early portions of the game. They had the lead in the scenario. They had the two turtles locked in, or they had that one turtle locked in. But then TNC Pro Team, again showing their veterancy, and Benny Cutie, the best Obsidian game so far in MPL Philippines Season 16. Undoubtedly perfect, if I'm not mistaken. 10-0-3 for the Storm.
It all worked out, all part of the plan. On a regular basis, you know, the Obsidian we've been talking about this hero, and you were 50-50 about it. It's quite difficult to make it work in a certain composition since it's the one in TNC's, but they still made it happen. And for some reason, it felt like it was inevitable for Benny Cutie to scale given that there were a lot of rotations coming into the Chaknu that made it work.
Yeah, they made it work because of the rotations. That's how you make sure that Obsidian farms up a little bit faster. And I like that TNC committed this fight post-Turtle 3 because they needed to. As Twisted Minds just decided to blitz it, they forced Twisted Minds to fight a fight that it looks like not all of them were so completely in for. And it just led to the point where TNC Pro Team built their lead even more there. And with Nausea, despite that fantastic Harith game in game number 2, continues to be the hidden factor yet to be fully unlocked by Twisted Minds. They need to consistently unlock Nausea even more so because Benny Cutie, the times where TNC have won have been the games where TNC got to unlock Benny Cutie significantly faster than they get to unlock Nausea for the side of Twisted.
And that was 1-1 in game number 1. Unscathed, same could be said for this Obsidian brought about by the rest of the members of TNC. Again, this was a Chaknu masterclass of rotation from what we saw. This, if you want to know more about how to move around the map, specifically with this map right here, which is, I believe, the Broken Walls, you visit this game. You visit game number 3 and watch Chaknu rotate in the mini-map. That is how Benny Cutie got a lot of his farms, got a lot of his damage, and it reached the point where he was even going to flicker in just to dish them out.
Yeah, I like the positioning here of Benny Cutie a lot. With TNC drafting a lineup that could have been very flimsy in their front line, they understood that they had a timer. They needed to find wins and build leads. Turtle 2 onwards, get that Lord 1. They didn't get Turtle 1, but when it came to Turtle 2 onwards, they were taking control. Benny Cutie was yet to be killed, and Twisted Minds were punished for the mistimed or greatly countered engagements that Lansu was coming in with the Alice, with the Flicker, and the Throne of Ruin. And it looked like despite Sean getting his iconic hero for the season, alongside the Kimmy, of course, you have that Kagura. Twisted Minds just going to get the ball rolling because their gold laner suffered in lane. Now, there's something that Chaknu did here that I appreciate. Usually you see Hildas in this scenario want to build Thunderbelt to get that offensive capability alongside sustainability.
Okay.
Yeah, went for the Tank Emblem set. Yeah, went for Concussive Blast, but look at his full build defensive item rush. He went ahead and built the Athena shield first, then
Sean went for the anti-cuirass into the Twilight armor even. By the way, Twilight armor, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you soon once the patch finally drops. But this was the perfect itemization by Chaknu because it allowed him to be more aggressive and to just constantly try and hunt down Sean, who was his main target, while MP the King was mainly targeted by 3mar in this series, in this game number 3.
Yeah.
You even actually had a great flank by MP the King to help Lansu out in the bottom lane, but 3mar just straight up countered that with getting a kill onto MP himself.
It's like they had assignments, you know, which makes it quite easier given that they only needed to target like at least 1 or 2 specific people or heroes if they're actually playing as of the moment. And it really boded so well for them because it reached the point where the advantage was just right over there for the side of TNC Pro Team, given the fact that the Yuzong really helped out a lot in certain initiations. You're looking at Benny QE, obviously the rich guy, dishing out 66.7k total damage. And from, you know, the idea that I had in mind, I was wondering why it reached at least 18 minutes. But it made total sense because they were playing with an Obsidia. They had to at least wrap up some time for them to get the damage in, and it would appear in full bloom and full potential if it managed to make it to the late game.
Yeah, and TNC Pro Team, I gotta give it to them. They improved on one of the things that I really was looking for them, which was longer engagements.
Right.
Wherein you see a little bit more patient TNC Pro Team that wants to really read the field and see if they can go and commit before they go for the full commit. They're willing to play the longer dance around the objectives, the longer little fights, and then go for the full-on fight. And that's tough to do with a lineup that actually has a damage overloaded front line,
which was lacking for the side of Twisted Minds, who we initially knew as a very patient team, looking for, you know, some other opportunities elsewhere. But I think they were forced in a situation that they had to fight and scrap for resources, because if they don't, TNC will just continue to reign in their parade and burn the house down. So I feel for Twisted Minds in that game number 3 because they really had to claw their way back into this game, but it's just TNC Pro Team slapping them out of wherever they are.
Yeah, now straight up, they got slapped by TNC Pro Team. And for Twisted Minds, there's a reason why I was thinking like, with their lineup, front looks good, everything looks good, right? But it's because for majority of MPL Philippines Season 16, we got used to defensive overload through the front line.
Right.
Where your front line is so tanky that the slow front to back just usually goes in favor for those tanky front lines. But now we've seen an adjustment. Wherein as long as a team with a damage overloaded front line, such as a Hilda and a Yuzong, understands that they need to find their perfect time at Turtle 2 onwards, Turtle 3, win that Lord 1, find power spikes and force resources out there, then that's how you make it work. So you see the new school playing a little bit more of an old school MPL Philippines Season 16, while TNC is the one playing the new school MPL Philippines Season 16 strategies post-Project Next in for the MPLPH playoffs.
How poetic. That is how I would leave it. It is TNC with the match point, but now we're going to toss you back to Odin. Odin, what's up?
Match point na para sa TNC Pro Team, kaya naman Phoenix Army, mag-ingay! But wait, katahimikan dahil meron tayong sumusuporta para sa Phoenix Army. We have here Sinyo!
What's up?
Welcome to MPL Philippines, Sinyo. Alam kong napakarami ang nakakilala sa inyo ngayon. Sa iyo ngayon, ito ang ating mga fans sa MPL Arena na nag-iingay. Kumusta ka na ba? Welcome to MPL Philippines.
Okay lang. First time ko ngayon dito. Siyempre, iba pala yung feeling pag live ka nanonood. Tsaka ang pogi pala ni Chakno.
Grabe talaga. Iba talaga ang karisma ni Chakno sa personal lalo. Sinyo, no? Balita ko siya daw nag-invite sa'yo.
Oo, kasi si Chakno nag-invite sa akin dito kasi sabi niya, pre, check mo ako sa personal, mas pogi ako, sabi niya. Ayun, kaya napapunta talaga ako.
Na-verify. Chakno, kung nakikinig ka man, napakagwapo mo raw, sabi ni Sinyo. And balita namin, nag-ML ka daw.
Oo, nag-ML siya.
Ano nang rank mo ngayon?
Hindi ko na maalala pero ang highest rank ko is 74 stars lang.
Sana all. Dahil dyan bubuhatin mo raw si Chaknu. Alam natin na nakasama ka na rin namin sa Project Next. I think 2 years ago, Sinyo, di ba?
Oo, tama.
Oo, nung may patch tayo na malaki. And sa laban natin ngayon, napapanood natin ang Twisted Minds and TNC Pro Team. That's old gods versus current gods. So sa tingin mo ba, nakakasabay na ang mga rookies natin na kalaban ngayon ni na Chaknu?
Yun kasi yung diferensya ng nakakasabay sa nakakapantay ba?
Oh.
Kasi may kita nyo naman sa standing, 1, 2. Pagka ganun dapat tulog din. Diba? So, makakasabay pero respect the gods, hindi kayo makakapantay.
Masyadong maanghang ang iyong mga salita, Sinyo. Ngayon naman, gusto kitang tanungin, ano ba ang mensahe mo sa ating MPL fans? At nasampulan mo na rin naman kami, kaya bibigyan kita ng 1 minuto para kay Sinyo. Mensahe mo para sa MPL fans.
May maiksing mensahe lang. Siyempre, una sa lahat, salamat sa pag-imbita. First time ko dito, kaya nga napakasaya. Para sa akin, si Chakno ang pinakamagaling. Wala nang iba. Agree kayo, di ba? O dapat mag-yes ka.
Yes na yes para kay Sinyo muli.
Thank you.
MPL Arena, mag-ingay! Maraming salamat,
thank you.
Sinyo.
Maraming salamat
We're happy to have you here. Sana makita ka namin ulit dito sa MPL Arena. Kaya naman, ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters dahil mainit na ang ating laban.
Damn, Renmar. Like,
well, we only got a teaser.
Meters away from the Battle MC GOAT.
He's right there.
He's like, this is like one of the tendencies that I wish I could exchange
bars. You want to exchange bars with
No,
him?
no, I don't. I don't think I have what it takes. Give me like 2 months or 2 years.
2 years is set up just for like to trade a few bars.
To trade a few bars, and I think I would still get kicked in the butt.
You think
I think I would still get kicked in the butt.
Man, I mean, he's been doing it all his life, man. Now he's here to support the Phoenix Army, who just won in 3. I don't know if Twisted Minds has it in them to get the comeback. Woo-wee!
And he was invited by Chaknu, so you know what to do. I don't know what else to say. Instead, we headed over to a game. I was supposed to say game 3, but not anymore.
It's game 4. Dang it! Yeah, let's just look at the draft. Okay, well, we're gonna leave the rap
so
battling.
Sad. Go talk.
We'll keep the rap battling and the rhymes to Senior there on the floor. Before we head into game number 4, let's see what we saw from the previous draft. So there's a lot of focus from the TNC Pro Team side of ensuring that the Baxia and the Uranus doesn't end up with Twisted Minds, because again, Twisted Minds is one of those teams that excel with playing the bully type of EXP laner and jungler that can just show up, mess you up, and then suddenly, even though you haven't killed them and you've committed so many resources, they're still going, they're still wrecking your flow. They don't want that. One thing that I love about the bans that TNC Pro Team committed, they decided to go for the Fovia Selena removal in the second phase red side so that Twisted Minds wouldn't end up with it. And despite Sean ending up with the Kagura, because of, again, the rotations, we put so much focus on it, the rotations coming out of Chakno on the Hilda that went for the full build defensive items, Twisted Minds suddenly, they don't know, it seems like to overwhelm Twisted Minds, it's as simple as just put a lineup that can mess them up.
Yeah,
where you just throw, we were talking about it behind the scenes, you just throw bodies, and then Twisted Minds suddenly is like, uh-oh, this isn't like their formula. That isn't their comfort zone.
It's a very difficult scenario for them because the bodies are like just standing there, willing to be sacrificed by TNC. And for Twisted Minds, it's like, do we go for them?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of the fights where it's like, wait, are we at the right time? Are we going for it? So as we look for it roll to roll in the new school versus old school lane matchup, I think this is one of the reasons why we have to now pose a question. And I think we have to look at 2 roams. If you're gonna have to pick Foria, based on their performances so far, Zyda or MP the King in the Jungle?
Oh man, that's a difficult question, and I have to answer.
You gotta answer it, bro. You can't dodge anymore. You can't dodge anymore. You can't dodge anymore.
No, I can't dodge. Like I tried to do that, right? But I can't. I can't. It's a question. And so far, since it's 2-1, I'm gonna go with Zyda.
Oh yeah, I think Zyda just, compared to MP the King's play, has just gelled much better with what TNC want to do.
it's like it's either Phoenix Army together strong or Apes together strong. And then they're just like, whatever, bro, we're gonna do it as a team.
Yep.
Where it all looks like if they're gonna fail, they'll fail together because they all decided to fail together.
Yeah.
While for Twisted Minds, where it feels like we're seeing, we failed, but it's because there's a disconnect.
Yeah.
There was a sequence that happened specifically in game number 3. It was Lord 1. TNC initiated, they forced resources out. Twisted Minds backed off.
I remember that.
While some members re-engaged and dive. MP the King being one of those, Lansu being one of those, and they look kind of disconnected as everyone else wanted to escape, leading to the 4 kills secured for TNC and a triple kill for Benny Cutie. So roll to roll, I think we're both in agreement. Zyder right now just seems to gel better with TNC.
But don't get us wrong, MP the King has had some moments of glory, especially in game number 2, and they're gonna need more of that in the preceding games if they want to extend the series, and not only just that, extend their tournament life, because tomorrow the games are gonna be as important. You're looking at a double elimination, situation for both these two teams. We're already looking at TNC, or should I say Team Liquid Philippines, advancing to that stage, and this would really be very helpful for Twisted Minds moving forward. And from what I saw, I think another matchup that we would consistently see here would be the EXP. Lansu and Trimar going head-to-head, trying to make the most plays as much as possible. We've seen Lapu Lapu, those bravest fighters, and of course the other skills coming in from the Lapu as well that continues to stun. That land shaker. And then you have the Alice brought about by Lansu, who is known for the Uranus, is to be the sponge, but yet he's continuously evolving, and that's what's needed here in the playoffs.
When he was the Phobius, he was setting up well. When we saw the last Alice game in game number 3, there were many times behind the scenes we were both going, wait, why is no one going with Lansu? Or why is Lansu going alone and it doesn't look like Twisted Minds want to go with him? Right? I have an easier said than done solution for Twisted Minds.
Okay, talk to us.
Put all your eggs in the MP the King basket.
Ooh.
You draft for MP the King, you play for MP the King, let him be your carry.
He's your king.
He's the king. TNC Pro Team this entire season has played for Zyda. Everything and for Zyda in his rotations and how he fights. Twisted Minds now has to change their timings, Kaloy and Sean with their initiations, bring back to how they did game number 2, because that got Katya and Selena together set up much better for the jungler of MP the King at the time, which was his Lancelot.
Given that idea, I found a sense of enlightenment, because I think that's easier to do. Aside from, the drafts, which are, of course, going to be in the care of the head coaches, the execution is where it's going to take part. And Zyda's going to be picking up another Lancelot towards the series. Meanwhile, for Twisted Minds, we are still figuring out, trying to think on whether or not they would be playing for MP the King. But here's the case now. This is the Dark Magician. This is like, the best hero for Sean with his best KDA, the second best KDA in MPL Philippines history. We're talking about the Kimi here, and it finally reached his hands together with a Gatot Kacha, yet denied once again by Twisted.
Sean needs to make history again with this Kimi. And if the Gatot and Kacha and Kimi is what they're going for, does that mean we might be seeing Twisted Minds recalibrate a little bit? That this won't really fully be an MP the King lineup. It's an MP the King and Sean lineup. And that takes away the pressure from Nosha. A rush by TNC Pro Team.
Oh, man.
Early Cho and Grok. If you're Twisted Minds, you're thinking, is this really going to go to the gold lane? Or is TNC going to whip up another surprise and somehow park a Cho in the EXP lane?
Hey, man, at this point, Benny Cutie's like, I can't let this series go without me playing like a fighter gold lane, because that's what I've been doing for the entirety of the regular season. So it should at least appear every once in a while, and now they're gonna speed things up, prioritize it at quite a high rate.
And maybe that's why they were so willing to give Sean his Kimi. The fact that they knew, all right, we're gonna give that, but we're gonna pick up the Cho.
I feel like the selection by TNC Pro Team is their end game draft. This is them looking to end it here, to close it out here, to deny Twisted Minds of forcing a game number 5. So Twisted go for the Hayabusa, but look, TNC already picked up the Grok alongside the Cho. Wherever you are in the map, you're gonna be worrying for the Haya and the Kimi. Now you're gonna have to make sure that Lansu ends up with an EXP laner that can clear lane fast, get out, and help the jungle if needed. Hilda was taken out. At this point, if they could, maybe they want to be securing either the Lapu-Lapu or the Esmeralda. We're gonna see in the bans. I think the bans will tell us which EXP laner they're gonna end up with because they have to take out at least one.
I think the vision would also be a problem for Twisted Minds at this point. Like, you're looking at a Kimi and a Hayabusa, which can be very vital in the early game if they're the ones who go first to initiate the plays once they reach level 4. But for the Grok and the Cho, they're gonna be aggressive as hell, man. I'm sure that they're gonna give such a hard time for MP the King at this point, because the idea that you were pointing out a while ago was they needed to play for MP the King, which is an easier strategy, an easier tactic, rather than having those disconnected 50-50 risky plays that we've been seeing from Twisted Minds. So this really is a matter of will they be able to execute it into perfection. And for TNC, they should not be able to, they should not overextend, because that could be the window that Twisted Minds could take advantage of to continuously punish until the end.
I think TNC Pro Team has already shown that this Cho is most likely going to be going into the gold lane with that Esmeralda ban, one of the heroes that we thought that Twisted Minds could go for.
Right.
Twisted Minds also taking away the Valentina makes me think, is there an ultimate that I am missing out on that Twisted Minds might suddenly show? Are we finally going to see Nausea pick up a fighter gold lane? Because so far he is the only gold laner this season who has not done that yet. TNC ban out the 1-1. They're trying to force Nausea into a fighter, but he can still just default and go Moskov, go Granger, the space creation. But then the thing is now, you're not going to be playing for MP the King. You're playing for 3 carries. You have to be able to give resources to equally. You have to help Sean get his maybe glowing wand as quickly as possible, unless it's that Kimi build where he rushes the Sky Piercer.
And Kaloy, both Kaloy and Lancer are gonna have their hands full by just trying to create some space for those 3 carries to get golden dish out damage, not to mention that they have to worry about the Grok and Cho. So yeah, the situation here is dire for Twisted Minds, but I think they can come up with something. The mystery is on whether or not they can pick up a fighter gold laner for him. Is this the time? And from the looks of it, we are still yet to figure it out, because the EXP lane could still go, or the Lapu-Lapu could still go to either one of those side laners.
3mar, are you just gonna pick up the Arlot now? Or are you just gonna go for the CC? Still has 2 very strong options. TNC can go full dive, honestly. They'll be playing around the Lunox. Yes, they are encouraged to go double fighters for the side lanes. It's up to 3mar whether he's gonna go CC or Arlot, unless this Cho is actually already his. It's an Arlot for 3mar.
Spot on.
Okay. Twisted, is it fighter for Nausea, or are you still gonna go marksman? Unless this Lapu-Lapu is already the gold laner.
And that's gonna be quite a curveball. And there you go. That answers your question now, Renmar. Will we see Nausea play fighter gold laners in this current meta? And the answer is yes. I believe it's a Lapu-Lapu that will be picked up here by the side of Twisted Minds, and when they are backed into a corner, they can continue to reinvent and evolve, but the question is, will it be enough to extend the series?
The damage profile of TNC Pro Team might be not enough to take down the Glue of Lansu, who is undefeated with that hero this season. One of the rare times that they pick up the Glue, they win with it. The only other team to do that, Team Liquid Philippines, Sanford.
An undefeated Glue and a Kimi, an ace in Sean's sleeve. Can Twisted Minds do this, or will TNC take it? Casters, go ahead.
Match point right now for TNC. For Twisted Minds, they've got, I would say, some of their best picks. You just heard it there. The Glue undefeated right now, and also a little different version for Nasha. We haven't seen him on a fighter much at all here, Leo.
It's undefeated versus unprecedented, and they're both on the same side. You're right. Not once have we seen Nasha on a fighter, but all the more worse on a lapu-lapu nonetheless. So this feels, just to me folks, this feels like it is very last minute. Kaloy has to dash on through that rampart. And I'm looking at TNC. This is a very TNC-coded draft. They forced the flicker out of Lancy. A shout-out MP the King late all the way to the back. And look at this 3-more. Wants to make that entry. Benny Cutie gets drawn first blood on. MP the King going to follow on through. And Kaloy gets popped here. 2 for 1 the trade. TNC all over him.
Hey, that was a good choice. I was wondering what Benny was doing there, but it ultimately leads to Zyda getting a double kill on the Lancelot nonetheless. So, man, what a good start for your jungler here for TNC.
Okay, addressing about the 3.5 comments I'm getting all over social media right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Leo, Nasha's played a fighter in the gold lane. Okay, maybe. I may have missed that 1 or 2 times he played like a Ruby or something. But a lapu-lapu in gold?
And it's just...
That's the first time.
Again, it's also part of the problem here is Nasha, he's already struggled in the gold lane, especially towards the end of the regular season, in comparison to what they were doing in the first half. And it's been, you know, a lot of discussion about, you know, Nasha in the gold lane, the performance there. But then you put a lapu in his hands. And yeah, it's against the Benny Cutie Cho, and maybe this is the best thing that they could bring to the draft here. That's not to say he can't play it. It's just kind of unorthodox for Nasha to go ahead and be a fighter in comparison to a lot of the other gold laners that we're seeing opt for those heroes and that strategy. So again, it's all up to them and how they make it work for this game because it's so important for Twisted Minds. This first turtle is going to be the fought for. Sean already low enough.
Oh, MP secures. Zyda does use his retribution, but it won't catch nothing. Benny Cutie pushed out of there. Kaloy very low, dashing on through. The Phantom Execution skewers Nasha. Get taken down by Zyda. Lansu wants to get on out of there. 3 more might actually fight the Vengeance. Does so, but he doesn't have enough damage. This is a very tough Glue. Dashing on through those little longs. Oh no, AOG! Disincentivizing the forward push of 3 more in Chaknu.
Good save there from Kaloy to keep Lansu alive. You know, and he does survive that, but still, it was great that, at least for MP, he gets the objective. You know, the turtle, it's not going to be anything massive, but it's a step in the right direction that Twisted needs to get themselves a lead in this game. Now, when we really look at it, it's like, okay, well, you're probably not going to be relying on Nasha just yet. Eventually, even that, again, it's a lapu-lapu. He can go and fight 1v2, 1v3 later on, but you know, the main point is if he doesn't get picked off here by Benny Cutie like we saw him in the previous one, then he's valuable once he starts getting one of those 2 items to contribute to these team fights, because a lot of the damage profile is going to come from who? It's going to be that Kimmy. It's going to be MP on the Hayabusa like we've been seeing for the early portion of the game. And just overall, they have like this durable lineup, and that's what Redwire was trying to mention. That durability, that tankiness, especially with the Glue, it should be hard for TNC to kind of deal with that.
Juxtaposed to TNC, whose damage is literally just spread out all around their lineup. 3mar can get a lot of damage in. Zyda, Lancy, hell, even Chaknu. And I'm looking at Benny. He's looking to build damage on this show. So, Twisted Minds, if they get picked off 1 at a time, they're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, that's the problem here. And I think, you know, we've seen it as well. We talked about Lansu's undefeated Glue. Well, what about Chaknu with his Grok here?
He's one of the first Groks in this season.
He is, and he made it one of those definite picks that teams really like to go for towards the second half of the season here, just because of the combination alone that this new Grok brings to the table here. You know, there's so many different combinations you can do, and the tech charge alone, if you're able to catch 1 or 2, is devastating enough. So now, fighting around the second turtle of the game, they're going to go ahead and get this pulled out. MP will just go ahead and wait for his moment. He's going to respond to this. Chaknu will be at half health here. But I'm wondering, is Benny going to start, or is Chaknu going to start this fight? They both can do that.
That's the danger of it. Twisted Minds aren't sure, and the only member they have that has a Purify is Sean. So only he can be used as bait, and that's already dangerous as it is. Turtle now, less than half health. Rampart comes up. Kaloy gets popped here. Lancey gets his head, and in comes the rest of them. Final slash by 3mar. Responds. He has Lanzu mounted on him. Not before he falls. He's going to take down Sean. Phantom execution. Norsha dashes on through. Tech charge. No one home. But they're already ahead. 2 down for Twisted Minds. TNC got their eyes trained on the turtle.
Man, they got 2 kills there, but I just feel like abilities and everything else were being thrown everywhere, not connecting either. On both sides. The jump in though.
AOG plus a steal by MP. TNC didn't see that coming.
Oh, and they get 3mar, and now Chaknu falls as well. A great pickup. MP gets kills plus the turtle.
Everything falls apart for TNC after that sequence. And it's very clear that TNC have this coded in them. It is injected into the DNA. Procedural rotations. We have a plan A, B, and C. Anything happens beyond that, we're out of here.
But what happened, man? I mean, TNC had a 1.5k gold lead, and they won that exchange. They decided to go and try to get the turtle, and then it all fall apart from there.
MP happened. Oh, the kick under Norsha. He gets taken down.
That was
that's
overkill.
A gank, 2-man gank by Lancey and Benny.
Yeah, that's, hey, you said this, you know, you go for that kick, especially with the damage Cho from Benny, and then the burst from Lancey. You're not going to survive that. I don't care how brave you are for this Lapu Lapu, man, for Nasha, but it's definitely getting tough here. I think, again, TNC is going to hold on to this kind of like minor lead that they have. Look at this, too. Skypiercer pick up for MP.
How often does that happen?
Not that often, man. That's why I said he's a big part of the damage profile.
Benny gets the kick, isolating MP, but there's a stack for him.
Give him the stack. Why does he bought it, too? I'm actually surprised, because, like, Benny, I mean, did he just see MP and he's like, I'm going to go for the kill here?
No. This is Twisted Minds reading the situation. This is a big picture decision. They said, yeah, they're going to fight a lot, so let's put this item on you because you're getting a lot of stacks.
Oh, 3mar.
Kaloy jumps on out of there. AOG, but 3mar able to respond, forcing that revitalize and the conceal.
Yeah, he didn't have the final. He didn't have that final slash to really place it where he wanted to. He just gets it now.
Zaida commits Grand Theft Orange. I guess that was a good trade. The kick once more finds MP. Benny finds sweet, sweet revenge. And now Benny's in trouble once more. Sean takes him. Final slash. Dispositioning Sean.
Oh, there's the tech charge. Sean throwing in the air, and they're still gonna go.
And there's the mount on the 3mar. Looking for vengeance. Lifesteal on lifesteal on lifesteal. Lanzu falls. The trade for 3mar. And now Kaloy's gonna be up next. Lancey gets a double. And now Zaida gets taken out. Norsha is the one responsible. Chaknu running away. That's a bloody trade, 2 for 3.
What a bloodbath the mid lane was here. A back and forth from both teams, but hey, someone's got to stop Lancey here if you're Twisted Minds. He's starting to scale. This is going to be one of the better scaling games of Alunux, but look at this. Lord for the taking. They want to blitz it. Nasha jumps in, but Chaknu's giving the information here. Can they delay Twisted from taking this?
Oh no, it's flying clouds, but he's still too far off. And what an amazing catch by Twisted Minds. 3 for free. It's all for the rookies of Season 16. They take the Lord too.
What a decisive decision from Twisted to blitz the Lord, go for it after the fight before that. And they're going to go for more. They do get the Brilliance out. Lancey?
Oh, they catch him. He won't even get to use his flicker. That was a sad sequence of events for TNC.
Theo, look how quick this lead has ballooned for Twisted. In a matter of what, a minute and a half or 2 minutes at most, they've completely gotten charge of the game here.
Oh, final slash displacing Lanzu. Move between the middle, the back, and the front of that mid lane tier 2. It's a free pickoff, but after all is said and done, TNC are still licking their wounds.
Yeah, they are. They're falling further behind, but right now Twisted might have got caught a little bit there, but they know they have that lore to work with. They'll go ahead and capitalize on it by getting some of these base turrets down, or the turrets down tier 1 on the bottom side. Not getting close to the base just yet, but what they have done is scaled up. You know, they needed this gold. They needed this to go in the right hands here. What's Chaknu going to do? He popped the conceal. Go for a play.
Rampart forcing that jetpack from Sean. And here's the AOG. Massive CC on all the members of TNC in the vicinity. Sean gonna be up next. Does get found out by 3mar. 3mar gonna go down. Finds that final slash, but it's too little too late. As Lancey and Zaida want to make their way on out of here. And they get caught out. Make that just one. Lancey's still alive. Lancey's clapping back. In comes Zaida, but he's going up against 3. And it might be too little too late. It's a wipeout. What has happened to the Phoenix?
Great for MP the King to go ahead and juke out the moves from Zyda. Still surviving, will get himself a purple buff. But that was a great fight for Twisted. It looked a little bit closer than it should have been, but TNC not have enough durability and damage to capitalize on kills. And now they'll lose the tier 2 turrets on all sides here of the map.
Joseph, is it just me, or is TNC getting a little sloppy?
They are, man. I don't know.
They're taking fights they shouldn't have, putting themselves in positions that are completely avoidable, yet they still lean into it with the gusto of an 18-year-old teenager on a track and field.
It's because they're on flying clouds, man. That's why. They got the flying clouds to get them back into the fight, and I'm wondering if they shouldn't be jumping in these fights. They're throwing themselves at Twisted.
You know what? Maybe I'm seeing something, or TNC sees something that we don't. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the flying clouds. That's why they're saying, hey, once we respawn, we can just jump back in, go again.
Go again, man. But I'm wondering at this point,
but the more
too,
you go again, the more that lead grows.
The more that lead grows. That's the problem right there. Twisted Minds, in a matter of literally minutes, they just completely locked in. I don't know what it was. I don't know how it happened, but Twisted was like, well, we got this. At some point, they scaled up appropriately. They've been punishing TNC's decisions on going again, and now this Lord is up here. Twisted should have mostly free reign on this, because I think even if Chapter decides to force a fight here, I don't know if they're going to be in a position they want to, but some big things can happen. A tech charge, a final slash, or even Benny Cutie finding the right target to kick could change the course. There's
final slash puts them all there, and a big rampart plus a tech charge knocks him out. Benny Cutie looking for that perfect kick, and they do have the backline advantage. TNC gets scrambled on their own side of the jungle, and Chaknu here looking for that basic attack. Chaknu falls, and look at the back. A shadow kill by MP the King, takes down 3, all for just Sean. Now it's just Zyda and Lancey left, and all that Lancey can do is brilliance away, plus the flicker through the wall. He's fine, but not if MP has something to say about it. Shadow out, shadow in, plus the kill. It's just Zyda left on the map.
It's only Zyda, and it's not going to be for long. They're going to collapse down, force him to the base. He does clear out the minion wave, but now the mid turret is going to be the focus for Twisted. They should be able to get this and then go for the Lord here. Again, when everything was thrown at Twisted, the tech charge, the setup, with everything else, even Benny Cutie going in for the kick and the final slash and everything, Twisted still won the fight. It didn't matter if they got thrown in the air for seconds. They still win with this kind of lead.
So now we see the folly of Twisted and how TNC are spoiled for damage. It's spread out everywhere, you're right. And what if a good chunk of that effort and time goes into CC? Where do you find the opportunity to deal damage? That's TNC's dilemma right now.
Yeah, and you can see this. Benny Cutie picks up a brute force because him himself, like, he's having a hard time. Yeah, he gets a kickoff, but even so, he kind of has to put himself in a position where he's going to take a ton of damage. And it's very different in comparison. Now at this point, Nasha, I say he's showing up in this game. He showed up on this Lafu pick and is making it work. Maybe struggled a little bit in the early game, but right now he's scaled up well enough to go ahead and be that bravest fighter.
The conceal from Kaloy, flushing out Chaknu from that little brush. Chaknu obliging them, looking for the steal maybe, does not find it. Gets a tech charge going backwards, and that will be a pickoff on Nosha, traded out for Chaknu. Gets the mount on the 3-mar falls, and TNC have nothing to do but to retreat. Lancey sacrificed himself so Benny and Zyda could live.
Man, oh man, what is happening in these team fights? TNC, they've lost any of the momentum they had at this point. Twisted have won every single team fight for the past 5 minutes or so. And now they're going to go ahead and get ready. The Lord's making his way down the mid. Zyda and Benny Cutie trying to buy time. Chaknu will be up in a couple seconds, but they're going to lose a base turret up top. And is this a possible ender to get to a game 5?
Oh my god, the flicker forward by Lansu gets the mount. Serving up a kill, Lansu falls. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Lancey just about to respawn, and oh my god, a big tech charge! Plus a puncture on puncture on puncture, and the base is barely up! The Lord gets taken down! MP falls! It's just Nasha left! TNC, like the Phoenix that they are, may have just found another chance to claw themselves back into this game.
And the Phoenix Army comes to life after that one, because what happened? Twisted Minds! They threw themselves thinking the game was over. They had the Lord, but they didn't deal with what TNC had to throw. Now Benny goes in for a kick. He's able to go for Nasha, but it's only to buy time. He's tanky enough. We're going to have to look at the replay on that one because what happened? Twisted Minds. Looking at this, they approach the base. They have the Lord. The drag on through. Lansu dies when he's attached to the wrong member. And now look at this.
Oh.
Lord is up. Great tech charge.
It was 3 Mar and Chaknu. It was enough for them, just 2 of them, to ruin that back line and take down 4. Nosha alone, what's he going to do, especially without a wave?
Yeah.
So now TNC are able to diminish a huge chunk of that lead.
It's gone, man.
But they're not out of the woods just yet, Joseph, because look at the map.
I would say, you know what else is gone?
Ruins.
Their turrets are gone. They got 1 turret.
They got, oh yeah, wow, all right. So luckily, that 1 turret that they have left as an inhibitor is the long lane.
That's a long lane, man.
So if they play their cards right, they might even be able to contest.
I'm just wondering, after that whole interaction, that miraculous base defense, is TNC able to go ahead and get themselves the next Lord? Mind you as well, how many times have we seen Chaknu on whatever team he's on able to help be a part of those defenses? You know, those kind of defenses, man.
That is innate in Chaknu as a player ever since he debuted in Season 4, 2019. I remember the day I first laid eyes on this man. He just does this whatever team he's playing for.
He does it, man. I don't know what it is. It's in his DNA. It's heart. It's the heart of the Mamba at this point. And I think even then, this Lord is up. You're nearing that 18-minute mark. You're 17 minutes into this game. They might delay it up to the 18 point. They know they have to deal with the wave, so Twisted might just go ahead and try to blitz us at least to get a response from TNC. They know Benny's down on the bottom, so they're going to go for it. Lord's at half health. What can they do? Benny's trying to rotate up here in time while TNC is trying to go ahead and fight on through.
Capture post thrown out. Nosha down to a quarter of his health. Lancey gets popped. Oh my god, where'd that come from? They're already a man down. Benny Cutie has Sean trained on him. 3 Mar mounted by Lansu. And that's Chaknu very low. Chaknu gets popped. His immortality spent already. 2 members missing from TNC while Benny Cutie left roaming like a vagrant. What was the plan?
What was the plan? Benny Cutie cancels the recall. I don't know if he's just, okay, he's like, no, I'm getting out of here. It didn't seem like there was much of a plan there. Because TNC, they just got zoned out and taken out. I mean, even then, look at this. They're going to wait for this.
Yep.
And wait for the timing.
They wanted to spawn 18-15.
Yeah.
They're just buying time here. Yeah. All right. Coast is clear. Let's go. No, wait, what?
The Evolve.
All right, they wanted to spawn 1845.
1845.
There it is.
There's the Lord. Again, I don't know what happened there. And maybe this is the case. For TNC, this lineup is going to work better on the defense. The only problem now is that this is a much stronger Lord to deal with. Do they have what it takes to actually win the fight here? You know, you're looking at the items. Even Benny Cutie got the Rose Gold. He's going a little bit more damage here on the last item.
Might be a BOD, might be a Malefic.
Might be a BOD, might be a Malefic. And over here, too, you've got some of the defense there.
Whoa! Lansu gets hit by the kick. Benny dashes through. A little mini heart attack there. At least Zaida gets to secure his purple.
Hey, man. Lansu's really close to keeping this an undefeated glue. Benny will go ahead and clear out the lanes the best he can for this. That Lord is making his way down mid, though, so now for TNC, they're going to try to delay this, most likely using the ramparts if they can, too, but a conceal's going to be used. Kaloy, they want this last turret. They'll hold the Lord there, but there's the jump.
They do get it, but Zaida just gets squished there. What? Not a response from TNC's arguably MVP, and they do take out Chuck for the shadow kill from MP the King. TNC might just actually roll over and take this L as Lancey throws everything but the kitchen sink at Twisted. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going all the way. Twisted Minds takes game number 4.
I don't know what it was, but it just seemed like TNC lost the focus. They lost the plan towards the end there. Again, something wrong. Twisted Minds, though, taking us to a game 5. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they think about game 4.
What I think is that nobody's gonna go home just yet. Twisted Minds, sure, they're rookies, but my oh my, super rookies came to
to play. We are going down the wire.
In MPL Philippines Season 15, these two organizations delivered shockers, forcing then Aurora and Onyx PH to Game 5s. They both didn't get the dub, but now going up against each other, they forced Game 5. Twisted Minds started to punish TNC over and over again. And the question was posed for Nosha. Can you play the fighter gold? He can definitely play the Lapu-Lapu gold lane.
Oh, but look at this guy. This man who has led a team that was composed of MDL talents. Don't get me wrong, they are strong as crazy. But with MP, they've reached another level that we didn't think they had.
I said play for MP, right? But this wasn't them funneling everything into the Hayabusa. This was them going for double fighters in the side lanes. They have another carry in the mid lane. But that means when everything happens, when all the action just starts to roll out, the Hayabusa can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
You're not funneling everything into him, but you're giving the choice of MP the King to do whatever the heck he wants to do in the team fights.
And imagine, if you're a jungler, that feels amazing.
Yeah.
You know, you're like at cloud 9 at that point, just because of how much space you had, where, in fact, if we're looking at the MVP highlights here, TNC had the upper hand initially.
Still.
Just because they were able to at least get a lot of those setups in arrangement. But for Twisted Minds, what I liked about this team was they were fighting for every single objective available. And this is where it changed. Just taking control of those objectives. And not only that, because for TNC Pro Team, it was not quite the cleanest of objective takes.
Yeah.
Thus, MP the King initially taking a lot or majority of the turtles in the first few minutes, and that snowballed even further because for Twisted Minds, they were waiting for the right opportunity, the late game centric idea from this team, taught by Coach Bonchan. They know how to operate in the later portions.
Yeah, and this has been a common theme for Twisted Minds all throughout the series, not just in this game number 4, the sudden rush for the Lord when they can. That would throw TNC off their game. So it was a good mix of, yes, as Naisu and Leo put it, TNC Pro Team seemingly losing track of their own plan and how they want to execute and what they want to do, mixed with Twisted Minds, forcing TNC Pro Team to start scrambling. Because suddenly they're going to be committing plays and Lord rushes that TNC Pro Team weren't exactly ready for. They lost track of the plan. Lanciu lost track of his positioning and his footing, and Twisted Minds punished. Sean did not go for the kill crazy, low death, Kimmy performance that we're used to seeing him in, but he was one of the major problems that TNC did not have a lot of solution for. They did not take down the Kimmy down fast enough multiple times that allowed this glue. Again, we posted earlier that TNC Pro Team might not have the right damage profile to take this glue down, and we got to see it once Twisted Minds took control or kept the game close. TNC struggled with the presence of the glue.
It's been very difficult for them, and there is a reason why Lanciu using this glue has been undefeated. There was a really good front-to-back composition from the rest of Twisted Minds, given enough vision from where TNC is going to be approaching, and it seems like they've had all of their bases covered with the grass, the positioning. There were enough personnel on the bush coming in from Twisted Minds, whereas TNC had a really hard time trying to figure out where they can enter, because once they see Lancey, it's gonna be over for him just because of how much backline access you have on the other side. You have to mention Nosha as well. When he's using that Bravest Fighter, it makes it a little easier for him to deal damage and also get a little bit more tanky, which is both Zyda, Benny Cutie, and Lancey could not afford because they need to dish out damage first. But if they're the ones taking the brunt of the damage, it's gonna be difficult for them to pull things off.
Yeah, and it looked like Benny Cutie did definitely struggle on this gold lane. Cho, a little bit more of a utility route in the approach. Yes, he has the damaged items, but look at the adjustments. For Sean, with the magic power as he has, he decided to go for the Blood Wings. Then he went Immortality. Then he also has a Rose Gold Meteor. So even though he gets kicked, he has the Purify. And he has a good amount of survivability as well through the shields. Kaloy, of course,
so the revitalize on this Gatot Kacha, which is why for the majority of Season 16 and for the majority of the Gatot Kacha high loss meta that we've been seeing in the trade for the roam, the question of can you beat the revitalize of the opposing team, of the opposing roamer, is always constantly asked. Nausea, again, brilliant that it took this long for Twisted Minds to show that their gold laner can be a terrific fighter in the gold lane as well. And it wasn't even a crazy adjustment. This was built as if it was an EXP laner with a War Axe, with a Queen Swings, even with an Oracle at one point. That isn't a major adjustment in terms of just funneling pure damage on the Lapu Lapu. This is just the actual Lapu Lapu build that we've been seeing this entire time.
And they had to be backed into a corner for this to show up, right?
Yeah.
Now I wonder if they're going to be backed into a corner multiple times, what more? How many more aces do they still have up in their sleeve, right? Because for MP the King, the idea for him was that they were trying to push him in a situation where he was forced to use utility. But that wasn't the case now. That's one of the conversations that we've had right before the start of this match, right before the start of this game. But for MP, it doesn't really matter. If you play for him, it's fine. But just like what you said a while ago, he can do whatever he wants in this point in time, dealing so much damage and giving so much problems to the front lines of TNC that they can't do anything about it to begin with.
This is why one of the infinite keys to victory for TNC Pro Team is to win the lane matchups. Because if Twisted Minds are winning the lane matchups and they're comfortable, that means that MP the King is free to roam. He is no longer looking at the side lanes and thinking, who can I help at this time?
Yeah.
The reason why Twisted Minds went on that great run to start off the season was when multiple times we were pointing out that it just looked like 4 dudes being really stable, being really good at what they do, so that MP the King can just do whatever he wants. So now the main character shifts, the focus shifts for TNC Pro Team. How are you gonna ensure you unlock and supplement Lancy? How are you going to ensure that if Benny QT is going to be playing a little bit more with a utility approach, something that is just used to set up a little bit better for the team? Who else is carrying? Zyda cannot be the only carry. They have the damage if Lancy survives. The focus again turns to the mid laner of TNC Pro Team and his positioning, something that has been haunting him all season long.
Yeah, it's quite the predicament here, specifically for Lancy, because yeah, he's been using Lunox in the past 2 games that they've lost. It doesn't have a lot of mobility. Sure, you have a way out, but compared to the other heroes that Twisted Minds had, they had a lot of access towards that back lines and back door. So yeah, it's a scenario that Coach Etomax, Coach Hito, and the rest of TNC needs to figure out, because Twisted Minds seems like they still have something that they can show here in the Champions Arena. But before we head into game number 5, here is Odin for you together at the MPL Festival.
Welcome to MPL Philippines Festival Super Fan City! This is your very own Odin, and I will take you to a tour kung ano nga bang meron dito sa ating venue. First off, pagpasok nyo dito sa Super Fan City, makikita nyo agad ang ating mga sponsors booth together with the BPI, Smart, and Infinix. Meron sila mga palaro at pwede kayong mag-uwi ng exciting prizes. At syempre, bilang pinakamalakas sa larangan ng MLBB, we have the M7 wall. Makikita nyo dito ngayon ang ating trophy as world champions. At sa likod nito ay meron tayong wall na pwede nyong sulatan ng inyong mga messages sa ating mga players, sa inyong mga idol, and sa lahat ng mga talents. Kung sino mga gusto nyo suportahan, isulat nyo lamang dito. And we're so excited to see kung ano nga ba ang mensahe nyo para sa kanila. Anong nakikita ko dito? Puno! Dahil punong-puno tayo ng merch dito sa Super Fan City. Makikita nyo lahat ng mga teams available ang kanilang merchandise at meron din sila mga freebies para sa inyo. So kung ako sa inyo, kunin nyo na habang may stocks pa ang mga favorite teams na gusto nyo supportahan. At syempre, dahil nandito tayo sa Super Fan City, we have all the fun and excitement. We had performers. Una na dyan si Bart, at sa mga susunod na araw ay meron pa tayong mga makakasama to sing along here sa ating venue. Kanina lamang ay meron din tayong palaro laro kasama si Ivan, which is the Guess the Song, kung saan nakikanta rin ang ating mga super fans dito sa ating stage. Also, we have games featuring our community teams at pinangunahan na yan ng Team of Falcon's Nest. Nagpalaro sila ng Blast of the 90s na talaga namang na-enjoy ng lahat na nandito sa ating venue. At syempre, dahil mahal namin ng mga super fans, libre lamang pumunta dito sa MPL Super Fan City. Kaya tara na! Kita-kits tayo dito. Muli, balik muna sa inyo.
Much love to Odin right over there at the Super Fan Festival, and you love the idea that they can get access to not only merch, even the M7 trophy. They can write messages to their favorite teams and players. They can win prizes. They can buy merch. What else? Even if we don't have a ticket, they can also buy merch.
Yeah, lots of merch.
Yeah,
honestly.
because there's like, I wanted to make it 8 because there's 8 total booths with merch. But I can't do that because there's only, I believe, 6 of them. So, yeah, I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see if we're going to get a jam-packed watch party. Of course, this is a precedent that was begun by MPL Indonesia and their own MPL Carnival when they have their playoffs. I've had the honor to be able to be a part of that, and I hope we get to see a massive watch party form outside for the grand finals. But we revisit the drafts, and now TNC has another problem in their hands. Again, Nosha does have the access to a fighter gold lane. The Cho, it feels like the times that we got to see the Cho, the teams that have gone up against it understand that it has one responsibility in objective team fights: apply pressure in the macro sense. But I think this is where, if anyone is going to play Gold Lane Cho, we need to adapt a little bit more of how Eman and Bigatron by Vitality played it in MPL Indonesia. Yes, it was playing macro, but that wasn't their main focus. They used the Cho as an assassin with more cooldown reduction items to really hunt and apply pressure.
Which was what Super Marco was doing in game number 4. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't like it didn't work out the way that they wanted to, because Super Marco had ways to at least get access before it even happened. Now you're looking at a head-to-head here by Zyda and MP the King, where the Hayabusa just reigned over Zyda's stats. And another thing, aside from the information that is displayed on your screens, would you say that putting Twisted Minds on the red side for the first time in this series played a very different role towards them getting the victory in Game 4?
Oh, 100%. We all know Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson. We've always attributed them going into the red side, them getting to the second pick, as one of their greatest strengths. Definitely up there with when Coach Ducky was still very much present and active in MPL Philippines. That seems to be their forte. Drafting from the red side, drafting to surprise and counter, and that's what the Lapu-Lapu brought for Twisted in game number 4. And I'm excited to see who's going to go into which side again. If Twisted Minds goes red, TNC need to be ready with something. And Twisted Minds picked red.
They seem to understand the recipe for success, and it might be a recipe for disaster for TNC. That is what Coach Bonchan and Coach Ezon are looking forward to. But if you are the Phoenix Army, this is an opportunity for you to prioritize a hero, or maybe at least 1 or 3 of them, that could be comfort, or maybe some sort of, an experimentation that has worked well in scrimmages. Because if you're Coach Etomax, there's the concept of unpredictability towards the TNC Pro team. So are you gonna go with comfort that you've seen them win some games, or are you gonna go with something that you've never tried before in regular season to shock Twisted Minds, to potentially twist the story against them?
Yeah, for TNC Pro team, I think they still need to hammer down on the idea. The 3-Mar also needs to be a carry. 3-Mar needs to be on a hero that can surprise, deal burst damage, allow him to play sort of like an assassin type role as a fighter, because that's his biggest strength. Not just setting up, but actually getting the kills. Then you change the focus. Make sure Benny Cutie is going to be your main carry. Allow Lancy to be one of the options but not one of the main options. Just have Lancy as a tertiary choice to supplement the damage and kills if ever Zaida and Beniguti fall. While for Twisted Minds, I think we can contextualize this a little bit further by talking about their tendencies. So for their first picks, usually it's roam and jungle. Then when they get to red 3, it's either EXP or mid. Second phase, most likely they get Nausea's pick at the red 4. That has happened 12 times this season.
Correct.
Out of 16, 19, 21 times. So fair amount there. While the unpredictability comes through the last pick. They are great at adjusting from roam, XP, jungle, golden, mid, and changing there. That's the main surprise factor of the Twisted Mind red side. Their final pick and their pick at red 4.
Which is what we saw in game number 4, where we thought Lapu-Lapu was already going to be an option towards the EXP because we were having a question in our minds on whether or not this is going to be a Noja hero or not. And apparently, there have been some surprises that Coach Bonchan was throwing a lot of curveballs towards the side of the Phoenix Army. So the idea here that, you know, for Coach Etomax to try to figure out what's going through the mind of Coach Bonchan here, because they have been shocking TNC Pro Team with some of the picks that they have had, and now we're going to be playing this last game of the series in flying clouds. Not a lot of victories from these two teams, but hey, they're going to have to make it work if they want to make it into top 4.
Will TNC Pro Team rush to the side the pick as they usually do on the blue side? It has happened 15 out of 22 times this season. And yeah, that includes numbers from earlier in this series. While for TNC, blue 2 to 5 is a wild west of whatever the hell TNC Pro Team is feeling.
Yeah.
I think if you're TNC, I know everyone always wants to go for the Lancelot and the Sunshin. But I think they have to bank on the possibility that maybe they might just want to pick a surprise blue 1 pick first.
Just to shake things up. I think they need a little bit more than that, because it's quite understandable. You're right, Zaida's gonna be either picking one or two of those heroes, and we've seen that all throughout the series. But for Zaida, he can heavily be prioritized, but this is where it changes.
Yeah.
The Lancelot has been taken out. You were asking to change things up, and I think this is how Etomax is gonna be doing this, but removing an option for Zaida in this situation, maybe they will prioritize the YSS if it's still open yet again.
Yeah, but then you're still gonna end up with a Hayabusa one more time for MP the King.
Right.
And the man is on a roll. So now Twisted seems like a strong player choice. Coach Bonchan seemingly just guiding the players into what they should take out for red 3. Earlier, it was the Hilda. Now it's the YSS. Is TNC willing to play for trades for the Haya? Are we going to see a surprise Fredrin or Arlot rush with the CC gone? They're going to have to stretch their limits and show something different here, TNC.
It came as a shock to both Zaida and MP the King that they won't be playing the two heroes that they've always been used to. But hey, if we are TNC, let's go back to where we won in game number 1, where Shaknu was amazing as hell with the Gatot Kasha Avatar of Garja. That is exactly what they're going to be pulling off in game number 1 to set the tempo and to shake things up.
And that is exactly what we were asking for. We were setting up, and TNC committed to that plan. Now they can adjust their jungle pick for later, but tendency shows jungle will actually come in already. As expected, Twisted Minds will get the Hayabusa, while now Twisted is trying to tell TNC, go ahead, pick an assassin if you want to, but what else will be left? Is Zaida just gonna settle with picking up a Joy? Are they gonna recalibrate their priorities? Or are they gonna go for a tanky fighter jungler? Lancy gets the Lunox again. If they go tanky fighter jungler, then that means the pressure is on Lancy. But Zaida brings out the Fanny.
They kind of forgot. They kind of forgot that this guy had no Fanny, but wait!
I don't think they forgot. I think they were willing to play into it with how quickly they picked the Kalea. And they picked this Fanny into a Hilda. This could be a lot of pressure faced by the jungle of TNC Pro Team.
Ooh, and they were willing to do that. That is guts, a ballsy move coming in from Zyda. Eto Max and Zyda were probably talking about it, and they were like, can you handle the pressure? And Zyda, being one of the best junglers that we have statistically here in the league, says yes, because this is his moment to not only showcase to his coach, but also to the rest of the Phoenix Army that he can make things happen.
So the Esmeralda ban is trying to bait TNC Pro Team potentially into taking out the Cho. Because Twisted Minds, it seems like they're trying to signal to TNC, hey, Nosha played the Lapu-Lapu earlier. Nosha can also still play the Cho gold lane. So are you going to ban it out? Because if that Cho comes out, and that's something that happened in the final match of the regular season, wherein when AP Bren, they were surprised straight up by the fact that Cho went into the last pick onto the blue side. So this now might be the inverse. It might actually happen on the red side here. So they ban out the Kagura first away from Sean so that they don't get the strong burst right away from the Kalea. But I think Twisted Minds can... Oh, wait, no, excuse me. The Juice is gone. The other heroes that Sean plays, he only played one Farsa game this season, actually. His usuals are gone. I wonder if they're just gonna go a lot of dive.
You know, weirdly enough, we haven't even realized that Sean is the man being targeted. Like, there's so many other bans from TNC Pro Team that kind of place Sean in a very difficult position, which is why for Coach Bonchan, they have to think out of the box here. Will they go the Farsa, which, by the way, just like what you said, they've only used for like 1 or 2 times only in the season, unless they have something else up in their sleeve, just like them answering the question on whether or not Nosha is able to use a fighter gold lane, which he is. Now begs the question, what does Sean have in his sleeve that's gonna shock TNC to their core and surprise them that he's actually using it here in the pro scene?
This is gonna be the Cho. The floating theory right now is they're gonna go Cho in the gold lane. Twisted Minds, or even Blacklist International in their past, I'm floating the idea in my head of whether or not they're gonna if they're willing to shock by putting a fighter in the mid. But I'm trying to look at what else, because they could have a Harith open. No fighters. It's straight up just a Valentina. So all dive, all aggro, unless Nosha's gonna be the ranged hero. I like this Phobius pick actually by TNC Pro Team. There's a lot of dashes, strong counter, engage, very tanky front, revitalize, buy time, and then Fanny and the Lunox to clean up house or deal the initial burst. So what's Benny gonna end up with?
Man, that's quite a situation now.
Is he just gonna go Harith?
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead, man.
Or lockdown basic attack.
You were looking at a show a while ago, which wasn't the opportunity, but wait, it's a 1-1.
Yeah.
That wasn't heavily prioritized so far in the series, but Benny Cutie sure as hell gonna pick it now.
What's next? Trying to float the idea.
At some point, if you are Twisted Minds, the idea is on whether or not you'd pick something else. Okay, go ahead.
Usual thing, Moskov up against the Fanny. It's just right there. That's one of the usual responses.
I think with this composition, given that they actually can, or...
Are they just gonna go for something usual? Fighter? Brody might struggle here because with the presence of the Lunox, he can flicker easily access that.
Right.
Cho gold lane or the Moskov.
Nosha's in a bit of a dilemma right over here. Coach Bonchan probably is as well. Now, from the looks of it, it's gonna be a Beatrix. A hero that we have not seen through the entirety of the day. It's a marksman versus marksman matchup, Renmar. We haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, the last time we got to see the Beatrix picked up by Nosha suffered 2 out of 5 games. That's his record for this lockdown basic attack. Oh my goodness, I think it's cliche as it sounds, gonna boil down to a lot of the execution. We're gonna be looking at the EXP laners and Benny Cutie versus Nosha. No, I will double down on what I mentioned earlier. Lancey needs to show up here. The good thing is he's the third option. The Fanny and the Wanwan are your main options, but the Lunox might make or break TNC.
The Phoenix Army looking for their first playoff victory in Season 9. But for Twisted Minds, their first victory in organization history. Leo, Naisu, go ahead.
I
Thanks so much to the panel for breaking down our very last game here for day one of the playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 16. It's me, Naisu, and Leo to bring you Game 5. Leo, it's a fanny in the hands of Zyda over here.
Welcome to Mobile Legends for TNC to, after Season 9, make it deep into the playoffs. It would be with Zyda's signature fanny. Look at Trimar here, trying to push out Kaloy and Lansu from flushing out that backside of the lane to protect Zyda. Again, this is one of the things that you got to consider when you bring a fanny into a game. It's very purple dependent. Not only do you have to watch out for those singular pick-off crowd controls, but you also have to make sure that Zyda gets his nom-noms.
He needs all the nom-noms or the buffs that he can get, especially the purple buff. Like, that is the most crucial one. The only problem I have with Fanny, even though this is such a big pickup, a marquee pick for Zyda, is if you get behind at any point in the game, then you have to rely on the team to go ahead and help secure those purple buffs for you, because the team's gonna be putting pressure on you if you fall behind even the slightest. And like we've seen from MP the King, he's locked in on the Hayabusa, man. I think I mentioned this when he first brought it in this series. I was like, MP the King is one of the better Hayabusas in the league. And so he's getting a very strong pick, signature in his right.
Oh, Chakno coming in with the Unbreakable, looking for that taunt, put down very low, forced to use that Revitalize. Zyda dashing on through, spreading a good amount of damage on Kaloy and Sean. I agree with you, Joseph. If you're saying like top 3 Hayabusas in all of Season 16, I think he's there.
He is.
So his performance all throughout the series, I like.
Yeah, you like, I like. Well, what they need to do is secure the first turtle. The momentum on this for both of these junglers would be great, but they got to rely on the teams, of course, to set this up. No level 4 yet for Kaloy, but they're going to force it.
Oh my God! Woo! Kaloy gets dunked on by Trimar as Zyda comes in, scooping that turtle up. A stolen AOG. I am you, you are me, and down goes MP. Sean following through. TNC, burn it up. Trading Lancy for 3 while taking the turtle for free.
Oh, and the old Lansu burned the flicker. Because he knew.
He didn't have to.
He didn't have to, but he wanted to try to get the kill there to cap it out to make it hurt a little less off of that. TNC found a whole lot plus the turtle there. And that's what I was saying. Before that turtle take was there, I was like, man, Kaloy's not level 4 yet on that Kalea. And, that was a major thing that they didn't have. TNC decided to go for it.
So speaking to all the minds out there, if Kaloy were level 4 like he is now, might be a different story. Zyda might not have gotten a free pass at the Retribution.
But then again, I guess the question was, like, Trimar on this Phobius, he's enough to be aggressive with a flicker and then make something happen, and that's just what Phobius is able to do. Because the whole thing that even Redmar was pointing out was the Phobius and Chaknu and the Ganakancha give that space to Zyda and the rest of the lineup here.
And it's just enough of a window. Like the 1 or 2 seconds that Twisted Minds are awkward about using that zone, that's where Zyda comes in. He slips through the cracks. But something to consider and remember, throughout Season 16, Trimar has yet to win with the Phobius. He's 0-2.
He's 0-2, man.
He's 0-2 up against Lanzu's debuting Hilda in the XP lane. So you got to consider in execution and in utility, it makes sense, but he has yet to fully, get a dub out of this.
Maybe it's his time to make that happen, defy the odds here. And Trimar is already off to a great start to make that happen. Again, a lot of this is going to come down to working in that synergy between the Phobius and the Ganakancha, because then later on they can rely on Benny Cutie. What a pick as well when it comes down to potentially your last game for the playoffs. It's Benny Cutie on the 1-1. Again, a nickname for his little baby girl out there.
That's right. It literally is in his blood. He has well, he didn't birth, but he raised a child who he lovingly calls 1-1. And looking at TNT, just all their draft alone, it looks like it's all trademark picks. I think Coach Etomashi said, yeah, pick whatever you like. Sean gets zoned out here. Trimar again on his case. In comes Kaloy. Dumps him. Goes up. There's the answer from Sean. And Nosha, not enough damage. Sean falls already. Speaking of which, the Connect Sean gets disrupted. And they steal away the purple. TNC all over the rookies of Season 16.
They give the purple Lancy. Man, talk about the windows. Is MP going to do anything here?
Oh no, MP forced to use that Shadow kill defensively. Shadow's on through, but 3 more says, we ain't done with you, and Zyda gets another.
Zyda gets another. Again, even with the flying clouds, Twisted wasn't able to get back into the fight in time. So this is also going to be the second turtle in the hands of TNC.
Again, we've seen flying clouds punish teams that keep trying to go again and again.
Yeah.
And now TNC are looking at a 3,000 gold lead at 5.5 minutes.
This is probably the best lead they've had in the series so far.
Best
TNC.
early start that is consistently just ramping up.
They're ramping up.
I'll agree with you.
Yeah, Benny Cutie hasn't even needed to really do much yet. Like, he's letting the team do all the work while he just farms up. Tier 1 down and the bottom goes down.
Maybe a prime example of even after Project Next, what you would call a gold lane experience.
Yes, sir. That's adapted now, too. I mean, it's kind of weird to think about that with all the fighters we're seeing in the gold lane.
Yep. They both reverted back to marksmen.
Yeah.
Markswomen in this case.
Markswomen. And might as well go again for your comfort picks in your one of these teams' last games of the playoffs. The pressure here, though, is, again, if you look at that last fight and the fights that have happened even before that, it's such good use of a Phobius and Gatakacha, man.
Yep. Again, that little synergy.
It's so good.
That combo wombo.
The combo wombo, which then Zyda's allowed to pick those windows of opportunity and puts enough pressure on you. And usually it's going to be Sean that's the lowest health here. So, you know, look at this. 3mar is actually able to take multiple members of Twist and push them off. Malefic Roar to Blade of Hepsies now. The ball over here for Zyda, locked in at 4-0 on this Fanny. He's going to be devastating even to the tankiest members of Twisted Minds.
And slowly but surely, the floor is turning into lava because Twisted Minds can't even get out of their own side of the jungle. An AOG answered by a Tsunami Slam. 3mar spent his flicker only to die as Sean in the back line gets visited by Zyda. Trade in 1-for-1. Sean for 3mar. Shadow kill. Lancy barely alive after that brilliance, forcing Chaknu to hit that revitalize. Still, a successful push by TNC. In comes Zyda. Does not have the cutthroat. Still takes down MP. Zyda, you are a monster.
And this is why everybody that knows Zyda and have seen him play, when the Fanny was locked in, even Hans said, oh, we forgot about the Fanny. I think a lot of people did because he's so good on it. One of the best Fanny players in the league.
Fanny without a buff, arguably, I'd say Ryzen. He's so used to playing from behind, but Fanny under ideal conditions, Zyda any day.
Oh, I don't know. Again, it's just, if you're facing this kind of gold deficit for Twisted, what do you do to gain back control? You know, and again, we were talking about the Luna popping up here. It works so well against MP the King's Hayabusa. Every time he pops a shadow kill, you've got the brilliance there.
Speaking about MP the King's Hayabusa, he still builds a Sky Piercer. In my opinion, that's a tad bit greedy. When you're down 6K like this, and you can't catch a break, is really spending a 1,500 gold at this point in the game the best plan of
action?
Might not be.
It might not be, man. It might be just...
It's like being in debt and buying Lambo.
I don't know how you're going to buy a Lambo in debt, but, you know.
buying ice, you know what I mean?
You're going to take a loan on that, or...
Exactly. He can't afford it, is what I'm saying.
That's exactly what the Sky Piercer is here.
Not a single turret they pushed, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to build a Piercer.
Hold on, guys. That's basically what he's saying. Because, again,
stacks
I think
will come.
The stacks will eventually get there. But look at this, too. Now Benny Cutie has the Win of Nature. He's completely skipped the boots. He doesn't need them. He just goes the items. He's got 3 now locked in, plus the leather jerkin, I believe it was. Yeah. Benny doesn't need boots.
Nope.
He just needs airtime. I don't even think he's even had a major crossbow of Tang yet. Because again, like I was saying, a lot of the work in this portion of the game, 10 minutes in, has been the rest of the team. Zyda alone has pumped out enough damage. I mean, even then, he's 3K ahead of MP the King, and what, 4 levels ahead.
Now, if Zyda built a Sky Piercer, you know, I would feel it, but I wouldn't blink. A stolen brilliance here by Sean forced him to use it defensively, and TNC push him out of defensive range. They can't even protect this tier 2 down bottom.
Yeah, that is an early tier 2 that goes down. Lord is spawning now. Oh no, Sean, what are you doing here?
Sean has no IMU. In comes 3mar. In comes Chaknu. The answer. The Tsunami Slam, Kaloy might just go down. Zaida takes him, and they skedaddle on out of here. TNC approaching the 8K gold lead.
They get this. Are they going to be able to take the purple buff here too, or does MP try to rely on the team to help secure it? Nope, too late. Zaida's going to make his way for the Lord. They know with the numbers advantage and this kind of advantage of 8,000 gold, it should be an easy objective to take. I'd be surprised if Twisted wants to try something. Now, I won't count out MP. He's done it before. He might try to steal this away at least, but it's going to be blitzed down. The Lord quickly worked on it, secured here for TNC.
Looking at Twisted Minds lineup, they're not meant to hold down front lines too long. Lansu can run around, sure. Kaloy can punish with a Tsunami Slam, but Twisted Minds, they don't have the firepower just yet. Look, they could get Chakno here. They do indeed with a Tsunami Slam, and they take down the Mamba. Quite a slip up from TNC. I don't think they needed to do that.
I was just saying, was that all just for the shield? He's like, I'm going to push them off the turret so this one cannon minion will get into the Holy Shield and it'll pop.
You know what?
I don't know what was the idea there.
Up 8K and you're in Flying Clouds, maybe. Look, that's the lane that Lord is coming through.
Yeah, so the shield goes down. There's the charge. It should be the charge for the Lord and walking his way in there. So they might be able to just go get this turret down with this kind of lead and maybe pressure up, but without the Mamba, they don't even get the turret.
It's a long haul plan. I'd rather err on the side of optimistic and look at this glass half full and think that TNC are planning for the long haul. Maybe in the next Lord, coming in 2 minutes.
Yep.
The reason why they forced the issue on that one is because it's the long lane, Joseph. It's the lane that is farthest from the Lord. So they'll allow for that wave, you know, to just simply crash in, and then they can contest. Oh my God, forcing a flicker away from Kaloy. Down goes that Kalia. Sakura taking a quick dirt nap. TNC gets a free pickoff. Again, almost in itself makes up for Chakru's sacrifice.
Exactly. And, you know, I'm surprised that now it's Twisted, the ones that are like, yeah, let's try to get this purple buff for MP.
Never mind.
But never mind. I mean, you're looking at this situation for Twisted. It's like, what do we find here?
A turret down to a fifth of its health, plus a Holy Shield for Chaknu. Good deal.
Good deal. It was his first death, too.
A purple buff?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe not so much.
That might have been a more costly little blunder.
Well, right now, I don't know what Kaloy's going to go for. He's maybe trying to get the Tsunami Slam off Zaida. But they do eventually. Now that top turret goes down, so the work that TNC put in earlier on, minutes ago, finally pays off. They get the base turret down top side. They still have about 45 seconds for that Lord to come up. And really, it's kind of them just, hey, if Twisted wants to fight us, we'll fight them. But it's kind of funny because they, like, Twisted shouldn't be fighting. I don't think they are in a position to be able to do that. Nope. Even this next Lord, I would almost say, I don't know, like, do you just give this up? Because again, you're facing elimination point for the playoffs here, right? We have to put this in the context. They're nearly 10K behind. Their carries for this game are not there. I mean, look at this. Nasha's been doing okay farming-wise.
He's down 1,000.
He's down 1,000.
We've seen worse.
But man, he's had no room to even pop off on the damage because Zaina has had all windows of opportunity to take.
What he can do to pop off is just, you know, give it up to these waves. He's so good at the high ground defense.
Yeah.
So I think Twisted Minds, all things considered, are making the right call. No contest, not even going to cross the threshold of our immediate jungle and give TNC the second Lord. We'll just take it from our inhibitors.
So this is now the question. For Twisted Minds facing this deficit, we've seen it before. We've seen games turn over on 10K deficits. It can happen, but also, what does Sean take here? He's been holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian Ultimate. Is that going to work the best for them in this situation on the defense?
I think he has two best options, right? You mentioned the Avatar. I think he'd do good with a Brilliance as well.
Yeah?
Like, imagine just standing there. If Twisted Minds find a way to be on the offensive, the Brilliance would be great. Because you could put Sean in a spot where he is in the middle of the action, deals a lot of damage, and then can still flicker and dash out.
Oh.
That's best case scenario, but when you're looking at 11K down, a Lord inside your base, and all your inhibitors taken down, might not be the best, so maybe AOG.
We'll see if they do it. Still holding on to it. They got to clear the Lord. 2 turrets down in the base here. They still hold on. Does TNC push the situation? 3 more.
Comes in, the flicker, the answer, the AOG, almost reflexing their way into the win. And ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix has arisen and are making it through the play-ins. 2 lives for TNC Pro Team, dropping Twisted Minds 3-2.
TNC makes it happen in 5 games. It looked a little dicey and a little shaky, but they finally rise and move on forward out of the play-ins here for our playoffs. Man, what a series that was, Leo.
Even in Season 16, the words of Renmar Santa Cruz ring prophetic. TNC in 5.
Oh! They knew TNC in 5. It took them 5 games to get there, but hey, they got there and they made it a job well done, I'd say. I think, you know, you break that down. Even Twisted Minds, man. What a series that they were able to put on. Again, these boys have so much more potential to bring forward into the next season.
GG well played to the rookies of Season 16. They showed growth, they showed heart, but only one team moves forward.
We're going to have to throw it over on stage to close out this one in here from Twisted Minds.
It has been a tough fight for both of the teams. And now, for the last time this Season 16, Twisted Minds. MP the King, what would you like to say to your fans supporting you, not just here, but then sa mga nanonood sa bahay?
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, salamat sa tiwala. Sisiguraduhin namin na babalik kaming mas malakas next season.
And we definitely can't wait to see you come back stronger in the next season. For the last time, you may now take your bow. Good game, well played for Twisted Minds.
Once again, let's give it up for them. And that is their final walk.
And now, this time around, give it up for your match winners, TNC Pro Team! Gentlemen, congratulations! Dinala nyo kami sa Game 5. Grabe ang pinakita nyo with that performance. Very cutie. Ikaw muna ang gusto namin kausapin.
Very cutie. The last time that the team was in top 4, Season 9 pa. So what makes it different and ready for playoffs?
Siguro this time around talagang bawat isa sa amin ready, parang gusto talaga matuto each practice namin. Kumbaga, lahat kami inaalam ko saan talaga kami mag-grow, saan kami mag-improve. Kaya siguro naging ganito yung result.
Pinag-aralan talaga.
At Benny, nakita natin na meron kang ibang pick ngayon dito sa ating match. We've seen you use Joe in the gold lane na nagulat kaming lahat doon. And Game 5, you were able to use ang hero mo na 1-1. Anong nararamdaman mo nung Game 5 na yon? Kasi do or die na yung laro nyo against Twisted Minds.
Medyo confident kami nung Game 5 kasi na-open yung Fanny tsaka 1-1 sa Game 5.
And speaking of confident, syempre, eto si Zaida. Zaida, halika dito. Napakarami mong fans sa MPL Arena.
At ginamit niya ang main niya, si Fanny.
Nahawakan mo ang Fanny sa Game 5. Confident daw kayo, sabi ni Benny. Anong tumatakbo sa isip niyo nung Game 5?
Do or die po. Mga nakaraan, di ako nakakapag-Fanny Pero, ayun, nabigay naman yan. At, siyempre,
kinabahan ba kayo?
Kailangan ko maging confident talaga para sa team namin. Kahit di ko nagagamit yung Fanny.
May sinasabi si Coach Hito Coach Hito, parang may hinanakit ka sa hindi paggamit ng Fanny ni Zaida.
Kasi nung nakaraan, nung week 8 yata yun, ayaw niya mag-Fanny. Wala siyang tiwala sa sarili niya. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, kailangan niya lang ng isang tao at ako yun.
Oh!
Iba talaga pag si Coach Hito. Pag siyang nag-alaga. And Almira, bakit Coach? Anong gusto mo sabihin? Parang hindi ka kumbinsido.
Hindi. Wala lang, natawa lang ako.
At si Chakno daw. Marami si
Chakno, Almira.
Ito matagal ko nang gusto interview si Chakno kasi Chakno and I have been social media friends for so long. Matagal na talaga kami social media friends. So Chakno, kamusta ka naman? At malapit na makamit nyo ang top. So, anong gusto nyo sabihin sa mga fans na sumusuporta since day one?
Shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan, pati kay Bossinyo. Battle tayo minsan!
Hoy!
Hinamon.
Oo, alam mo, Chakno, sabi niya kasi, pogi ka daw sa personal na patunayan niya. Anong gusto mo sabihin doon?
Ano yan?
Pogi mo daw talaga, sabi ni Sinyo.
Thank you po, thank you po.
And last but not the least, Coach Eto Max, this match has been very memorable para sa lahat ng mga nanonood. Katapat niyo si Coach Bonchan. Ano yung nararamdaman mo na kayo ang nakatalo ngayon sa Twisted Minds?
Ako talaga sobrang sarap sa pakiramdam kasi ilang season akong coach tapos puro first round exit eh. Ngayon lang talaga ako nakakating ng dito kaya sobrang proud ako sa mga players.
And the fight continues for TNC Pro Team. You may now take your bow
And take a walk
of victory. They took us to Game 5. What an intense series with Twisted Minds and TNC Pro Team proving that they deserve it to be in the playoffs.
That's right. Grabe, ang kinabahan ako dito, Owen kanina. As in, muntik na mag-flip, pero isa lang talaga magwawigil. And that's, of course, TNC Pro Team.
Hindi talaga natin masabi ang mga kaganapan. Kaya naman, alam kong marami pang masasabi ang ating mga panelists. Kaya naman, balik muna sa inyo.
Odin, I'm sorry to break it to you. But you're right, we have a lot of things to say because goddamn, TNC's back, bro!
Finally, after so long, you get to see Chakno, Itomax get out of the first round of the playoffs. Even though they were still with Omega, they struggled. And Zyda!
Yeah.
This Fanny! Up of the hell, bro!
Zyda, if you're hearing my microphone, this is for you, okay?
He went perfect! At one point, he had close to like a 5,000 plus gold lead over MP the King.
Yeah.
MP the King just built his third item, and by that point, Zyda already had the Brute Force Breastplate and T-Cuirass as his last two items to go for the damage hybrid fighter Fanny.
It was the last icing on the cake. And man, there are three things inevitable in this world. Death, taxes, and Zyda looking for you when you have low health.
Dude, he was hunting down everyone.
He was hunting everyone down.
It was this sequence. This was the worst start Twisted Minds could have possibly asked for. Up against a lineup that plays around the Fanny. The most iconic Fanny of MPL Philippines Season 16 because yes, we do rarely see it, but it was Zyda who turned heads with this hero and he popped heads with this hero to clinch the win. His timing, his entry finding, after that massive lost start for Twisted Minds, TNC just knew. Just give Zyda the info, start things off for Zyda, start things off for the Fanny, and then you'll beat Twisted Minds over and over again.
Dude, there's literally a reason why you take the Fanny out whenever you go up against TNC. Because plays like this happen. Aside from the fact that Twisted Minds was backed so much into a corner where Nosha was left with just a Beatrix, which was actually insane tactics coming in from Coach Etomax because the patterns heading into the TNC draft was just like what you telegraphed, bro. It's them adjusting things, shaking it up, finding a better hero for Benihuri to play in, and last but not the least, the Zyda, the Fanny that we did not expect, but it's what they've absolutely wanted to make this win possible.
They went for the Rome first pick. Shocker based on the tendencies of TNC Pro Team to almost always go for the Zyda pick. But going for the Gata Gacha empowered this Fanny that TNC eventually picked alongside the Lunox. One of the things we were asking for Lancy and for TNC Pro Team is, okay, if you're gonna give Lancy a very offensive focused mid laner that wants to get close, make sure he's not the only carry. He He is the third option. He is 1, 1, and 9. Benny Goody spent most of the time farming because he was okay.
Yeah.
Like, Zydo was already taking control of the center of the map, but in terms of the priorities, in terms of who you're going to be playing for, you're playing for the Fanny, you're playing for this 1-1, because this Lunox is playing for the Fanny alongside the Gatot Gacha, which is why we saw TNC play the way they did to start, to mess up MP the King's jungle, and to eventually set things up for Zydo to clean house.
Which led to what you were pointing out to me a while ago, that is like almost a 4 to 5k gold gap, junglers alone. That is how big of an advantage TNC Pro Team had in the later or even in the early portions of the matchup that got them to this victory that they've wanted for quite some time now. This is a moment in history for TNC Pro Team that they have been waiting for, and they depended on a hero. They depended on a big-time player that is a continuous threat whenever he uses a specific hero. And for Twisted Minds, they took that risk. They wanted to go for, you know, a familiar Twisted Mind lineup that could potentially like shake things up the way TNC did. But unfortunately, they didn't make it back to what they want. They didn't make it back to the idea that they had, which is to form something that could potentially make some trades happen for TNC.
TNC Pro Team has yet to win a playoff series. The last time we saw them in the playoffs before season 15 was in season 9. They were top 2 at the end of the regular season, and they immediately lost their first 2 series in the playoffs. In the upper bracket, knocked down to the lower, then they got taken out. Now the organization gets their first ever playoffs win in MPLPH history.
And it's another breakthrough for the Phoenix Army. They've been in this situation last season against Team Falcons, where they also ended with a 3-2 defeat. But times have changed now, Renmar.
Yeah.
They are out for blood, and a valiant effort, I have to say, coming in from the Super Rookies, bringing the Phoenix Army to 5 games. That is no easy feat. And yeah, Coach Bonchan did everything in his power. It's just that Coach Etomax and TNC, they were ready for game number 5. The curveball that was thrown at them was thrown back by Coach Etomax heading into this game.
The last 2 picks absolutely floundered for Twisted Minds Philippines, but TNC Pro Team, they looked like they were in control. After the Gatot Gacha Fanny Lunox, then they closed things out with the Phobius and the 1-1 in the second phase blue side. That was a terrific selection. While it felt like once we saw the Valentina and Beatrix, we were a little bit more I get why they picked the Beatrix, because it's your combo with the Kalea, but well, TNC Pro Team, let's just celebrate them.
This is a celebration for TNC, and now we're gonna look at the Infinix mic check to check what happened.
Nag-outs kami na yun, Luis! Kalea haya. Ayan, Kalea. Kalea lang wala. Nasa blue ata, pre. Check nyo nga. Pre. Tara. Muna. Patas nyo. Bayaw ka. Okay na. Tap lang kayo. Bayay kayo. Susugalan ha. Tiro natin, pre ha. Baya. Ready. Baya. Ready. Harapan niya. Kayo, Tore. Pre. Try mo, Ben. Tore.
Oh, why'd you have to cut out the best part?
Well, no, usually for these mic checks, the best part are the parts that we have to take out.
The best part is the worst part for the broadcast.
Pretty sure y'all can read lips if you go back into the actual winning moment, but of course, understandable. This just goes to show how much it means for the players and the teams every time when they get a massive win, when they win in the MPL Philippines playoffs, the home of champions, for a reason. And that was a stellar series. Got to see the best of the best. And for TNC Pro Team, it must be like an absolutely inflating experience.
Yeah, dude.
To finally just go, holy crap, we finally won a playoff series. Oh my goodness, we almost got eliminated first round again. It must have been such a terrific feeling for Itomax, for Hito, for Chaknu, who went through multiple first round exit defeats, playoffs after playoffs, when they were still with Omega.
And congratulations to the Phoenix Army. They were able to make something happen. But I think the celebration is only going to happen for tonight, or maybe even an hour after this broadcast. Because they're going up against Aurora next. And I don't know if that's worth celebrating.
Yeah.
it's a mountain to climb because Aurora has been clean so far. But for Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx, we're gonna see a Season 15 Grand Finals rematch right at the upper bracket semis.
Falcons wave their wings goodbye to the playoffs. Twisted Minds twist and shock us for the final time, while TNC moves forward to go up against a team they have yet to win a series against in MPL Philippines Season 16. I'm gonna have to double check something here. They've won a game against Aurora but haven't been able to beat them in a series. While Team Liquid Philippines, the ghost that haunts them is Onyx. After what happened in last season, for Season 16, Team Liquid has yet to defeat Onyx in a series this season.
This was a team that has stopped them from getting to where they are right now, which is the upper bracket. It was supposed to be an easier route for them, but the Sonics placed some traps in at least getting them to the hardship, which was today in another chapter of the Clash of the Titans. But for TNC, man, it's gonna be an interesting take on how they're gonna be faring up against Aurora, because I'm sure Coach MTB and Coach Dexter and all of the other members of Aurora have been looking forward to this. But hey, if we have the regular playoff stage, we also have the Infinix Fancy Laban playoff stage, and it's the Bees and the Sonics representing for their teams.
The Minds went undefeated for a good amount of the Fancy Laban season. This is the MPL Fans Club tournament that we have that goes alongside FLCN, and they get eliminated first round by the Bees. And Sonics moves forward as well, so it's heartbreaking day for the Minds in the fan tournament and in the actual league tournament itself.
It's a double whammy.
It's a double whammy.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That is gotta hurt if you're Twisted Minds. But hey, we're still gonna have this manifesting for the entirety of the season, or maybe in the next seasons after this, because this is like what? Infinix Fancy Laban Season 3 already.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So we've had 3 winners potentially right after the playoffs. There's 2 before that, and then yeah, just because of how much love we've been getting from you guys who have been going here, representing your fan clubs, representing your community, we hope to do this again.
Yeah, and there are some awesome prizes because the Infinix Fancy Laban playoffs will be happening in the MPL Festival. Champions will receive the Infinix GT30, Metro Zero shirts, and 25,000 diamonds. So you spread that amongst 5, that's 5,000 diamonds each.
And hey, if you still make it to the podium, first runner-up will receive Metro Zero tote bags and 10,000 diamonds, while the second and the third runner-ups will receive tote bags and 5,000 diamonds. In Tagalog, hindi na masama. In English, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad at all. Terrific prizes for a terrific tournament, and I love that. Every year, the Fancy Laban, you see actually hear a lot of the communities chat before the series begins. It's like, it brings everyone closer together. And I gotta say, Hans, this was a stellar start to our playoffs. Stellar results and some awesome games.
It's nice to see a lot of the MPL fans united here, supporting the rest of their team. Sure, there aren't a lot of people right behind us.
Yeah, they all have to go out because they want to reach the photo ops, the meeting the players and teams.
Imagine what time it is already. It's already like what?
It's almost midnight. Yeah,
it's almost midnight. So it's quite understandable. A lot of people need to rest because they've also bought tickets for tomorrow's matches. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and do it because we have some primetime action heading for you guys tomorrow. But man, what a day it has been. We've seen best of both worlds. Reaching 4 games, reaching 5 games. A team that has managed to break through a curse. Actually, 2 of them, because it's quite different as well.
Yeah, I released a predictions video heading into today. I got 2 right, just got the scores wrong.
And on behalf of Renmar, my name is Hans Galleria. This has been the English broadcast. We are going to toss it to our host.
Super fans, we have just witnessed the 2 intense games that have given us our Final 4. Kaya naman congratulations to all the teams that have continued the Road to Immortality. The next 4 days are about to get heated, and we have 2 more best of 5s tomorrow that will find out which teams will find the upper bracket finals and face the lower bracket. Kaya naman, good luck to all and see you again tomorrow. This has been your host, Almira Tang, and this is MPL Philippines Season 16, the playoff!
hoping for the 3-star. Winning any game para to sa matipid level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners. But we're basing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas